When I was a kid, I had this mermaidia fairytopia glitter swirl fairy Barbie with big plastic wings that had a glitter liquid in them. You'd press a button on a necklace and a gear in the wings would start spinning to make the glitter liquid circulate. Anyways, whenever I clicked the button, it would make a loud brr sound. Well, I kept my dolls in a plastic container under my bed, and one night I was woken up by my Barbie toy going off with that familiar brr sound. Just so you know, you had to push that button hard and hold it. Naturally, kid me freaked out, and my sister tried to calm me down so I'd go back to sleep. The next morning, I found that same Barbie with its head broken off. Needless to say, I never played with it again, and still to this day don't understand what happened. I shared a bunk bed with my older sister. I had the bottom bunk. Just for scale, I could fit under that bed no problem, even with someone on the bed. There was no way the bed could have pressed on my dolls. The containers were not a tight fit. In fact, it had plenty of room, and this wasn't the first time I'd experienced my toys going off by themselves. However, it was the first time one had been broken. In addition to this, my mom had told me about a time when she was asleep, and she thought I had come into her room because she saw a blonde little girl out of the corner of her eye. I also have blonde hair, hence the confusion. When she turned to see why I was up, she realized it wasn't me and there was no one there. I had also felt a presence of a child, and she would always mess with my toys because I'm guessing we were around the same age at the time. But I didn't really understand that as a kid, and usually just got scared. I still occasionally feel her presence, and sometimes spot blonde hair out of the corner of my eye. I think she's recently been messing with my little nephew's toys now. I posted not too long ago about moving out of a nightmare apartment. We had a house built on the opposite side of town and land. There was nothing but old farmland. I thought I'd done everything right. Even had a rabbi, I was raised Jewish, come and bless the house. It's been about 6 months since we moved in, but it seems like everywhere we go, something keeps happening. I'll highlight the few of the ones that really stick out. This one, I'm really not sure what it even is, but I've seen it 3 times now. It started one night when I first saw this gold light fill the hallway outside my bedroom. I tried to write it off as a trick of the eye or maybe a passing car. A few weeks later, I was sitting in the living room and all of a sudden, the bright golden, almost sparkler-like ball of pure golden light flying. It was flying around my daughter's room and then disappeared down the hallway. The last time I saw it, it was of the exact same appearance, still flying around my daughter's room, but this time being followed or chased by a pitch black ball. It looked like it was trying to flee from whatever was chasing it. So I kept this to myself because I didn't want to startle my wife since it's a new house. But one day, she was telling me about how one morning she was taking the kids to school. In front of the car was a ball of light that looked the same as I described, floating down the road. The next strange occurrence only happened once, but still startled me. I had some weird feeling one night and woke up to see a girl with long dark hair in a white-looking nightgown standing next to my bed, staring at my wife. It moved toward my wife and I blinked. It was gone. I'm a very light sleeper, and any noise in my house will wake me up. On this particular night, I was woken up by what I thought was my daughter screaming. I thought maybe she was having a nightmare, so I got up from my bed, only to see something that still bothers me to this day. Standing in my laundry room was a man in a grey suit. The top of his head was above the doorpost, and he had the most disturbing grin. It was almost a comical-looking smile that went up his face. As soon as I saw him, he began to dissipate, almost as if he was in water and faded away. As he was fading away, I had an intrusive thought enter my head. This idea or thought entered my mind, telling me I was not meant to see him. It wasn't for me. Even now, I feel as if someone is watching us just lurking in the shadows. The next morning, I told my wife about what happened. To my surprise, she responded, "You finally saw him too." She begins to tell me how she keeps seeing the same grinning man. She tells me that she's seen him in the neighbour's yard along the tree line, just standing there watching. When she checked the side mirror to double check what she saw, the mirror was blacked out, almost like a void. It's happened about 6 times now in different places. She also gets these intrusive thoughts, but each time it's the same. "I was waiting for you. I am watching." The more I try to think about it and try to remember the details, I get a migraine. There are other small things that happen, but are not really noteworthy. Every so often, I'll see what looks like a shadow peeking around the corner or moving quickly around the room. I just wish I knew why these things keep happening. We moved to a new state for my job and got this apartment sight unseen. At first, we didn't feel or see anything unusual at first. As time went on, we started noticing a shadow move, or times I thought I kept seeing something move in the kitchen area. I didn't say anything at first to my wife because I didn't want to freak her out. One day, I got a call from her at work that things on our shelf launched off. Then she asked if I had seen anything weird. As time went on, we both started seeing these small shadows move around. We'd see drifting smoke in the apartment with no cause for it. My daughter would scream in the middle of the night or during the day about a ghost scaring her. My son would demand the lights be on at all hours, especially in the kitchen. My wife started waking up in the middle of the night, seeing a shadow man standing in the doorway of our bedroom. Then, our smoke detectors started beeping in one room, stopped, then started in another room. We were finally able to move out. When I was there picking up boxes alone after work, I started hearing the beeping go off in the other room. So I walked around the corner to see a shadow man sitting on the edge of the couch looking at me. I hurried up and got out of there. I returned the next day with my co-worker to pick up the remaining boxes, and when I was leaving, I saw them again, a head peeking around the corner. My wife returned to do a final walkthrough and some last-minute cleaning before turning in the keys. While she was there, a black figure stood in the doorway, pointing towards the door, and a bottle of cleaner launched off the counter. As she was getting ready to leave, all the smoke detectors in the apartment started going off, starting at the back of the apartment and moving towards the door. When she locked the door, they all stopped. First time poster here. I've had this brooding in my mind for years and have to get it out. I can't remember the year exactly. I know I was no older than 10 and I'm 25 now. It was me, my dad and my Mima, at the time staying in the same house, my Mimas. The day was normal, but then night came and I was restless, just couldn't sleep. Right as I started to finally get comfy, I heard my Mima start wailing. Now mind you, she isn't a frail person. At the time she was a corrections officer at the local jail and had just started karate as well. I naturally froze in my room and not knowing what to do until my dad opened my door and told me to come check on her with him. We went down the hall to her room and opened the door, and that's where it got worse. My Mima was still crying out in her sleep and kind of halfway writhing in her bed, and above her in the corner was something I can only describe as darker than dark. It's hard to explain, but it was a dark, solid mass in the shadowy, dark corner of the room, and I remember feeling nothing but absolute terror. This primal instinct is the kind no kid should feel. But when my dad turned on the light, it was gone. Since then, my Mima has had a cross in every room and no incident since. I hadn't thought about it for a while until my dad had brought it up when visiting family once, and I realised it stuck with him too. I'm not overly religious, but I've never had a spirit paranormal experience give me the same fear as this did. it gives me that same fear to think about what I saw and to think why it was attacking my Mima. So this was around 7 years ago, when I was still in the last year of primary school. With a friend of mine, we used to go out and explore and build our base out of twigs, ropes, and planks. Our city is partially elevated on something like a hill, and on the slope of it on the east side, there's a valley with a small river and a forest with a swamp. We've been doing it for a few weeks now, usually in the middle of the day and coming right back as the sun has set, but once we went in the morning at 6 a.m. Everything was pretty normal walking around, collecting twigs, etc. After a few hours when we were chilling to the music, we heard faint whistling. We ignored it, thinking it was some kind of a bird. But in 20 minutes, it started getting louder and closer to us. Even weirder animals, such as foxes and wild homeless dogs, run to the foot of the hill, which was unusual because they never crossed the river at the bottom of the valley, and especially this close to the hill. It was too creepy, and as a frightened 14-year-old, we just started to go uphill slowly, because slippery leaves and overall angle of this slope needed to be taken with care. The noise of whistling was so loud, as if it were just walking up the hill. We got so scared that we just ran uphill, tripping and sliding down on the wet ground without even thinking. As soon as we reached the top, we heard a scream of a woman, like she was right by ourselves. We came back home freaked out, as never before, and gave a break about our base for 2 weeks, so we could settle down our anxiety. We came back to find our base was left intact, and a rosary hung upon a branch of a tree, near the entrance to our hideout. We continued doing our things and it never happened again. So I'm thinking, what do you think it was? There are 2 stories of one hobo rolling down the slope and dying, and one firefighter who tells of his demise, but no story of a woman. So after these years and reminding my friends of this memory, I've decided to stare at it here. Maybe someone had such an experience, or knows something. A few years ago, in my first year of college, I was living in a dormitory apartment with 3 other students. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, 2 people each, a bathroom, and a common room/kitchen. When we finally got all settled, we began to notice strange things occurring. The first occurrence I remember is my roommate standing on the threshold of our bedroom, talking to me through our doorway. I was laying in my bunk facing the door. Suddenly, the door slammed shut between us. The bedroom door's locked from the inside, and I had to get off the bunk to open the door to let her inside. Both of us were shocked, but shrugged it off and ignored it as wind. Throughout the rest of the year, doors, particularly the bedroom doors, would slam shut on their own, or shut while we were in the bathroom/kitchen/class, locking us out of our rooms and forcing us to call maintenance to allow us into our own bedrooms. Within the month, I began to receive scratches, almost looked like a small cat scratches, on my arms and legs while I was sleeping. They always occurred in threes, like claw marks. Small stuff would move on its own or disappear, like pens, books, cooking utensils, etc. Over Christmas break, I had a handful of coins for laundry stolen, and my roommates swore they didn't touch it. On move-out day, I found the coins in our bathroom closet behind the rolls of toilet paper. My roommates also installed speakers in our common room to create a surround sound effect for our TV. The speakers would turn off and on their own, and one night while we were cooking dinner, all 3 simultaneously emitted a high-pitched screeching noise, like microphone feedback, which sent us all running to our rooms terrified. The oven would also be found turned on, which one roommate continuously blamed me for, despite me knowing that I had turned it off when I was finished cooking. Around this time, I also began to feel extreme melancholy, almost depressed. I began to dread going back to the apartment after class, And when I was there, I would do nothing but sleep and eat once a day. When I left the apartment, I felt and acted completely normal. But once in the apartment, I would become extremely depressed, like a cloud was hanging over me. Towards the middle of the semester, one of the girls in the other bedrooms and I decided to switch rooms, and she took over my old bunk. She also began to wake up with scratches and told me she began to feel very depressed in the apartment as well. So much so that only 2 months after moving into my old bunk, she secretly moved in with her boyfriend in a separate dorm, despite the $500 fine from the college if she was found out. Both of us also experienced several occasions where we would feel like we had our hair tugged, being poked, or had our covers pulled on while we were laying in that bunk trying to sleep. The one and only time I was alone there, I felt like a trapped animal. I was huddled on my bunk for over an hour, experiencing an overwhelming instinctual need to hide, and feeling fear like something was standing in the doorway, physically threatening me. My heart was hammering for over an hour, like my body and subconscious knew there was some danger there I couldn't see. The relief I felt when I finally left an hour later was unlike anything I had ever felt before. The reason I finally decided to post this is because a few days ago, nearly 5 years later, I've come to find out that a student who had previously lived in that room over a decade ago killed herself over the winter break and was discovered 4 days after her suicide. This story happened when I was around 9 or 10, staying at my grandparents' house. It was late at night and I was trying to get to sleep. My sister, who was sleeping in the same room, was currently asleep, but I wasn't tired. At this age, I wasn't allowed technology, so I had no phone or iPad to pass the time, and I wasn't tired enough to fall asleep. For some reason, probably because I was very bored, I decided to look out of the window. Out of the window is my grandparents' back garden, which is long and thin and stretches quite far back. As I looked out the window, I could see a figure of a woman standing at the bottom of the garden. She looked very strange and looked like she was glowing. I was so scared, I quickly closed the curtain and started to panic as I was very young and didn't know what to do. I sat up in bed very frightened, but wasn't sure what I had just seen. For some reason, I was compelled again to look out the window, so I slowly moved the curtain aside and looked out. And the woman had now moved further down the garden towards the window and was looking up at me. I was so frightened, I jumped away from the window and put my pillow over her face. I know that I did not dream this, as I never fell asleep after this point, and lay there with the pillow on my face, because I was sure if I looked out, she would be in the room with me. I waited all night, scared shitless, until my grandpa came in with water and toast in the morning. I never told anyone, and I honestly don't believe that ghosts can exist, but I know for a fact I saw this. I'm very conflicted, but thought I'd share my story. So you know the acrobat and the flea, right? I nodded as my brother, standing in the living room, delivered me his presentation. He was 16 and one of the smartest people I've ever met. That being said, he was also reckless, and sometimes his curiosity and crazy theories got the best of him. Imagine a tightrope, he said, stretching a piece of thread between his hands as a visual aid. The acrobat, he continued, can only move in 2 directions, back and forth. I nodded again, starting to wonder what he was getting at. The flea, however, has 2 additional directions: forward, back, left, and right. This is seen as a metaphor, an aid for our understanding per se, for just how much we cannot get to yet. We are the acrobat in this plane of reality. I nodded along again. But that's exactly what my question is. What if we had the ability to move like a flea? I shook my head. Damien, there's no way. But there is, he continued enthusiastically. dramatically beginning to write on the whiteboard he had brought in with him. It requires a great deal of chemical knowledge, however, and has taken me about a year to research to get it to work. But I think it's finally ready, he rambled, not looking up from his writing. He finally capped the marker he was writing with and turned to face me. He had drawn a diagram on the whiteboard, illustrating his project. I didn't understand any of it. Basically, atoms like to fuse with other atoms to make compounds. But what if we utilised this to get places, he continued. He was delusional, I was sure of it. For example, oxygen likes to fuse with oxygen to make O2. It's just the way it works. They need to share electrons to be stable, and they usually bind to the closest oxygen in proximity. Yeah, I know how it works. I took chem in high school, I said. But what are you getting at? He paused and said his next words in nearly a whisper. I figured out how to teleport, Maria, he said as he leaned in. His words were laced with an almost sense of childlike wonder, like a kindergartner who had found a cool rock and was showing it to his friends. How? I queried, my eyes widening with wonder. Had he really? What if, instead of atoms bonding with the ones close to them that stabilise them, they bond as we choose them to, with which ones we choose them to? He began to point to the pictures in the diagram he had drawn. Now, of course, they have to stabilise each other electron-wise. There's no controlling that. But I figured out a way to choose, for example, which oxygen bonds to which oxygen. I nodded. For this experiment, I used specifically water molecules, H2O, because the bonds they form aren't too hard to build and break, and they're quite abundant. I raised my hand timidly. My brother was 3 years younger than me, and it was kind of amusing that I was so confused by what he was saying. So sorry, I know I'm kind of rambling, and you look confused. To put it in the simplest way possible, I can take a hydrogen atom from my body and force it to bond with another hydrogen and an oxygen anywhere in the world, causing me, by some occurrence I can't exactly explain, to be taken with it, forming an H2O at the secondary location. But it works, and that's all I need to know. Have you tried it yet? I just told you it works. Of course I've tried it, he scoffed. Show me, I ushered. He sighed. If I must, skeptic, he said jokingly. I don't know how he did it, but almost instantaneously he appeared on the other side of the room. Ta-da! I was beyond shocked. I was bewildered. There's no way, I stuttered. There is, my dear sister, and I discovered it. So how do you get it to work? He paused. I don't know. I kind of just do it, he shrugged. I picture the atoms bonding, and it happens. Thoughts were racing in my mind at 100 miles a minute. Do you realize how powerful that is? I asked hesitantly. He thought for a minute. No, I don't. Holy shit. He looked me in the eyes and then shouted excitedly. Holy shit, he smiled and jumped up and down with joy. He touched his head and made crazy hand gestures as he went on. I figured out how to control matter. I smiled. I was happy for him, but this whole thing was surreal. It wasn't right. All I wanted to do was teleport and... He paused, speechless from his own excitement. This is awesome, he squealed again. He blipped out of the room in the blink of an eye, and then I heard him yell from the other side of the house. I'm over here! Then the whiteboard disappeared. I followed his voice and I found him outside, once again in awe. I watched him examine the whiteboard. As I looked closer at what he was analysing, I noticed a chunk of stuff fused to the back of the whiteboard. What's going on? I asked. It looks like, because the chemical compounds are more difficult to break and build, it did it the easiest way, and this mass formed. Why? He thought harder before answering my question. It didn't just make simple water. The molecules in it are more complex. I shrugged. It's curious. I'll have to research it more, he muttered, before breaking into a smile again. The next day, I woke up to my alarm and walked out into the kitchen to get some water. Boo! Damien shouted from behind me. He wasn't there before. I see you're enjoying your discovery, I commented, playfully nudging him. Before I knew it, my nudge had caused him to lose his balance. He cried out in pain and he laid on the floor. Oh my God, are you okay? I'm so sorry, I frantically apologised and bent over to help him up. Only he didn't get up. He winced and then looked at me, tears in his eyes. It hurts. Then I noticed his foot was stuck in the floor. That's what had caused him to lose his balance, and now the bones stuck out at a grotesque angle. Maria, call 911 or something. It hurts, oh my God, he moaned in pain. I hastily picked up my phone and dialed 911, and I sat next to my brother, clutching his hand until the emergency crew arrived. What the? The paramedic stopped short as he went to examine Damien's leg, upon noticing his foot had clipped into the floor like a video game glitch. I'm stuck, he cried. The paramedic radioed in the fire department to try to get Damien out. Can you just unbond them or something? He gritted his teeth and shook his head. No, I can only make bonds. He let out another scream of pain, beginning to hyperventilate. The paramedic turned back around to face us and clipped his radio back into his belt. Damien didn't pass out until the EMT rolled up his pant leg and he saw his bone. I even got nauseous looking at it, and I could feel his pain. How did this happen? The fire department arrived with saws and other tools and chopped up the floor in order to get my brother out. His foot was still intact, but his leg was now broken because some molecules didn't form the right way, as he explained to me after he woke up in the hospital. He'll have to be non-weight-bearing for about 2 months, as that was a pretty nasty break, the doctor explained. Say, how did you get stuck in a perfectly intact floor like that anyway? He queried. My brother shrugged. He was discharged 3 days later, having a stay in the hospital for a few nights due to the break needing surgery to repair. When our parents heard about it, they considered cutting their trip short, but my brother argued with them over the phone and insisted that he would be fine, so they didn't. Over the next few days, Damien was getting better. He wasn't as tired and grumpy, and he was in slightly less pain than before. I decided to bring breakfast into his room, and as I opened the door, the tray disappeared straight out of my hands and appeared in his lap. Damien, he grinned. You don't have to wait on me. I can do that all by myself now. But what about your accident? What if something else happens? That teleporting thing doesn't seem very sensible. You worry too much. I'll be fine, he said, through a mouthful of the eggs I made. I left him to his own devices and decided to watch TV. I was hours into a rewatch of The Office when I heard Damien call my name. I followed his voice to the bathroom, and I found him standing on his crutches and looking in the mirror. Maria, he mumbled. Yes? Something's wrong, he said meekly, turning to face me. I looked at him in shock, and I saw what had happened. Giant masses of stuff protruded from his head and body, like it had on the whiteboard. I could make out a PlayStation controller lodged between his eyes, and a chunk of the console and wires dangling out of his chest. There were no wounds either. It was terrifying. I just wanted to play some video games, so I summoned my controller, and... His eyes started to fill with tears. I don't know how to undo all of this. Oh my God, do you want me to take you to the hospital? I asked him, my entire body shaking with anxiety. I was looking at my brother, who was now a mangled mess of random matter, and I didn't know what to do. No, they won't know how to fix it. I'm going to try it myself. He shut his eyes and concentrated hard, but nothing happened. In fact, it got worse. The masses grew bigger, and my brother began to fade away. He won't come out of the bathroom. Every time I go to check on him, it's worse. I try talking to him, but he's just not there anymore. It's almost like the extra matter made him a zombie. I don't know what to do. My parents won't know what to do, and neither will the hospital. Even the kid who made the discovery, my genius brother, doesn't know how to reverse it. And the masses of matter just keep getting bigger. The bathroom door has started to bow outwards, and soon it will break and the masses will grow into the hallway and the rest of the house. I don't know how far it will go. All I know is that my brother is still in there, trying desperately to make it go away. But alas, it only gets bigger. I don't know how big it's going to get, and my brother won't listen to my pleading for him to stop. Everyone knows about that stupid trend on Twitter, texting your neighbour number, the phone number one away from yours. Many of my real-life friends and online friends were doing the challenge, some getting funny results, and some making new friends, and some just not getting answered at all. So I thought, what's the harm in trying? I sat on my couch and punched in the number that was one higher than mine, and sent a message. Me, hey number neighbour, what's up? And I sat back and waited for a reply. It was hours before I received anything back, and I wasn't too disappointed. I wasn't expecting anything anyway. Then, at exactly midnight, my phone went off. Unknown. Hey number neighbour, I can see you. I sat up in my bed and read it again. I can see you? What? My phone went off again. Unknown. Why are you ignoring me, number neighbour? I didn't reply. Unknown. Do you want to talk now? I can see you're scared. I'm outside your window. My eyes widened as I read the last message. It couldn't be true, right? It was probably just to scare me. Either way, I was checking my window. I had my phone in my hand with 911 on the speed dial in case something happened. I turned on my flashlight and cast it around the darkness outside the window. Finding nothing, as I suspected. It was just a joke. My phone went off again. Unknown. Wrong window. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest as I went to check the other windows. Nothing. I decided to block the number to spare myself a lot of much unneeded anxiety, as I could see that my number neighbour most likely wasn't going to be a friend. I fell asleep for a while after that, only to be awoken by thunder. It was raining. I looked out my window and listened to the soft pitter-patter of the rain as I tried to fall back asleep. Then I saw something. It was in a split second when lightning flashed. A figure in my window. A humanoid figure with long arms and legs and smooth white skin. They had holes for their eyes and were smiling. Right next to them was a message written in window fog. I guess you didn't want to play, huh? Then it was gone. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I moved to the living room and watched TV to distract myself from what I had just seen. It had to be a misconception. Only it wasn't. For the rest of the night I sat in the living room, paranoid out of my mind, flinching at every sound. I dozed off briefly, only to be awakened again by scratching at my door. I did the smart thing and I didn't check it out. It was probably just a tree. I checked back in my room the next morning, and the message was still there. I guess you didn't want to play, huh? I can still hear sounds in my house at night, like someone is crawling around. I don't know if I should call the police or not. I don't know if they'll believe me. I recently moved to this city on the east coast of the US called Cedarville. I'm typing this because I honestly have no idea what's going on. Let me tell the story. After years of living in a quite boring suburban area, I thought moving to a city would be a nice change of scenery. After all, I enjoy being on the move and having a lot to do, and I've always found cities being able to satisfy the constant need for stimulation. When I was house hunting, I found the perfect apartment. Perfectly in my price range and everything. I didn't know where I expected to be, but Cedarville was never anywhere close to being on my list of guesses. First of all, I'd never even heard of the place. So I decided to drive there to look around before placing a bid on the apartment. I wasn't expecting a huge metropolitan area. It was at least the size of Philadelphia, if not larger, which was a little bit confusing considering I've never heard of it before today. I've never seen it mentioned on a map, and when you search it on Google Earth to find satellite pictures, nothing comes up, which is puzzling considering the size of the area. So after visiting, I decided the site was pretty nice and I placed my bid. A week later, I got a phone call saying I got the apartment. I was eager to move in, but the one thing that still bothered me was work. I was 3 years out of medical school, having completed my internship for general surgery and diagnosis at a hospital in my old city. I was now free to practice on my own. After doing some research, I found that the Cedarville General Hospital was looking for staff, and I decided to apply. Here's when things started to turn what the actual fuck weird. The hospital, to start, is the only healthcare building in the entire city. No specialist offices, no private practices, no clinics, just the hospital. Secondly, it's the dead centre of the city, like the geographic centre of the map. It's not the largest building, but it's definitely not the smallest. It's a beautiful building, modern architecture and such, so it's not too old. Which makes me wonder how the fuck it was the dead centre of the city. The hospital layout is divided into wings named after the cardinal directions: north, south, east and west. Not that weird, right? Well, turns out none of the wings correspond to the actual directions that they're placed in. The north wing is on the south side of the building, the west on the east, and vice versa. Probably the result of some poor old sap's shitty planning, but who the fuck knows anymore? My interview was also quite different. The hospital's director just hired me. I didn't have to give him my resume. I didn't have to answer questions about myself. And quite possibly the weirdest part was that I never gave him a transcript of my job history and education. And somehow he had it. He had a copy of my degree and my medical license, despite me never giving him one. Freaky shit, but I was just relieved that I got the job. The kinds of questions he asked gave me the creeps too. I mentioned beforehand that he didn't ask me things about myself. There was stuff like, have you ever been in a government position? Or, if your spouse and your best friend were drowning, who would you save? Basically, not normal job interview questions, to say the least. This guy seemed normal, but I swear to God, during our meeting, his eyes disappeared for a split second. During my first few weeks, I was also introduced to some strange employee rituals. Firstly, at exactly 12 noon every day, a tone would play over the intercom, and about half of the doctors and nurses would mindlessly walk to the 5th floor and scream. Just endlessly scream for 5 minutes straight. This was called scream time, and it was voluntary. There were also some weird rules about scream time. You must be on the 5th floor to participate. If you're not already, drop what you're doing and go. No one cares if you're in the middle of open heart surgery. Go. If participating, you must scream for exactly 5 minutes. Any less, you're fired. Any more, you're fired. That's it. I never participated in scream time, but some of my co-workers did. They never remember participating when asked about it. If you're going to have coffee, you must finish. Not too weird, probably just to cut down on waste. But the thing that makes me question it is that if they really wanted to cut down on waste, they'd have the same rule for the cafeteria. They didn't. It was just for coffee. Another rule was that you had to carry a pen, and you only got one. Not two, not zero. It was a company-supplied pen. You must have at least one pen on your person at all times, unless performing surgery. Kind of annoying and weird, but not really a problem for me. Other than those few what the fuck things, the rest of the employee code of conduct was normal, as it would be at any other medical facility. The floors and rooms occasionally change locations. The other day, I was called to the north wing or on the fourth floor. The elevator took me to the sixth floor, in the west wing. The room was there, labelled as being in the north wing on the fourth floor. The cafeteria changes its location from day to day. The ER is never in the same wing as it was the day before. No one can ever find the third floor's east wing, despite it showing up on the maps and the custodian insisting that he's just cleaned it. The bathrooms only show up when you need them and then disappear after. I still don't have an explanation for this. Some of the floors of the Cedarville General also have their weird quirks. Floor 7 has 3 elevators instead of 2 like the rest. No one knows where the third one leads, and no one has ever tried using it. On floor 8, which no one uses, you can wander around in the dark while faint carnival music plays throughout the whole south wing, perpetually. No one knows where it comes from or why it's there. There's no electricity on floor 8. There were no light bulbs on floor 8, only windows. Floor 6 changes colour every day. One day the walls are blue, the next they're yellow. Floor 4 is missing. It looks like it's there from the outside, but there's no way to access it, which could explain why I was transported to the 6th floor when I tried to go there. Patients on floor 5 somehow end up lost. When you look for them, they appear directly behind you and ask what you're looking for. The people that work here and get treated here are equally weird as well. I once saw my co-worker tuck a rogue tentacle into his sleeve and then look around to make sure no one saw. I saw. I know your secret, Mark. There are these 3 old ladies that come in together once every week for dialysis. I've never treated them myself, but I have taken their vitals before. They are identical triplets. Their charts say they were born in 1906. And how identical triplets as much as survived in 1906 is beyond me. Also, due to some insanely unlucky genetic anomaly, none of them have eyes. They do, however, have one prosthetic that they pass around from day to day. Every time they come in, a different one has the eye. I've seen them arguing over it before. I don't know why. Occasionally, I'll see a person who looks exactly like me at the end of one of the corridors. However, I can only see them in my peripheral vision. If I turn to look, they disappear. We once had a patient come into the ER with appendicitis. We rush him into the OR for an emergency appendectomy, knock him out the usual. All of a sudden, about 20 minutes in, he starts screaming. The brain activity monitors still showed that he was unconscious. The heart monitor showed us a resting pulse. He was out. There was no explanation for why he was screaming, and it continued until we were finished. He woke up and we interrogated him about it, asked him if he possibly felt anything. He said no. I had a little girl and her mother come in for routine vaccinations. She was sitting on the table and her mom was in a chair in the corner. The door of the room was closed. I took her vitals and such, then I turned around to prepare the injections, and upon turning back around, the mother and the girl were gone. They disappeared into thin air. I whipped back around to look at the girl's chart, and it too was gone. I checked the system for a name, and it said she doesn't exist. She wasn't dead. There was just no result. Possibly the weirdest case yet was just the other day. We had a 10-year-old boy come in with a severely broken arm. When I say severe, I mean completely obliterated. He was probably going to have it amputated. It was flopping all over the place, with the bones pounded into sawdust. He had got it caught beneath a boulder while hiking and needed to be flown in. Anyway, we were just finishing up imaging the arm and processing the gruesome x-rays when I turned around and saw the kid using his phone, playing a game with his broken arm that had somehow miraculously healed itself. We asked him a few questions. He said he felt fine. We showed him the x-ray images and told him what was going on. He simply said, "That's not my arm." and went back to his game. Then he passed out. We took his vitals and his heart rate was dropping quickly. After multiple resuscitation attempts, we declared him dead. I went to inform the parents when I was stopped mid-sentence by something tugging on my sleeve. It was the kid. The kid who I just pronounced dead stood behind me asking, "What are we talking about? I'm right here." Aside from the occasional weird case, the rest are pretty normal. Now, here's the part that freaks me out the most. Yesterday, I was paged to the ER. I went the normal way to get there, but I didn't end up there. The damn place was probably moved again for all I know, but usually I end up there anyway. Anyway, the area I was in was unfamiliar. You'd think after working here for a few weeks I'd have seen everything, but alas. I looked around and found that the corridor I was in was labelled Southwest Wing. This struck my interest because I've reviewed all the maps and floor plans of this godforsaken place, and I've never seen a Southwest Wing mentioned. I was in an area of the hospital that didn't exist. I wandered on for a while, exploring the newly found area, when my gut suddenly dropped with the worst feeling ever. I got the chills, and my spine tingled. I knew I shouldn't be here. All of the rooms in the Southwest Wing had heavy-duty locks. I decided to poke around. Walking further on, I passed a room that had the door open, and I peeked in, making sure I wouldn't be noticed. What I saw was the most disturbing image I've ever seen. It was a human, or what looked to be one, but it was just a torso with arms. Think arms for legs, and one for the head, on top of the existing set of arms. I gasped, and the thing noticed and scuttled towards the door. I bolted down the hallway as I heard the door slam. I looked over my shoulder, and I was relieved to be alone. As I wandered around trying to retrace my steps and find the way I came in, the hallways kept rearranging so I could never find the same place twice. As the corridors stretched onward, a foul smell started emanating from all around. It smelled like necrotic skin, but worse. I gagged, then fished around my pocket for the surgical mask I stuffed in there earlier, and put it on in a feeble attempt to block out the smell. As I turned to the corner, I saw double doors that opened into what looked to be a huge operating room. I saw 3 of what I assumed to be humans in hazmat suits wheeling a gurney into that room. Once glanced in my direction, and I quickly ducked around the corner to avoid being seen. I didn't see what they had on that gurney, and I didn't really want to, so I ran. I ran until I eventually ended up near the ER, where I was supposed to be half an hour ago. My co-worker Mark saw me out of breath. "What happened to you?" he asked with a laugh. I couldn't find any words. "Sorry I'm late," I said. "What do you mean?" He looked puzzled. "I got lost." He looked at me with a confused expression and pointed at the clock on the wall. It was still 1:30. I could have sworn I was in the Southwest Wing for at least 30 minutes. It should have been 2 o'clock. I don't know what the fuck is going on in Cedarville General. I used to consider myself a logical person, well versed in sciences, scoffing and rolling my eyes whenever someone brought up magic or conspiracies. If something didn't have a scientific explanation, then it wasn't true. I'm not so sure of that anymore. After weeks of working at Cedarville General, I was sure I couldn't see anything weirder, until this homeless guy started hanging around. At least, we think he's a homeless guy. He started hanging around in front of the hospital, playing the ukulele. Also, he's jacked as fuck. He's got the body of someone who goes to the gym every day, and he walks around shirtless. He's also pretty well groomed, with his mop of blonde curls, and he always wears Ray-Bans, which is quite unusual for a homeless guy. So yeah, he's a total Chad. I went out there the other day to ask him if he needed anything, why he was here, etc. He stood up and told me that he owned the building. Okay, I was skeptical, of course. Then homeless Chad pointed to me, tipped his sunglasses down and said, "You do good work," and smiled. Alrighty. I decided to leave him alone and go back inside. The old ladies visited again. This time they asked their nurse to see me, which was unusual. I don't do dialysis, and I didn't even think they knew my name. I walked into their room, and the middle one immediately pointed at me. She had the eye. "None of the other people that work here give me the same feeling you do," she whispered, her finger wiggling in my face. "What do you mean? What do you see?" "Excuse me?" The lady on the right piped in. "What do you see when you look at her?" I hesitated, not knowing what to say. "You're identical triplets, and you all share one glass eye," I asked, very confused. I heard murmuring coming from the group. The lady on the left started talking. "Do you have your pen?" she asked. Yes," I said, fishing around the pockets of my coat and producing the company-issued pen for her to see. She looked at it. "Curious," she mumbled. "Be careful," she said, pointing at me again. A moment later, I left the room, confused by the interaction I'd just had. What did they mean? I didn't have any patients today, so I decided to wander around for a while to maybe try to find where the cafeteria was stationed itself today. I walked past the janitor and I said good morning. His jaw dropped as he looked at me, as if he were surprised by something. He then continued to mop. One thing I noticed about the janitor that gave me creeps was that his feet were not on the ground. He was hovering 4 inches off the floor. There was some kind of animal in his bucket that I elected to ignore. I decided that it was just the water from the mop distorting the picture, but I couldn't convince myself 100%. I arrived at the cafeteria and found Kayla, the nurse I work with most of the time. I casually brought up the fact that the janitor was floating. She insisted we didn't have a janitor. A few hours passed when I was called into the ER. There was a teenage boy in there with 2 broken legs. Now, you may be asking, why did I say 2 broken legs instead of both? The reason being, he had 4. He had a horse's body. I did a double take, and his legs were human again. He had 2. We also had a middle-aged man come in holding what looked to be another person's severed arms, and asked us to reattach them. His pair was intact. My assistant insisted that he had lost both of his arms, and didn't even have the severed ones with him. A ton of other weird shit happened that day. I was on the 7th floor, and I saw homeless Chad pop up on the 3rd elevator. The extra elevator. That one doesn't lead anywhere. He sprinted to the window and threw himself out of it. Everyone gasped as they saw him hit the ground, 7 stories below. One lady screamed and cried about how his limbs were twisted in the wrong directions and such. Exasperated, I looked out the window. I saw him get up and flash a thumbs up back at us. Still no explanation for this. The lady talked about how ambulances showed up and they failed to resuscitate him. I saw him walk away, uninjured. The 5th floor west wing disappeared while I was at it. I was getting ready to scrub in for a surgery when the room just disappeared. And suddenly, I was on the 3rd floor. After I got off work around 6 o'clock that day, I decided to go to my apartment and write down the patterns I saw with the floors. Floor 1 was the least weird. The receptionist seems a little sketchy, but everything on that floor stays within that floor when it moves. The ER only moves wings, and so do the exam rooms. The only thing that still freaks me out is the southwest wing, which I haven't encountered since the first time. Floor 2 was where I usually encountered the doppelganger. The doppelganger is the name I've given to the entity that I occasionally catch mimicking my appearance. They always show up at the end of the longest corridor, and I can only see them in my peripheral vision. Everything else about floor 2 is absolutely normal. The rooms don't even move like the rest of the hospital. Floor 3's entire east wing is missing. It's just not there. Floor 4 is missing. Floor 5 is where patients go missing, and it's also where scream time happens. Floor 6 changes colour. Unlike the other floors that only change layout, this floor changes colour. Sometimes the walls are purple, sometimes they're grey. Floor 7 has the extra elevator. I saw homeless Chad use it once. I haven't seen any other activity from it. None of the other floors have 3 elevators. Floor 8 is the top floor, and the creepiest. There's no electricity on floor 8, yet somehow you can hear carnival music flowing evenly through the air, with no fluctuations in volume or anything. No one uses floor 8. I know I probably shouldn't, even after what those ladies told me this morning, but I want to attempt to find the southwest wing again. So as you probably all know by now, if you've read my previous entries, I'm in a pretty fucking weird situation. In case you haven't read the other parts, to sum it up, I started working at the weirdest hospital ever. The building's weird, the patients are weird, it's just all round weird. After contemplating it for a while, I decided to let myself get some sleep, because the next day, I was going to stay for night shift. The whole day leading up to the night shift was strange, so normal I guess. Homeless Chad winked and threw a finger gun at me as I walked past him. The receptionist had bat wings today. There was a teenage boy in the ER that needed sutures for a large laceration on his arm. Sounds pretty normal. The only thing off was that his blood was gold. I caught the doppelganger off guard and finally got a good look. They looked exactly like me. About 5'4", female, curly blonde hair, even styled the same as mine. And they even got the locations of my birthmarks correct. The only difference was the eyes. The doppelganger had those piercing green eyes. Mine are blue. This was all I got to take in before they inevitably disappeared. The 6th floor was pink today. I was assisting with a cesarean today. The woman receiving it birthed a baby boy with goat legs. She wasn't a goat and didn't even look to be part goat. The child was. The head surgeon asked me why I looked so shocked. I didn't say anything. The old ladies came in for their dialysis again, and I can't believe I didn't think anything about it possibly not being dialysis, but something different. I've been wondering how they're almost 120 years old, with no caregivers, supposedly poor health, and doing perfectly fine. I'm beginning to have a hypothesis about pens. One of you suggested that the reason the employees are forced to carry pens is because they block out the weirdness, which would explain why none of my co-workers notice it. But why do I see all this shit? Anyway, let's get away from the day's happenings and into the nights. I clocked in for night shift around 6:30 and went about my duties as normal. That is, until it got dark. I was on the 1st floor, crossing the lobby, when I immediately noticed something was different. Right in the centre of the lobby was a staircase, a spiral one to be exact, straight through the centre of the room. I looked up, and there looked to be a landing on every floor. I looked down at it, and it seemed to spiral all the way down to God knows what. Maybe a sub-basement? I had so many questions. What the hell was at the bottom? Was there possibly a landing on the missing 4th floor? I stepped away from the stairs when I noticed the receptionist staring at me. "You shouldn't see that," she growled. Her eyes were glowing. "I was just passing through, ma'am," I said, putting my hands up and backing away in the opposite direction. I didn't have any patience, so I decided to go up to the 8th floor, and maybe I could access the mysterious staircase. The elevator stopped and let me off at the 8th floor, but it was different than usual. To start, there was light. It was about 9:30 at night, so there was no natural light pouring in through the windows, but there was light. I looked to the staircase, and it seemed to spiral all the way up out of the ceiling. What the fuck? I whispered to myself. I stepped on the stairs and began my descent, hoping maybe to end up on the 4th floor. I arrived at the 4th floor, and there it was, the missing floor. It was a nicer area of the hospital, and it seemed a lot newer than the rest of the place somehow. Homeless Chad was sitting in the chair in the middle of one of the waiting areas, reading. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. "I told you, I own the building." "What even is this floor?" "'Tis my hangout," he said. "Do we treat any patients here?" "Occasionally, the odd god or demigod will come through here," he said, casually. I'd pretty much accepted at this point that Chad was not human, but I had even more questions. "Where are the employees?" "It's just me, baby," he said. I looked at his shirtless torso and bare feet and decided there was no way. "Who are you?" "The god of healing." "How can I trust that that's true?" I asked. He snapped his fingers. "Take a look under the band-aid on your forearm and tell me what your cat scratch looks like." How did he know I got scratched by my cat earlier? I rolled up my sleeve and ripped off the band-aid to reveal that the scratch was gone. Well, if you can do that, then why do you hire doctors here? That scratch was nothing. I can only do so much. Some cases require the talents of a mortal, and so far, you're the most talented I've seen in a while. "Psh, please, I'm average," I said modestly. "You reattached that guy's arms earlier with no problem, and he's fine now." I shrugged. I was still skeptical, but this guy definitely wasn't the weirdest thing I'd come across at this place. I decided to press him more. "What's your name?" "Apollo." "Where does the staircase go?" "All the way down to the underworld, and all the way up to Olympus." What is this place? A hub for the healthcare needs of all myths, legends, and the generally abnormal. Why am I here? I'm human. He looked at me and sighed. "No, you're not." "What?" "You wouldn't be able to see me if you were. You still have your pen, which is supposed to act as a mist to block mortals here from seeing the weird. You still can, despite it." "Then what am I?" "You think I know?" "Well, you are a god, right? You should know." "You're probably one of my kids, for all I know." "You mean you don't keep track of them?" "Nah. I have so many one-night stands that I can't count them, so it's quite plausible." I was too focused on asking him the one question that burned into me, that I didn't even seem too fazed by all the talk about gods and myths. I didn't even seem fazed by the possibility of this guy being my father. Maybe I was just desensitized to the weirdness. Who knows? I asked him the question. "What's the southwest wing?" He looked puzzled. "What?" he asked. "The southwest wing." "There's no such thing as the southwest wing," he said, looking at me like I was crazy. I stuck my hands in my pockets out of discomfort. "Are you sure? I stumbled upon this area the other day, and it was labelled as the southwest wing. I thought maybe you'd know what it was. There's no such thing. I designed this building. I would know." The fact that he designed the building to purposely fuck with people was slightly entertaining. But the fact that even this little god didn't even know what the southwest wing was terrifying. My radio crackled with the announcement that I was needed in the ER, so I had to wrap up my conversation with Apollo/Chad. The ER is even weirder at night. First of all, at night, no efforts were made to conceal any of the weirdness. Apparently, mortals didn't work the night shift. The other doctors and nurses on night shift all had their quirks. One nurse floated and could control the water. One doctor was a centaur. Yes, a centaur. Not even sanitary. One patient claimed to be the son of a war god when I asked him how his legs were sawed off. The situation had nothing to do with the battle. He deliberately sawed them off. We luckily got them reattached. I think he was just crazy. I encountered what I thought was a dragon. Some of you suggested that this hospital is for Greek myths, but a lot of the things I've encountered have no mythological counterpart. Among all things at night, The staircase piques my interest the most. Monsters and God knows what keep coming out the bottom, and one of the two deities came from the top. Everything else came through the front. Most were humanoid. Some were different monsters and such, but they were all quite kind when you treated them. We had a few normal humans at night, just like during the day, but none of them paid attention to the weird stuff. I am so not used to this, and I don't think I ever will get used to it. But for now, I treat myths and legends at Cedarville General. I still have yet to figure out what the Southwest Wing is, but I've begun trying to figure out how to access it again. It still scares me extremely, but I'm just too curious. It's almost like I can't live without knowing. You know, typically, I'm not a superstitious person, but I regret not taking that one idiom seriously. Curiosity killed the cat. After the whole experience with the night shift, I'm kind of shaken. Apparently, Cedarville General is a hospital for myths. Apparently, whom I thought to be homeless Chad, but is actually Apollo, might be my father. Apparently, I'm not entirely human. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But anyway, the Southwest Wing. Apollo said it doesn't exist, which doesn't make any sense considering I've been to it. He also said despite designing the building and owning it, he's never heard of such a thing. So I've decided to try to find the Southwest Wing again. First, I thought maybe it showed up when you wanted it to. Then I immediately ruled that out, since I wasn't looking for it the first time I encountered it. I began to think that maybe I would get to it if I was caught off guard, so I began wandering around the hallways. Then I realised that I was looking for it. Then, after multiple shifts of rushing around, I was never caught off guard by the mysterious wing. I was getting used to the weirdness and even making friends with some of the patients and employees. I still don't trust Mark though. He gives me a weird feeling. But otherwise, I'm really enjoying the job. It's quite interesting. I clocked out for the night and went back to my apartment. Then I had an idea. If apparently the hospital is mainly for Greek myths and legends, why shouldn't Greek mythology help me figure out the Southwest Wing? So I decided to stay up late and brush up on my Greek myths. The only thing was, only some of the stuff I'd seen could be explained in myths. The rest of the weird occurrences were just horrific and strange, like something out of a horror movie. Apollo did say it was a hospital for all things weird. And I guess that also meant shit that couldn't even be explained with fairy tales. I found one myth that could explain the Southwest Wing. To start, the Southwest Wing had a few defining characteristics that I'd noticed during my encounter. It was confusing. It seemed to be constantly be changing as if to keep me from getting out. Time was warped and distorted. It felt like I was in there for at least 30 minutes, but the clock said no time passed. It also made me feel really uneasy, which was strange considering the fact that I'd desensitized to most gore and horror. The Southwest Wing was the first thing in a while that made me genuinely queasy. It also was hard to find and was presumed to not exist, apparently. 3 out of the 4 things can be explained by the myth of Daedalus's labyrinth. The labyrinth constantly changes. Time is distorted. It's hard to find and hard to escape. It also contained horrifying monsters and traps. Fun. I delved deeper into the myth and tried to find ways to locate the labyrinth, if that's even what the Southwest Wing is. So the next day, I decided to start searching for the symbol, the Greek letter delta, as I went about my workday. Also, about the perception inhibitors, the pens and the coffee, I just recently hypothesized about coffee, since we're always forced to finish it. I left my pen on my desk, and I skipped coffee. Big mistake. Turns out, inhibitor or not, I was still able to see through the mist. According to Apollo, I'm a demigod. So I basically stayed up until 3 a.m. reading fairy tales and then skipped out on caffeine for no reason. I wandered around, already drowsy, when I came across a bulletin board with a bunch of flyers on it. One of the flyers was just a triangle. Delta. I grabbed the flyer and immediately the wall in front of me disappeared. I was in the southwest wing. I would have done a happy dance if I wasn't about to piss myself from nerves. I turned around and the hallway I came in through was nowhere. It was just the endless southwest wing, and I was absolutely terrified and unprepared. The only choice I had was to go onward. One thing I've noticed is that the wing doesn't get too creepy until you've been walking for at least 10 minutes. Then, you start hearing things. And the doors once again have heavy-duty locks, and it smells. And it induces paranoia. Lots of fun stuff. It also killed me to not know what was behind those doors, or what was going on in the rooms. It was almost like it was tailored to be my own personal psychological hell of unknowing. I walked for about 10 more minutes, and then I began to feel my head spin as my vision turned black, and I lost consciousness and collapsed. Due to my own stupidity and poor choices, I passed out from exhaustion in the middle of a possibly malicious labyrinth. As I began to come to, I heard voices and murmurs. Specimen is an adult female, about 29, height 5'4", weight 125 pounds, athletic build, blonde hair, blue eyes. They were describing me. I felt one of them tug my ID tag off my breast pocket. Dr. Maxine Wilson, internal medicine and general surgery. Well, then what's she doing here? I don't know. I probably wandered in by accident. How does a mortal wander into here by accident? I don't know, boss. Maybe she's not normal? The voice sounded slightly scared. Well, then figure it out. I opened my eyes for a brief second and then shut them quickly again upon realization of where I was. I was in one of the exam rooms. I heard the door slam as both of the voices started to bicker down the hallway, and I decided that the coast was clear for me to look around. I opened my eyes and sat up. The room looked to be an OR. There were all kinds of tools and probes lined up on a table next to me. I hope that they didn't use any of those on me yet. I was still dressed in my scrubs and lab coat, which was a good sign that they didn't get to probing my asshole at least. I'd been in OR before. This one was unsettling. Mainly because I wasn't alone, though I initially thought I was. I had falsely thought that everyone had left, except there was one guy that I missed, who was standing in the corner with his arms folded. He looked like he was part bull. He also looked like he'd been named Brutus, but who am I to determine that? Brutus snorted and glared in my direction. I nearly shit myself. "Hey, buddy, what's up?" I asked, making my best attempt to be friendly. All of a sudden, he picked up a syringe with his large, oafish hands and began to fill it. The solution wasn't something I'd seen before, but I knew it couldn't be good. He lunged towards me with the needle. My heart started pounding as I tried to jump off the exam table, but something tugged my arm and shot pain down it, preventing my escape. I looked at my forearm and sighed. Really? They gave me an IV? I was passed out for probably 10 minutes at the most, and this was kind of a huge inconvenience right now. I ripped it out as carefully as I could and bolted towards the door, Brutus still lumbering closer. I fiddled with the door handle, but it was locked. Seriously, what kind of psycho locks a room from the outside? Brutus was almost close enough to grab me and literally had my back against a wall. My last option was to defend myself. I was scrambling around to try and find a last resort weapon to defend myself with, when my eyes were drawn to the fire extinguisher. I tried to open the cabinet that housed the fire extinguisher, but it too was locked. Seriously, who the fuck locks up a fire extinguisher? I used my elbow to smash through the glass. Then I grabbed the fire extinguisher and hoisted it above my head, bringing it down on Brutus. He crumpled to the ground in front of me and looked to still be alive. I tossed the fire extinguisher to the side as an escape idea clicked into my head. I jogged over to the door to the observation room and crossed my fingers as I reached for the doorknob. Surprisingly, it was unlocked. But what was inside was terrifying. Do any of you recall my first entry? I mentioned the creature that was just a torso with a bunch of arms. Well, this observation room looked to be the office of a psychopath. I've seen some pretty gruesome shit, so when I say I audibly gasped upon seeing this room, you can assume it's pretty horrible. There were bulletin boards lining the walls, even covering the one-way glass, each one filled with rows upon rows of pictures of the befores and after of horrifically deformed creatures and people. Upon scanning the boards up and down, I discovered that the board was called the Wall of Successes. Each picture was labelled with an ID number. In what way were these successes? I was beginning to feel sick. Upon looking further, I discovered that some of the pictures were of patients I'd treated before, now massacred beyond recognition. I thought I was going to throw up. I stumbled back, partially out of nausea and partially out of shock, and I bumped into a filing cabinet, which promptly toppled over with a crash. I froze, praying no one would catch me in here. I took a deep breath after a few seconds, but my heart was still pounding. When the filing cabinet fell, the contents of one of the drawers spilled out. Piles upon piles of case reports. I cautiously picked one up and looked through it. Classified under the protection of Redacted. Experiment report number 133. The man spider. Specimen appears to be functioning properly after reconstruction. The arms from Redacted, 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 and Redacted seem to be working well together. I flipped through more of the pages and I was terrified. To sum it up, whoever this belonged to had kidnapped 5 humans from the hospital, trapped them in this wing, chopped them up, and put everything back together in some horrific conglomeration of body parts. Upon seeing the pictures from this particular report, I actually threw up in my mouth. Then, I heard voices approaching. I froze in my tracks when I heard the voices. Maybe they wouldn't come in here. Maybe I'd have time to figure something out. I set the file folder down and began to scan the room for a possible exit. No doors, no windows. I'm screwed. I saw 2 blurry figures through the smudged and dusty observation window. I knew I shouldn't have let that beast in charge, a nasal-sounding voice said. The figures approached the door, and I froze as the handle turned and the door swung open. A ferrety-looking guy walked in. He looked a few older than I, with a head of greasy, greying black hair and thin wire-framed glasses, accenting his beady-looking eyes. His nose was small and pointed in the air, and he was dressed like a nerd. Sweater vest, bow tie, pocket protector, khakis. He looked like he'd be the kind of guy that boasts about his genius IQ, when in reality, he's mediocre. I'm pretty sure I beat him up in high school for being a pretentious fuck. The other guy with him was another Minotaur, a bigger one. He looked like Boris. The ferret man spoke. "Ah, Dr. Wilson, I see you found my archive. Do you like it?" he said, spreading his arms. "Yeah, it's very pleasant," I said, sarcastically. "I see you've taken out my minion," he said, his face beginning to look very punchable. "I've also heard your former classmates at MIT that you're a pretty gifted engineer too. You could help me," he said, with a devilish smile. "It's quite the shame you decided to go into medicine. What could have worked together?" "Who are you? How do you know—" I began to speak, but he cut me off. "Hush, mortal. I know things." "Yeah, creepy stalker things. Like I asked before, who are you? What is this place and what are you doing?" "Oh, how rude of me. Allow me to introduce myself." He bowed. "Dr. Brandon O'Neill, but my colleagues call me the Sawbone." He smirked again. "Okay, Brandon, what are you doing here?" "It's not Brandon." "Well, it is, but it's not. Whatever. Okay, Mr. Sawbone, I mocked. What are you doing here? He scoffed. Well, you see, when I was a very young boy, I found out I was a demigod. My father is Hephaestus, god of metalworking, tools, and fire, he smirked. Great. Now I had him monologuing. I met with a group of other demigods, who all had special talents relating to their godly parents. We all started talking, and I decided to test my hand in building something to prove my parentage. I nodded. But turns out I sucked. I sucked at mechanics. I was horrific when it came to engineering, and I couldn't build a fucking birdhouse to save my life. The other demigods made a mockery of me, constantly doubting my legitimacy. I folded my arms. Until one day, I found a dog on the side of the road. It had gotten hit by a car, and its leg was broken. I decided to help it, and I was able to repair its leg. I watched it run out of my workshop happily. It was that day I discovered that I worked better with organic materials, he said, spreading his arms to showcase the board of pictures. You know these other demigods I mentioned? I nodded. I rebuilt them, he said with a devilish grin. This guy was a total psycho. I began to inch my way towards the door, trying to make my escape. He began to pace all around the room, still shaking. There goes my escape. And then I utilized the confusing magic of Daedalus's labyrinth to build this wing, in which my creations can flourish. He paused. Do you fear me now, mortal? If I'm being honest, I can't really be intimidated by someone named Brandon. Sorry, dude, I said. Well, you will come to fear me. The sawbone, he smiled wider. Okay, I said skeptically, trying to nudge my way out the door again. I didn't fear him, but I was entirely unsettled and disturbed by his way of thinking. It worried me what he might do to me, although he was a bit of a weak excuse for a villain. That fool Apollo still doesn't even know, he chuckled under his breath. I mean, he has an idea. God damn it. I made another huge mistake when I said this, because I never should have. I should have just kept my damn mouth shut. I could have escaped if I'd just let him indulge in his delusion of grandeur, but alas, I was a fool. His eyes lit up with more malicious joy as he turned to look at me. You've met Apollo? I tried to play dumb. Who's Apollo? You're lying. You're not really mortal, are you? He pressed. What are you? Nature spirit? Cloud nymph? His eyes widened. How did I not realise before? He tossed. I'd recognise that hair anywhere. You're Apollo's spawn, aren't you? Another demigod, he snarled. My heart was pounding, and I felt my hands starting to shake. I needed to find a way out. Suddenly, he opened his arms in a welcoming position. Well, why didn't you say so sooner, he said. Come on, let's take a little tour, why don't we? He smiled that devilish grin again. I'll pass. I have a surgery I have to get to. No, darling, I insist. Time is distorted here, he said joyfully. The level of fake in his tone of voice almost rivaled that of the mean girls that can be found at almost any school. I was impressed and also terrified, because I could tell he was going to try and pull something. I could have just decked him and ran for it. But the Minotaur was a limiting factor, as was the unpredictable layout of the labyrinth. My only choice was to follow him. He led me down corridors, pointing out things along the way, like, this is the holding room, this is the operating room, this is spare parts storage, until we came to a corridor of large cages. And this is where the finished products are held, he exclaimed. Up and down the rows of cages were hundreds of grossly mutilated monsters. A woman with snakes for arms and legs. A satyr whose bottom half was replaced with another satyr's top half. A creature similar to Man Spider, but had all legs instead of all arms. It was terrifying and impeccably sad. As we passed the cages, one of the women, her legs were a horse's, came up to the bars of the cage and gestured towards me. I scooted closer and touched the bars. Help us, she gurgled, sounding and looking malnourished and sick. I reached a shaky hand through the bars and touched hers. "I'll try," I whispered, looking in her eyes. I could sense the pain and dread emanating from the people and creatures trapped here, like pigs in a slaughterhouse, who know their inevitable doom. Except pigs in a slaughterhouse have their suffering ended. The Sawbones creations don't. They have to continue living after being massacred by a maniac. I had to do something. Sorry this entry is a few days late. I had to figure out how to put it into words. Now, as I'd mentioned a few days ago, I was being taken now on a tour of the Sawbones wing of the hospital by a dork named Brandon with a god complex, among many other suspected neurological issues. To sum it up, this guy was absolutely batshit insane. Combine General Zaroff from The Most Dangerous Game with any pretentious dick from your school, and then make him 10 times worse and even more twisted. That's this guy. It was disgusting. His creations were people and creatures that were disassembled piece by piece, then forged back together by the hands of a surgical maniac. They were sentient beings. They had feelings and lives and families. And now they were mutilated beyond recognition and locked up in cages for the amusement of a psychopath. The smell was horrific on top of everything else. He never cleaned the cages. Feces and urine lined the floor, the smell permeating the entire hall. Despite how messed up it was, I must admit, he was good. Like, horrifyingly good. No matter how grotesque his creations were, they looked frighteningly natural. Minimal to no scarring, despite being mutilated. Full function of all limbs, no matter where they were placed or what they were replaced with. His surgical skills were impeccable, rivaling the work of some of the best doctors I've worked with. It was terrifying. And I can advocate because he forced me to watch him. "Come hither, Miss Wilson. I have something else to show you." He turned around and smiled devilishly. Seriously, what kind of freak unironically says "come hither"? Anyway, he said this as I was interacting with the patients. I'm pretty good at reading people, and I'm pretty sure he noticed. I turned around to look at him. "Come on, darling, no need to be afraid. I would never harm a fellow demigod," he lied, beckoning me toward him. I continued to follow him. "And this," he spread his arms wide dramatically, gesturing towards large double doors, "is my workshop." His workshop was a large OR. And today's your lucky day, because you get to see my demonstration. Fantastic, I groaned. I was really getting irked by this guy, and I needed to do something. What would he do to me if I tried? "Follow me right this way," he grinned again. "No need to sanitize, hon. I'll be doing all the work. Just stay behind the yellow line. I'd hate to have anything splattered all over your lab coat. It's quite frustrating," he said, as he ushered me through the scrub room and led me to a corner. He went back in and shut the door behind him. You may be wondering, why didn't she take this chance to escape? He came out a few seconds later, obliterating my chance. He had ditched the high school geek setup for classic blue surgical garb and walked over to the table. "Augustus, bring me my supplies," he called. Another minotaur came through the double doors, wheeling a gurney with 2 people on it. They were both unconscious and strapped to it. "You will now witness the talent of the sawbone." He glanced at me. "Any suggestions? How about human centipede style? Oh, or arms for legs? Great idea," he pointed at me. I didn't say anything. He was praising himself. I watched in a combination of awe and horror as he hacked his patients into pieces and meticulously pieced them back together. His hands worked quickly and neatly, his nimble fingers trying off every stitch with absolutely no struggle. The end result was horrific. He had fused the one man's mouth to the other man's anus, human centipede style. He'd swapped the positions of Armand's legs, creating the most terrifying and disturbing image I've ever seen in my life. He finished cleaning up his tools and then pulled down his mask and looked in my direction. "What do you think, fellow demigod?" At this point, I snapped out of my awe-induced catatonia and dropped to my knees, dry heaving my lungs out to the point where my eyes watered and my throat stung. I could feel my body shuddering worse than after even the goriest of trauma surgeries with every heave, and I felt incredibly nauseous. It was the worst thing I've ever witnessed. And Dr. Brandon O'Neill went through with it with his joyful grin, never leaving his face. "What's wrong, doctor? Can a fellow surgeon not handle a little gore?" he asked me, condescendingly. "You have no right to call yourself a doctor," I said in between coughs. "Why not? I have my MD," he grinned wider, folding his arms across his blood-stained gown. "Surely you're desensitized by now. Or are you still soft?" he pressed. "I can handle gore caused by trauma, not intentional mutilation," I said as I stood up, shaking. "Ah, still soft, I see. Try to dial down the emotions, maybe." Then I acted on impulse. I balled my fist and brought it to meet right under his nose. He whirled around, hit the floor, and passed out cold. Well, so I thought. He was laughing. He pulled himself off the ground, laughing. He wiped blood from his nose and stood up to face me again. "Surely that's not the best you can do," he continued to laugh. "Take her away," he waved to his Minotaur assistant. I tried to run, but the Minotaur had me locked in his arms. I felt a needle go into my neck, and I slowly faded out of consciousness. "You okay?" I heard a voice come in the door. I looked up. It was Mark. Never during my whole job here have I seen Dr. Wilson cry. "New to all the demigod stuff, hey?" he smirked. "It's a lot more than that." "What?" I asked him. I knew we had more in common than before. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Dr. Mark Smith, son of Asclepius. He held out his hand. I shook it. Pretty generic name for a son of such a specialized god. I sniffed back my tears to smirk. I wasn't surprised by his identity. I knew something was off about him since I met him. He nodded. I decided to ask if he'd seen the same stuff as me. "Have you ever been to the Southwest Wing?" I asked. His smirk faded away. "What?" he said softly. "I guess not then. Ever heard of a guy who calls himself the Sawbone?" His facial expression got even darker. I didn't think he was still alive. "What?" He sat down in a chair across from mine. "Years ago he sighed. "I worked with Dr. O'Neill before he went insane." "Really?" "Yeah. He was one of my buddies from high school. When we graduated college, he asked if I wanted to be a part of a project. I accepted. I was eager to work on this with him. He described it as revolutionary." I nodded. "When he brought in the volunteers, I got confused. I thought we were going to be researching prosthetics and stuff," he sighed. "What happened?" "He started hacking them apart right in front of me. And he wouldn't let me leave even though I was obviously uncomfortable. What he was doing was so wrong." "Wait, you're my nephew," I said, interrupting the conversation. "What?" "Never mind. Back to your story." "Okay. Anyway, he was laughing maniacally the whole goddamn time. It was terrifying. He wasn't the Brandon I used to know. I'd never seen this side of him. So what did you do?" "Nothing. He ended up blowing himself up in some crazy experiment." My eyes widened in shock. I watched him die, Max. The room fell into an awkward silence, to the point where you could hear a pin drop. You know how in the movies they have those scenes where the character reveals a big secret? It felt like one of those. Well, he's obviously still alive. Was there any way he could have survived? Mark shook his head solemnly. No, there were pieces of him everywhere. There was no way. Intriguing. Well, I know I'm new to all this magic stuff, but is there a way he could have, I don't know, been resurrected? Mark shrugged. Be extremely hard.
I think we should tell Apollo, I suggested. Mark thought for a few seconds before agreeing with me. We both stayed for night shift that night, and then ascended the spiral staircase to the 4th floor, Apollo's floor. The only thing was, Apollo wasn't there. I sighed. Where is he? Maybe Olympus? Mark gestured towards the staircase and pointed upward. I really don't want to climb all those, I whined. Watch him not even be there. Even if he isn't, there's other helpful gods. Whatever. I guess it's worth it if we do something about the sawbone, I sighed, beginning to climb the stairs. About an hour and 200 stairs later, we got off at the top of the staircase. The landing was remarkably ornate and gorgeously designed, with marble and gold accenting every structure. I felt incredibly out of place. We approached a set of large gilded double doors, considering the fact that they were the only thing in sight that would be a possible entrance to Olympus. I knocked. The doors opened. The room widened into a grand hall, with 12 thrones lining the walls. Each throne was occupied by a god. What mortal dares enter Olympus? A voice boomed. I waved. Zeus, dude, chill out, it's just my kid, Apollo said. And some other dude. What's up? We explained the whole situation to him. Unfortunately, Hephaestus isn't here right now, so I'll have to talk some sense into him. Alright, but I'll need your help to get the wing. Okay. We made our way back down the staircase, discussing plans the whole time. I told Apollo and Mark about the labyrinth, and how the delta symbol marked the entrance. Oh, so like this, Mark said, picking a flyer off of a bulletin board. It was the same flyer I had found earlier, the one that was just a triangle. That was easy, Apollo said. As soon as the wall disappeared, we began walking. The wing had completely changed, almost as if it were alive, and actively trying to keep us from getting to our destination, if we even had one. We were walking for a few minutes when the corridor started getting eerie. Someone was following us. Well. See you've brought your friends this time. Doctor? Growled a voice behind us. Guess who? The sawbone spread his arms wide dramatically and sneered. Brought more people to witness my talents? Or possibly more subjects? Your father is very disappointed in you, Apollo said, crossing his muscular arms. Why would he be disappointed? After all, he gave me my talents, he smirked. Miss Wilson, I assume you enjoyed my show so much that you wanted to show it to your friends. Well, come on, let's have some fun. He led us down the hallway once again. Everyone was silent as we followed him, tuning out his despicable monologuing. I wondered if Apollo had a plan. He probably didn't. The sawbone led us further until we finally arrived at his workshop. Ta-da, he sang, showcasing the room to us as the doors opened. Now, darlings, just keep behind the yellow line. Miss Wilson can advocate that it gets pretty messy, he snickered. I started feeling sick again. The sawbone called for his assistant again, but this time it wasn't a minotaur. The guy shuffled in uncomfortably, pushing the gurney with the specimens. The sawbone started laughing maniacally and asking for suggestions again. Then, faster than light, Apollo lunged towards the sawbone and grabbed him by the neck. You will not do this to mortals, or anything for that matter. I am the god Apollo, owner of this hospital, and I forbid it. You've done too much, and the Olympian Council has warranted for your arrest, dead or alive. The sawbone smirked. Yeah, right. Then I watched in horror as Apollo snapped his neck, effortlessly. I heard the sickening crunch, and the sawbone crumpled to the floor, still wearing his devilish grin. He was dead. What? I began to ask. Suddenly, the sawbone sat up, and his head swiveled around to look at us. You don't think I'd modify myself too, foolish demigod?
I woke up in a cell. My immediate thought was, what had he done to me? After examining myself, The answer was nothing. I was still intact, which I was surprised and relieved by. I sat up and noticed Brandon standing at the door to my cell, watching me. How long had he been standing there? Are you still sure you don't remember me? He snarled as soon as I noticed him. What? I sputtered. The reason I knew where you went to college wasn't because I talked to people who knew you. It was because I went there too. I was in your classes. Sorry, dude. Doesn't ring a bell, I yawned. Seriously? I was in all of your classes. Brandon O'Neill? Nope. Well, I thought maybe you would remember me, since you always had it out for me, he snarled again. I don't even know who you are. Surprising. You always made the effort to humiliate me. I looked at him like he was crazy, which he was. Like I said, I don't even know you. Well, whether it was intentional or not, you always had it out for me. Whenever I thought I did something good, you had to one-up me. I just stood up to face him through the bars. Oh, Wilson is so smart. Her projects and test scores are exceptional. Where? He said in a mocking tone. I looked at him like he was crazy again. The professors always used your work as examples. They always called on you and praised you for being a genius. And I was scum. And you've held this against me for 8 years? That's sad. You made me look like an idiot, Wilson. And coincidentally, I've gotten my chance to get back at you. The Grey Sisters told me I'd meet someone from my past who knew it would be my greatest foe. How pleasantly fitting, he grinned. Well, I see you haven't grown up, Sawbone, I said his nickname with finger quotes. And you're locked in a cell by my hand. Actually, it was your guard. Gods, just shut up already, he snapped. I'm going to think of something to do to you, and you will suffer. Okay, I said, widening my eyes and mocking his cockiness with hand signs. He stomped his foot and stormed away. I might not have made it seem like it, but I was terrified. I thought I was going to shit my pants, and my adrenaline was going crazy. I had to keep my cool, though. I sat against the back wall of my cell and let out a sigh, taking shaky deep breaths to try to compose myself. Maybe I could get out of here. I'm surprised you've lasted this long without giving up, said a voice next to me. I looked over. The voice came from the cell next to me. I couldn't see who it was, due to the wall between us, but I could hear them. Well, what else am I supposed to do? I replied. Silence. Get out while you still have that spirit. Are you one of his, you know? Yes. My name was Kate. He calls me... Never mind. I could sense the fear in her voice. My name's Dr. Maxine Wilson, but call me Max. Anyway, Kate, how did you end up here? Silence. I had just finished getting stitches in my hand. They discharged me. I couldn't find the exit. Then Sawbone found me, and... She didn't finish the sentence. I'm a monster, I heard her say softly. Please leave. I don't want you to end up this way. I'm going to try. I'll get you out of here too. What kind of doctor are you? General and trauma surgeon, but I also work in internal medicine. Are you good? I guess, she sighed. Would you be able to fix me? Silence. I don't know. I ran my hand through my hair. Max? Yeah. I can help you. Really? Yeah. Silence. Do you have anything long and skinny, like a hairpin? She asked. No, I'm sorry. I have something that I snatched off of one of the Sawbone's papers as he walked by. I heard the sound of something slide across the tile floor, and I saw it a few inches from my cell. A paper clip. Do you know how to pick a lock? I reflected back on the time I figured it out in order to pull a prank on my old roommate. Yes, I do. Good. I reached my hand through the bars of my cell and struggled to reach the paperclip. I ended up stretching my whole arm through the bars in order to grab it. I got it. I fiddled with the lock for a few minutes, and finally the door swung open. I faced Kate's cell. "Kate?" I called. She was turned around, and I couldn't see her. "Do you want me to help you out?" "No. Go." "Why not?" She turned to face me. Her face was beautiful, but her body was nearly indescribable and caught me off guard. Her torso was furry, and she had 4 legs. 4 human legs. Her eyes were puffy with tears. "Go. I have nothing left. Leave me." "Kate," I started. "No, leave me. Don't waste your life. Get out." Silence. "Thank you," I said softly. The entire wing was silent. I stopped at a few cells to attempt to unlock them and free the creations inside, but none of them let me. They were broken. A pang of guilt shuddered through me. There was nothing I could do. I felt helpless. None of the creations wanted to leave. They had nothing left. They felt like monsters. If I couldn't save the last ones, I had to at least try to save the future ones. The only thing I could think to do was to get out of this wing, maybe find Apollo, and stop this psycho completely. But how? I ended up here because I was looking for it. Maybe I could get out by looking for the hospital. After what felt like hours of wandering around aimlessly, my heart jumping out of my chest every time I heard my shoes squeak, in fear that I might be caught, I found myself back in the hospital. It was busy as usual. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I noticed I was spacing out. "Are you alright?" I snapped out of my daze. Yeah, I'm fine." I thought about Kate. I thought about the other creations. I thought about how they wouldn't let me help them. I had to excuse myself to the break room, where I sat in the corner and cried, my body still shuddering with every breath. I had to do something. I was just unsure of what. The sawbones smiled at us and cocked his head to the side. It was impossible. I watched him die. I heard his neck crack. I watched his eyes roll back in his head. But here he is again, taunting us. "I have a lot more to offer than you might think," he said. His clothing store as his arms and legs lengthened and his fingers became claws. We ran. I was in front, Apollo was behind me, and Mark was behind Apollo. I've never ran so fast in my life. My heart was pounding out of my chest with another adrenaline rush, and I didn't have a plan, except to run. We heard the maniacal cackling of the monster as he followed us. I led Apollo and Mark around corners, through hallways, and everywhere you could go in a bland hospital wing to try to get away. It was hopeless. The sawbone knew the place, and we didn't. His grotesque claws kept reaching for us, narrowly missing each time. Until they didn't. "Help!" I heard a scream as the monster picked up Mark and brought him close to its face. It licked its gleaming white teeth, which were now hideously curved and razor sharp. "Where do you think you're going?" it snarled. "Help!" Mark whimpered. "I'll get you down," I yelled. "No, you won't," the monster snarled, biting into Mark. His scream was horrific and blood-curdling. It sent a shiver up my spine, and my heart felt like it was collapsing. Apollo looked on in shock and pulled a sword out of seemingly nowhere. Mark continued to scream in pain as Apollo lunged towards the monster and sliced one of its legs. The monster reared up and squealed in pain, dropping Mark onto the ground in front of us before retreating. I ran over to Mark, followed by Apollo. He was still alive. His body was mangled in the spots where the monster had sunk its teeth, to the point where there was blood everywhere and his muscle tissue and organs were visible. The monster had taken a whole chunk of him. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die, please. Not like this," he pleaded. "Just don't look at it. I wanted to say you're gonna be okay, but I didn't want to lie to him. I didn't know."
There was nothing I could do. He was too far past any type of treatment. I felt helpless. Please, please, I don't want to die. I held his hand and looked into his eyes. I couldn't think of anything to say. Please. I looked over, and even Apollo, the god of healing, hung his head. Mark looked at me again, his eyes now filled with tears, pain and fear accenting every word. Please, I don't want to... I was still speechless as he took his last breath. There was nothing we could do. Come on, Apollo said solemnly. I was too shocked to even cry. The monster had killed one of my friends, and I didn't know how to react. I got up. Yeah, I said shakily. Apollo and I walked for a few minutes in silence, too shocked to say anything. We were both on high alert, considering the sawbone monster could spring on us at any moment. The labyrinth continued to twist and wind and change as we walked through it, like it was alive. Why couldn't you do anything? I asked softly. Apollo was silent. Not as powerful as you think, he said. So what do we do? Kill it. But how? Silence. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, said a voice. Normal Brandon turned the corner. The one that I had just watched die, and then turn into a monster, and then kill my friend, was standing right in front of us. We can start the real fun. No, I said. Why not? He looked surprised. You're a monster. I know. Your point? I clenched my fists. I needed to think of something to do. I had a little god on my side, and yet I still had no plan. I decided to turn the tables and have some fun. You know, maybe we could have some fun. I'm really interested in how you modified yourself. Do you have a case report that I can read? His eyes widened and brightened. Ding, I'd found his fatal flaw. Of course, he said excitedly. Apollo shot me a look and said, What are you thinking? I winked at him. Follow me, he seemed genuinely excited. If there was one thing that this guy couldn't resist, it was a chance to show off. So I used that. He brought me back to the office that I initially woke up in and excitedly showed me his files. He made Apollo stand outside while I looked through the file. Finally, you've taken an interest in my work. I read the comprehensive case report of how he had modified himself, and I'm quite thankful that he was so good at documenting. I closed the report and thanked him. He surprisingly let me go. Be careful what you do, demigod, he said right before I left, his mouth curling into that smile again. Except his teeth were razor sharp. I caught up to Apollo and explained to him what I saw. I had a plan, except I didn't. I tried to sneak up on him, but I found myself getting tortured over and over again in ways I cannot even describe. I knew how he worked, but even though I was trying my best, he was too hard of an opponent. I vaguely remember getting electrocuted over and over again. I remember him trying to change my mind. I remember the threats, the ridicule, the horror. I remember him trying to pry up my nails. I remember him striking pressure points, rendering me useless. He wasn't just ruthless, he was smart. He wasn't a monster when he tortured me. He was in his normal human form. I can still hear his maniacal laughing. I remember laying on his table, my entire body feeling like it was on fire. I was alone against a monster with less than pleasant torture techniques, a monster who I had no chance against. My body still aches from the experience. I remember his voice. Oh, you didn't like that? Well, I don't care. The sound reverberated through the room as he pulled down on a lever, sending hundreds of volts of electricity coursing through my body, over and over and over. How about this? I'll let you go if you can answer this question. I gritted my teeth and grunted in pain. What's 2 plus 2? He was toying with me. I wanted to say 4. I knew it was 4. However, I couldn't answer him. Looks like you can't answer it. Whoopsies, he said, continuing to laugh and cranking the lever to shock me again. I just wanted it to end, as I listened to his maniacal laughing as he shocked me, for seemingly no reason. You have no chance, he cackled, smiling and laughing like a child. I lifted my head with difficulty after the seventh shock had subsided. Suddenly, the door flung open. Kate was standing there, and so were most of the other creations that I had recognized from the cells before. She flashed me a pained smile, and I acknowledged her silently. I'm sorry, I mouthed, struggling to breathe. Don't be, she whispered. There was nothing you could do. I won't let him do this to anyone. Hearing her, the sawbone glanced over to the door, and his grin faltered. Impossible! I broke you! I broke you all! Why are you here? He was shrieking at the top of his lungs, throwing a ballistic tantrum. In his anger, he ran over to me and jammed a needle into my arm, and I started to feel woozy, eventually blacking out. My co-workers said that they found me collapsed from exhaustion in the hospital's lobby, which is where I woke up. My entire body ached, and I examined myself for injuries, only finding some cuts and bruises. Miraculously, no broken bones. I went back to where the labyrinth's entrance was, and it wasn't there. The labyrinth was sealed. As for the sawbone, I can only assume he died, and took the hospital's section of the labyrinth with him. As for his creations, I can only wish the best for them. I wish I could have done something to help them, and I thank Kate graciously. They saved me. We held a funeral for Mark too, as I felt that he should be honoured. I also haven't seen Apollo since, and I even checked his hangout on the missing 4th floor. He hasn't been there. As for now, I work at a hospital for myths and monsters, and I've seen some freaky shit. All I know is that I have a feeling that the labyrinth isn't truly gone. It's alive. In fact, the whole hospital is alive. I'm going to be honest. My mind and body are both still recovering from the experience. I'll see you guys soon. Something's most definitely bound to happen. Signing off for now, Dr. Wilson. So this probably isn't as scary as most of the stories on this subreddit, but I'll put it in here anyway. I was 16 when this happened. So my mom and I stayed the night at my sister's house. We were staying in a bedroom in the basement. The basement was completely renovated and had windows and a door leading into the backyard, so not very creepy. My mom, sister and her kids were all upstairs eating breakfast, while I went to have a shower in the bathroom right next to our room. Everything was fine until I got out and was drying myself off. As I was drying myself off, the light started to lightly flicker, but I didn't think anything of it. I realised I forgot to grab my clothes, so I quickly dried off, wrapped the towel around myself, and went to the door. It didn't open. I figured that I might have locked the door, but just forgot, though I was sure I didn't, and unlocked it and tried to open it. It still didn't open. It was then that the light started to flicker more rapidly, as if someone was quickly hitting the light switch on and off. I started to freak out and desperately tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, no matter what I did. The light started to flicker on and off quicker and quicker. I yelled for help and I could hear my mom running down the stairs. But then the light stopped and I was suddenly able to open the door right as my mom was rounding the corner to enter the hallway. When I told my mom and sister, they thought it was so funny. My sister said it was probably the steam making the lights flicker, but that doesn't explain why the door wouldn't open no matter which way I turned the lock. The whole incident from when the lights started rapidly flickering to when I was able to open the door probably lasted 25 to 30 seconds. Okay, hey again. So this is one of my childhood stories my mom told me of the demon named the Sloth. So I was around 4 to 5 years old, and I have a twin sister, but we moved into a new house for the first month. All things are quite simple. After a month, me and my sister randomly would talk to our mom about the man in the bedroom window. The thing is, I was in one window,
Not a window I can even reach or look out, while my sister is on the other side of the house. Same issue. Anyway, the ghost was telling us to open the window and let it in, according to what my mom said. Month 3, and now me and my sister were terrified of the bedrooms, as we kept telling Mom he's trying to open the windows himself. Now the problem my mom said with us just seeing things is there is no trees or anything really to make the shadows a branch could do to make us see things. My mom said my sister one night told her the sloth now wants us to leave the house with it. My mom did call the cops to do a check at this point to make sure we weren't being stalked by a crazy person. We even added cameras. Nothing ever appeared. Month 5, maybe 6, my mom said random loud banging on the front and back door would happen at a random hour. She said she would call the cops, but no one was there. Late month 6, my mom said she entered my bedroom to see me praying to God and praying to Jesus like a minister would, trying to make the man go away. Remember, I was less than 6 years old at this time, doing a prayer with words I shouldn't even know yet. Month 7, I go up to my mom and tell her the man has long arms and is calling himself the sloth. And my mom said my sister reacted to the sloth coming to my window too. Later in the month, my mom said she looked at her window and saw a shadowy head looking in. My dad was out of town at this time for business, so my mom grabbed us, put us in a closet and called the cops. No one was there on camera, no footprints. Hell, it was snowing now as we entered December, and no prints anywhere. My mom called my dad that night and told him her thoughts. So they got the property blessed by the local church. The problems instantly stopped. However, the story isn't over. At this point, I've never heard this story till I believe 2014, maybe 2015, and me and my sister, mom, were watching the show Paranormal Witness. When on that show, they had a medium that came into a place near where we lived, and she said these words: "There is a demon in this house. Someone let in years ago, and it's called the sloth." At that moment, my mom started freaking out in a way I've never seen her do. Then she paused the video and told us the story. At this point, I'm caught up. My mom refuses to watch it, so I watch it alone to see what they say about it. Well, the sloth demon is a child killer. If you let it into your home, or if not, it may try to lure kids away from the home into traffic or other dangerous situations. So we're planning to try learning and putting the history of the morgues past together, as most of the 150-year-old history has been lost. Some pieces were brought to light through the Waverly Hills Sanatorium, connected by the body cart tracks, and some facts were found out of the wreckage of the once morgue's dark past. Me and some friends work at the morgue now, the haunted house during the Halloween season. We're hoping to connect with the spirits that haunt the grounds and hopefully learn some history, as what we do know is the owners went missing without a trace. Bodies were mistreated and left behind to decompose, and that the morgue's history was lost when pieces were destroyed or sold at auction. We know so far of 6 residential ghosts, nicknames and 2 identified. The child wanders the halls and plays peekaboo with workers and visitors. The top hat man, or the coolest ghost I've ever met, according to the devices we used to communicate with, he did better, or actually the best conversation I think any of us have ever had trying this stuff. But anyway, this spirit is a friendly spirit. We identified him in our last hunt as Owen, thanks to a medium. His wife is with him as well. However, we know from what he says, he didn't die at the morgue. The lantern woman. She wanders the graveyard room, furnace room and the slab room with what looks like a lantern you can see. But in 2 photos, I don't have them, when I go to the second investigation I'll ask for them, you can see a woman in a white dress. Ironically, the ghost has the simple name 6. We don't have interactions with him or her, but we know it's not a friend. However, we are safe from it. According to the medium, and ironically Owen,
The ghost was discovered after a medium came through. She walked into a room, can't name the room, and felt uneasy. She asked us to pull up a map for the room, and on the map, the walled off section shouldn't have been walked off, as it isn't in the blueprints. However, the medium did say that the wall was damaged. 6 would be something possibly worse than the next spirit. And lastly, the gremlin. We're not sure of his origin, but he isn't hostile until provoked. You'll know he's near if you smell a skunk or rotten smell. We learned how kind he can be the hard way. We got his name as he scratched the mark of the gremlin into a worker that taunted him 2 years before I joined. The gremlin doesn't like being spoken to and will watch people in the graveyard, storage and gurney room, and he will rarely make an appearance in the body furnace. Yes, the original furnace is still there and is accessible. Actually, workers tend to use it to hide from customers. However, the gremlin is known to attack using rocks and other items by throwing, and he scratches. We will be doing a new research trip, hopefully getting a hold of Owen again, and this will take place sometime in December.
This is a very long story, and I'm not the best at writing things out, but I'll try. I live in Georgia, the state, in a rural town not too far from a major city. There's a set of woods that's behind our house, and it divides 2 neighbourhoods, and it's about a mile wide, if that. Strange occurrences have always surrounded these woods. Small things like random trash, tarps, etc. I should mention, it's more swampy marsh than woods, so it makes camping in there impossible. One night, I was taking our dog out. He stays in the back half of the house due to him not liking the other dogs. I took him out the side door and walked around the house to the fence. For some reason, when we left the house, he was absolutely terrified. He didn't want to go out. Very unusual for a dog who's quick to snatch someone's soul if prompted. Not thinking about it, we pushed onward. After he tinkled, we walked back. This is when I noticed it, or rather, heard it. Crunching of leaves. At first, I thought it was one of our dozen cats on the property, until I realised it was matching my steps. If I walked, you could hear it walking. If I stopped, it stopped. There's a small clearing between woods where one of the sheds is. That's when we saw it. My dog was first to see something, and then I saw some, creature. It was taller than the shed, so maybe a good 8 feet tall, and it darted across the clearing at a crazy fast speed. My dog, who again isn't scared of anything, bolts so fast, I dropped his leash and he ran to the door whining. I was quickly behind him. Once we were inside, I quickly bolted the door and ran to tell my girlfriend what happened. She immediately wanted to investigate, saying it's probably a woodland creature. Armed with 2 flashlights, we went out the front door. As we walked toward the wood line, we could hear something moving around. It sounded maybe 200 yards away. As we scanned with our flashlights, we saw nothing but kept hearing it. Then we heard it get closer and closer until it was maybe 20 feet away. Still nothing. No eyes, not even an animal call. Just rustling. My girlfriend, now scared, heads for the house. I decided to check with the neighbours to see if maybe one of their dogs got out. When I arrived at his house, my neighbour, who we'll call Dave, explained that all his dogs were accounted for. Curious, he came to investigate. This is when I noticed that whatever this thing was, following me along the woodline to Dave's house, and was now behind Dave's house. Gun in hand, we went into his backyard scanning for something. We could hear it rustling or maybe running. About 100 yards away in thick, swampy woods. Way too thick for a person to walk in, let alone run in. Then it stopped. It was dead silent. Scanning and on edge, we hear and see nothing, and then bam! All of a sudden, it was 5 feet in front of us, sprinting at me. It slammed the fence so hard, It rocked it back and forth. Dave, scared shitless, shot randomly as well. Nothing. We never saw it. Never had it got close to us. Again, as I mentioned, the woods are thick. Too thick to run in, so what the fuck teleported silently in front of us and slammed the gate? Spooked, we were about to run. Then we heard it. It was human in nature, but not English. It sounded alien-like. Not a known language. Dave, a hunter for the last 40 years, still to this day can't explain what that was. Anyway, after we heard that, we bolted. He covered me and I ran to my house. Not 10 minutes later, we both hear a loud explosion coming from the woods. It shook our houses and flickered our power. I ran outside to see what it was, and of course, nothing. But when Dave came out and confirmed he felt the same thing, we were both once again terrified. Moments later, a few strangers from the neighbourhood came driving down to our cul-de-sac, and they all agreed the blast sound they heard came from behind our house. 911 was called, and the two police officers interviewed us separately. Our stories matched. The responding officers refused to go anywhere near those woods. They took the reports and left. To this day, we're still not sure what that encounter was. Also, Dave doesn't go outside at night anymore. It spooked him that bad. It was already dark in the late afternoon when my brother and I arrived in the small town of Grand Rapids, Minnesota. It was December and bitterly cold. The reason for the visit was to spend Christmas with our grandma. She was well into her 90s, so it was reasonable to assume each holiday would be the last. As it happened, this one was. I'm the youngest of 4 brothers. At the time, I was living in Minneapolis. My parents also lived there, but they were splitting their time between Minnesota and Arizona. Currently, they were in Phoenix and hadn't planned to return to Minnesota for the holidays. Knowing our grandma would be alone, I had called my brother in Chicago and suggested he grab me so we could head up north together, where our grandma had been staying at an assisted living centre. The trip was uneventful, and we had a pleasant Christmas Eve, doing puzzles and chatting with our grandma. As the night came to a close, we headed to our lodgings. My brother had made the accommodations beforehand. We'd be staying at the Rainbow Motel. The motel itself was unremarkable. It wasn't old, and it didn't appear foreboding from outside. Our room was clean and furnished with what you would expect: beds, a desk, some chairs, a television on a cabinet, and a small bathroom. I'd call it your standard cookie-cutter roadside motel. The room was fairly small. 2 beds lay side by side, with the door at roughly the foot of one of the beds. This was the bed my brother selected, so mine was a little bit further away from the door, but only perhaps 7 to 8 feet. The motel was mostly empty, probably due to the holiday and it being the dead of winter. After checking in, we headed down to the bar, which only had a couple other people in it. At the time, I was partial to White Russians, and I had one that evening as a nightcap. We finished our drinks and headed back to the room. We knew we had a long drive the next day. I was tired, got undressed and flopped onto my bed. My brother decided to watch TV. I wasn't interested, so I rolled over and closed my eyes. I don't remember when it started, but I want to say it was only a few moments after I had lain down. It was only this. The door handle suddenly began to shake quite aggressively. I recall thinking this was strange, because it didn't sound like someone had mistaken this room for theirs and simply tried to open the door. The handle was being deliberately, violently shaken. I sat up and looked at the door, and then my brother. After a couple seconds, it stopped. We looked at each other, gave a collective shrug, and lay back down. Soon, the noise started up again. Now, I could understand someone, after a few glasses of eggnog, getting their room number wrong and trying the door to enter. But this was different. It was forceful. It was clear to me the intention was not to open the door, but instead to let the person inside know that someone was out there. I thought perhaps it was kids playing a prank. I hadn't seen anyone in the motel, and it was well past 11 p.m, so it seemed odd that any children would be allowed to roam the halls. I got up and walked over to the door. We had heard no voices, no giggles, no closing doors or retreating footsteps. I looked out the door's peephole, which gave a decent view of the hallway, but saw no one. I opened the door and leaned out. Our room was near the centre of the hall, and I could see the exits on both ends. I recall there was a hallway that split off, perhaps 20 feet down to my left. I assumed this is where the prankers retreated to, as there wouldn't be enough time for them to run down the entire hallway and out of one of the exits, or enter another room without us hearing a door to another room close. I looked for some other explanation. Was the door itself somehow causing the sound? Was it loose, and perhaps the wind or the pressure of the structure was making it shake? I closed the door and pushed it. It was very solid. I couldn't replicate the sounds, except by grabbing the handle and vigorously shaking it. This was getting annoying. I was tired and just wanted to sleep. I climbed back into bed, but I lay there like a coiled spring, waiting for whoever was pranking us to return. I'd enjoy catching them in the act if they did. Sure enough, moments later the shaking started up again. I sprung up and was at the door in an instant and looked out the peephole again, certain to see some kids running down the hallway. But I saw no one. From the time the noise stopped to the time I was at the door was a couple seconds at most. The only way I couldn't have seen or heard someone was if they were smart enough to crouch down, knowing I couldn't see anything directly under the peephole. I opened the door. No one was there. No one had been there. My brother and I are both skeptics. We were certain there was a reasonable explanation for this, but truth be told, I was beginning to get a little spooked. I had never experienced anything like this. It seemed to defy logic. Once again, I crawled into bed, but I was so unnerved, sleep seemed out of the question. I was upset I hadn't caught the pranksters, but was also dimly aware that there were none to be caught. Something was making this happen. Something unseen. Someone with a purpose. It scared me. I recall making a conscious decision to will the noise to stop. I closed my eyes tightly and focused on the thought. I don't want this to happen anymore. Enough. You've made your point, whatever it might have been. Stop now. And it did. The door rattler didn't return. After a while, I relaxed a little. My brother shut off the TV and turned out the lights. The silence of the room was complete. However, as the night wore on, I found myself woken up by other noises. I could hear the door chain moving. I could hear other unidentifiable sounds at the door. I didn't hear the door handle noise again, but all through the night, I was subjected to the repeated sounds of the door being fiddled with in some manner. A pattern emerged. I'd hear a sound, become terrified, it would stop, and I would drift off to sleep again. In the morning, my brother and I discussed what might have happened. All he would say was that we had visitors, and in the bright light of day, it all seemed a bit silly. What it might have been seemed not very important. I just wanted to go home. We checked out the hotel and got on the road. Several hours later, we approached Minneapolis, the skyline looming in the distance. Not long after that, my brother dropped me at my apartment and he carried on to Chicago. As I shifted back into my life, I placed the incident behind me and, aside from telling a few close friends, I simply moved on. A few months passed and I went to visit my older brother who was living in Arizona. Years before, he'd lived in Grand Rapids and knew the Rainbow Motel, although he had never stayed there. I told him the story. All the while, he smiled at me as I related the story. It was a knowing smile that I at first mistook for disbelief. When I was done, he then told me our other brother, the one who had been in the motel with me, had recently visited and related the same story to him. I didn't know this. He said our stories were essentially identical. I'd not spoken to him since he had dropped me off at my apartment. The next thing he said chilled me. As I've mentioned, he'd lived in Grand Rapids years before and naturally was very familiar with the town. He told me the Rainbow Motel, the place I found so plain and average, had a history of hauntings. I assume he had gotten this information from the locals he encountered while living there years ago. While my oldest brother likes to joke and tease, he is for the most part a stoic Midwesterner, not given to nonsense or deception. I believed him. Now, obviously, if I had been aware of this beforehand, and the events of that night had played out as they had, I'd no doubt believe it was our imagination that were to blame. But the fact that this motel was so unassuming, the location so mundane, and the building so very unremarkable, leads me to believe that whatever happened that night was not something that had simply sprung from our imaginations. I'm still a skeptic. I like to think this could be explained without resorting to the supernatural. What I do know is this: it was real. I was terrifying, and I will never forget this experience. When I was young, I had a plethora of problems at night when it came to sleeping. I'd sleepwalk, sleep talk, scream in my sleep, have full conversations I wouldn't recall with my eyes open with family members, night terrors, I'd see figures in the dark, and frequently wake up mid-conversation in my empty bedroom, swearing that someone was beside me. Typically when this happened, it would seem like I was answering a question, and I'd be very confused when I realized nobody was with me. I also had these strange dreams where everything would be black, and it was just me and this same girl I didn't know, and it would seem like we were communicating telepathically. They had strong emotions in them, and although there were big gaps in between them, I would think about them for very long bursts. I'd refer to her as the lake house girl, and she seemed pretty sad. The dreams with her, although infrequent, have continued into adulthood. The last happened 6 years ago, with her continuously telling me to look in the basement. I turn 28 next week. These things all occurred for me from the age of 4 to 5, to the age of 12 to 13. I also wet the bed during this time, and a good majority of the time I recall being awake when it would happen, but just being too terrified to make the movement to go to the bathroom. My sister had all of the same issues that I did. She's 8 years older than me, although her bedwetting lasted until she hit the age of 16. I've been told by my mom that I had some of these issues prior to my remembering them, but obviously, although I have a few memories from a very young age, I don't recall them. The main thing that always stuck with me about this time period was me seeing things in the hallway. It would happen almost nightly for a really long stretch of time, and it lasted for at least a few years, then got less frequent. At the time I was 6, and my mom was going through chemotherapy, and my home life was fairly traumatic. My bedroom was at the end of the hall, to the left, and I had a bunk bed that I'd sleep on the top bunk on. It faced the hallway, and the first night I'd started seeing things. I requested a nightlight because I'd gone the whole night without falling asleep. It would always start with a sinking feeling, and my attention would go straight to my door that led out into the hallway. I'd sense something there, and then I'd begin seeing shadowy figures slowly creeping towards my doorway. Some seemed like they had hoods over their heads, and others not. I don't recall ever making out facial features. They'd get to the doorway and then just deteriorate, but there would always be a steady line of them, and they would just keep coming. I'd brought it up to my parents a few times, and between that and the sleepwalking and screaming, my mom took me to the doctor, and they just told her I had night terrors and sent us on our way. When I'd bring it more, my parents would just get angry, so I kept quiet about it and only talked about it occasionally with my sister. One night, it got particularly bad, and the figures were making it through the doorway, and I started screaming uncontrollably, and my dad got mad and came in and unplugged my nightlight and locked me inside my room.
I sat there terrified for a while, and a shadow appeared on my wall, but didn't move. Then I got the sinking feeling 100 times worse than I'd ever had it before, and it felt as though my room fell away from the house altogether, along with the world as I knew it at that. I started seeing these little imp-like creatures all around my room in the darkness, along with something hanging outside of my window. I have little splotches of memories of this night that I still recall, but I've blacked out large portions of it, probably due to how bad it messed me up for a long time. I met a girl some years ago and had some similar experiences, and it sparked my interest in adulthood, and so far fairy folklore, little people slash little brother stories, and some cases of alien abductions and sleep paralysis have had some eerily similar details and brought back some memories. Anyone else have any experiences similar to this? I think I had sleep paralysis occasionally, but some of the experiences, including the really intense night, didn't seem to be that to me, but I suppose that it wouldn't seem that way. Although I do recall moving the night I got locked in my room. We would also go to a cabin at the Lake of the Ozarks every weekend, starting when I was 6, and I'd only see one figure there a few times on its own, but I would occasionally wake up knee-deep in the lake, just staring off into the water or towards the end of the cove. I had always thought it was connected to the lake for some reason, and a few years back, my family replaced the electrical there, and they found a very old German doll head in the attic, with 2 candles beside it. The attic is so small that you'd pretty much have to be a child to really go up there. Before we got the cabin, my grandfather on my dad's side owned it, and he hadn't gone down there in 17 years, so I'm unsure whether it was up there from someone who'd been squatting there, or if it had been up there from the family my grandpa bought it from. They were the Willis family, and they built the cabin themselves, and their family cemetery is a few miles from the cabin, that I only got to visit when I was 6, but I plan to go back soon. I've always referred to 17 as my lucky number prior to us getting the lake house too. Unsure if that is significant or not, but it feels like it might be. When I was in high school, there was a lot of local folklore about a man who allegedly shot and killed his wife and daughter before taking his own life in their family home. The incident occurred many years prior in a now abandoned 2-story home, located between 2 wheat fields. I grew up in the boonies, so it was quite common for old farmhouses to be built in such a manner. The year was 2001, and my senior year had just begun a couple months prior. I don't remember the exact month, but I'm assuming October because I remember the crisp, cool autumn air had just rolled upon us. One evening, a group of about 8 or so friends and I decided we would visit the infamous home and scope it out for kicks. Before leaving my house, I had the idea I would play a prank on my pals, which involved a small bottle of red food colouring. I placed the food colouring in my pocket, locked my bedroom door, and left to meet up with the gang. We arrived at the location in 2 separate cars. One car was packed with the guys, the other car was driven by one of our female classmates and 2 of her girlfriends. The house was situated on a slight hill, which met a gravel driveway. We parked our cars in the driveway in front of the home's garage and began our trek up the hill. The very first thing I noticed was a very sad, dead-looking tree in the middle of the yard. The grass felt very strange beneath my feet, quite spongy and soft, as though it was rotted with disease. This particular stood out to me because I had never felt grass quite like this before, especially without any recent rain. The house was completely boarded up with plywood, but there was a small opening in the front door, which appeared to be broken from a previous visitor. Equipped with our flashlights, we began scoping out the interior of the home, searching for any evidence a murder actually took place. The interior was decorated with dingy floral wallpaper. The floors were bare hardwood throughout. In the main entryway, we saw what appeared to be blood splatters where the wall met the ceiling, and several apparent gunshot holes. I'm a skeptic by nature and thought it could have possibly been faked by previous visitors to feed into the lore. Whichever the case, the blood appeared a very dull brown colour, indicating it had been there for a very long time. We walked up a set of creaky steps to the upstairs, which featured 2 bedrooms. One room had an old metal bed frame and bare mattress, but was otherwise empty. I can't remember if I entered the second room or not. We all stood in one of the bedrooms, talking and expressing our predictions as to what we believed happened before making our way back down the stairs. We continued exploring the main level, living space and dining before reaching the kitchen. I noticed there was a door leading from the kitchen to a small breezeway behind the house. I was the first to check it out and knew this was the time to pull off my prank. As I entered the breezeway, I reached into my pocket, tilted my head back, and filled my entire eye socket with the red food colouring. I banged my flashlight against the wall to create a loud thud, fell to the ground and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Fuck! Something just hit me! Go, go, go!" We all bolted from the house at top speed. One of the girls even stumbled down the hill and collided with her passenger door. I entered the backseat of her car holding my eye, screaming with my hands and face covered in fake blood. I remember the girl in the passenger seat yelling over and over, "Get him to the ER! Get him to the ER! His eyes are gone!" They frantically drove about 15 to 20 minutes to the nearest hospital as I writhed in pain in the back seat. The entire ride I was wailing, "Something hit me! I don't know what it was! What the fuck just happened?" We finally got to the hospital parking lot with the other car right behind us. Everyone got out and we began swiftly walking to the entrance before I let out a maniacal laugh to reveal it was all a prank. A couple of the girls were pretty pissed, but the guys completely lost it and couldn't stop laughing. After several minutes, the mood lightened, and the other girls finally sought humour in the situation. Overall, it was a hit. I got home late that night and cleaned up for school the next morning. When I woke up, everything felt completely off. I kept hearing what sounded like incessant whispering ringing in my ears. It reminded me of the sound of people whispering in church or at a funeral, with the sound of the letter S resonating the most. I walked over to my closet to grab a t-shirt and noticed a freezing cold spot in my room, just in front of my closet door. Our house didn't have central air, only heating vents in the floor, so this frigid spot made absolutely zero sense. I opened my closet door and every single piece of clothing was laying in a ball on the floor. I was dumbfounded because I locked my door before I left and always hung up my clothes, even my t-shirts. My house was empty that morning because my mom worked the 12-hour night shifts, and my little brother spent the night at our cousin's house because I knew I wouldn't get home until late the night before. As I walked downstairs to my living room, the whispering sounds intensified. Goosebumps covered my arm and my heart started to pound. I grew very alarmed as I realised this was more than just morning cobwebs or grogginess. I drove to school and the whispering sounds wouldn't stop. I thought I was completely losing my mind, so I pulled one of my friends, who was a devout Christian, into the restroom and started crying. I told him I thought maybe I was haunted due to my antics from the night before. I tried my best to explain the situation, but I caught him off guard and I didn't feel like he was taking me seriously. As the school day went on, the whispering sounds persisted, and my friends who were there for the shenanigans couldn't stop talking about my prank. I did my best to hold myself together and not reveal that anything was wrong. I didn't want that kind of attention, and especially didn't want them to think I was crazy, since the heart-to-heart with my Christian friend
didn't go the way I anticipated. When the school day ended, I immediately checked my room and still felt the freezing cold spot in front of my closet. I truly believed at this point I was without a doubt being haunted. A few days went by, and as I was having great difficulty sleeping, I kept seeing or envisioning a dark shadow in the corner of my room, about the height of a small child. I did my best to ignore it as the shadow man began to move from one spot to the other, eventually standing directly beside where I rested my head. The following day, I told my mom about my visit to the abandoned house and the prank I pulled on my friends. She was very disappointed I would disrespect the alleged murder victims, but she was also very supportive in me finding help. She's very spiritual and recommended I meet with a church member to get cleansed and also have my room cleansed. I didn't and still don't subscribe to religion the slightest. However, at this point, I was desperate. I went to the church and bared my soul to a priest, expressing sorrow for my actions, for fooling my friends, entering the abandoned house, and exploiting victims for my personal amusement. Later that evening, a member of the church came to my house, lit candles and said a prayer in my bedroom. The next day, no more cold spots, no more audible whispering. After a week of feeling absolutely insane, it seemed to be over. About a month later, I developed a very deep depression. I began feeling incredibly dark emotions I had never felt before. These feelings would continue to grow through the winter and into spring of 2002, when baseball season rolled around. I was a lifelong baseball player who was being recruited by a few schools in the area. I was so depressed, I opted not to play, forfeiting any possible chance at a scholarship and thus ending my baseball career. I strongly regret today. I had simply lost interest in everything other than sleeping. I shut out my friends, parents, pretty much everyone for the next couple months. By the time graduation rolled around, I ended up rekindling a friendship with one of my early childhood friends. He and I played baseball together back in the first grade and were best friends in grade school. We kind of drifted apart over the years, but something drew us back together and we hung out all summer. The stronger our friendship became, the less apparent my depression was. It ultimately fizzled out by fall, and I ended up attending college out of state. 20 years later, the whispers haven't come back. No cold spots, no dark shadows, nothing. All put to rest. I haven't thought about my haunting in a very long time, but this past year it's crept up from time to time. No bad feelings, just memories. I've been wanting to tell this story for the past couple months to hopefully aid anyone who may be experiencing something similar. Whether it was a true supernatural experience or my own fears projected into reality, I needed help, and I'm so very thankful I spoke up. Thanks especially to my mother, who pushed aside her disappointment to ensure her son was okay. If you're feeling off, please ask for help, no matter how silly your problems may sound. Peace. I had this experience about 2 years ago. I didn't think to write it down, simply because I did not think much of it, and there was much story to it in general. Some may argue that this experience was sleep paralysis, but I strongly disagree. It was very real. I was able to move and everything during this strange encounter. Normally, the experiences I've had in this house have been of the ghostly variety. Nothing majorly noteworthy, but if there is interest, I can make a separate post for that as well. This was definitely not that. It started with me waking up in the middle of the night to my pet rat squeaking. I assumed, of course, that they were playing and got one upset at the other, so I sat up. I turned to my right to investigate their cage, which is quite close to my bed, only to see something I never expected. It was a creature that I've seen and heard of from others, but never thought I'd ever see one myself. It was about 3 feet tall, based on my rat's cage that it stood next to, which was about 6 feet tall. It had a large bulbous head, dark grey skin, and big eyes. I knew that it was grey quite quickly. His skin seemed so smooth, with no flaw in his flesh at all. It even had a slight pearlescence to it that shined in the moonlight that peeked through my blinds. His eyes didn't have a pupil, at least not that I could tell. They were also grey, yet I think there was a tinge of green. There were these strange squiggles and specks in the eyes, almost reminding me of space itself. Then, nothing happened. Or rather, I woke up the next morning. I'm almost certain he made me go back to sleep. I'm not sure who he was interested in, me or my rats. They were just fine when I checked in on them the next morning. No one was missing, and I didn't feel different myself. I know this is a short story, but like I said, not much did happen. I didn't feel like I was in danger, but I still wonder what that was about in general. Sometimes I wonder if creatures like that just know you are interested in them. I think that may have been why I saw one. Thank you for reading my short story. I know it's not as exciting as some others, but it has been churning in my brain for a while now. I'm a pretty scientifically minded person, not really spiritual either. I'm open-minded to the possibility of things I can't explain, but I'm not a seeker of the paranormal or spiritual events. However, I have very strong memories from when I was young about a boy who claimed to be my guardian angel come to visit me in my room. My white blinds would turn a pale green and purple colour, and he would appear like an old film on my wall. Even had the spots that would appear like watching an old film. I talked to him regularly about all sorts of things. I remember I was going to change bedrooms, and I was worried he wouldn't come to my new room, but that wasn't an issue. His name was Mark, and I think he said he was 7 years old and had died in a car accident. He showed me his accident. Not violent and gross, but enough to let me know what happened. He looked the same each time with dark hair and a long-sleeved striped shirt with a collar. He was like talking to a good friend or an older brother. The last time he came to visit me, I was really tired and told him that I didn't want to talk. He tried really hard to keep me talking, but I ignored him and rolled over. I told him to leave me alone, and I was annoyed with him. He never showed up again, and I always felt really sad about it. Even now, I feel like I'm missing someone. I asked my mom what it meant if a person talked to angels. I was really hesitant to tell her because I didn't want to change anything or have him stop coming. I know I was young when I asked the question. I had a hard time trying to figure out how to ask it and what words to use. Maybe 3 years old. He continued to visit until I was maybe 6. I remember he was older than me. Has anyone heard of anything similar? I have a hard time remembering more than highlights about these events. I've never shared them with anyone before. I just found myself remembering them and feeling sad and a sense of loss. I'd like to talk to him again and find out what was actually happening. It's unexplainable to me. The easy answer is I dreamed it, but I know I didn't. I've never heard of a similar experience. Google has never been a help. It turns out religious searches of finding one's guardian angel or whatever. I was just hoping for some possible insight. Feel like asking questions or anything. I honestly just have felt a loss, and sometimes it hits me hard. Tonight, I can't sleep, about 30 years later, because I keep wondering about him and who he was. Thanks for reading. I was sitting in my room in front of my laptop, talking with my friends on a Zoom call. A minute was left of 2020. We all counted down as smiles spread on our faces. We thought that things would be better next year. Everyone did. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! All of us shouted as the clock hit 12. The date, 32nd of December. I thought it was a glitch with my phone. I checked my laptop to find the same date. Everyone's face on the call had a confused expression. Guys, I think there's a glitch on my devices, Gary said. Everyone repeated the same thing after him. All our devices had the same date. I turned on the TV, and in the corner of the screen was the same date. What the fuck? I muttered to myself. The news channel was chaotic when I turned it on. Everyone was moving around the set of the local news channel as reports came in about the date. People in my streets got out of their houses and raced back and forth to their neighbours' houses. A call came on my phone. Guys, I've got to go. I left the Zoom meeting and answered the call. Reports are now coming in from all over the town that the date is not 1st of January 2021, but 32nd of December 2020. I silenced the TV and answered the call. Blake, we need you here, a raspy voice said. Why? What happened? Something. I can't tell you like this. Come at 24 Street. I tried to ask him further about the situation, but he ended the call. Not like I have a choice, I thought. I put on my uniform and headed to the address he gave me. There were 2 police cars and an ambulance parked outside a house with tapes surrounding the whole perimeter. What's happening? I asked an officer as I approached the house. Oh, Blake, ask him. He pointed to a man standing at the door, wearing a hat and a white trench coat. Drew, I called out to the man. What the hell's going on? Blake, he turned around and took his hat off. Hell if I know. Why'd you call me? I asked. Well, you see, it's hard to explain. Hell, it's impossible to explain. Look here. He pointed to the ambulance. As it was closing its doors, I saw a man in there with a missing arm. See that man? Now come inside, he said, as he walked towards the door. Inside, there was nothing. What's here? I asked. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's like no one even lives here, right? I nodded. Well then, come upstairs. I followed him up there. I felt like something was off here at this place. It just felt weird. Upstairs, there was furniture, a kid's room, an attic in which stuff was kept. What the fuck? What the fuck indeed, Drew said after me. And that man you just saw riding away, you saw how his arm was cut off, right? Well, there are no remains of a cut off arm here. I turned my head to him in confusion. The hell you mean? Did you check properly? Thrice in the whole neighbourhood. I scratched my head in confusion. Well, how did his arm come off? Who cut it off? No one. Jesus, stop with the riddles and get to the damn point, I said with irritation. This family was in the living room, he said, as he sat down on the bed, celebrating New Year like everyone else did. When the clock struck 12, everyone supposedly disappeared. What? I asked with furrowed brows. The man that was standing outside the door with his arm inside, and as everything disappeared in the room, so did his arm. Are you on drugs? I asked, because whatever the hell you're saying isn't making any damn sense. Well then let me ask you this. Where is his arm? He said, with a slightly raised voice. And while you're at it, remember that it's the 32nd of December today, which is literally impossible. I didn't know what to say. Well, there wasn't actually anything to say. Everything happened was actually impossible. Blake, come in. My radio crackled with life as Jane spoke from the other end. What is it? Go to 19th Lane. I think you might want to see what happened there. I looked at Drew and he nodded. We both got in his car and drove away. We reckon the riots will start pretty soon, and there will definitely be people thinking this is the end of the world. Drew thought something else. What makes you think it's not the end? I asked. It's hard to explain. I need you to trust me. It's not the end just yet. I never really knew what was going on in his mind, but I knew that knows a hell of a lot more than I do. We arrived at the address given. We went in, and there was yet again nobody or nothing. I heard a loud bang from their house and went to make sure they were okay, but there was no one in there, the neighbour who found the house like this told us. We have to stop this from going on the news, Drew said, as we walked away from the house. I don't think it will. We've only found 2 houses like this. We have, he interrupted me, but we have to assume that there's more happening like this across the town. I heard a ping from my phone and pulled it out of my pocket to see what it was. Well, you wouldn't be wrong about that, I said to Drew as I showed him the news article on my phone. Strange disappearances spotted in the town of... Thankfully, it was our local news article, so it probably didn't get out to people out of here. Well, fuck, he sighed. He pulled out his phone and warned Jane about the riots and to prepare teams to get it under control. He was surprisingly right. Riots started an hour later, with people raiding stores and hoarding every little thing they could get their hands on. How do you know about the riots? I asked him. Well, that's a question for another day. Let me drop you home. Aren't we going to the station to give the report? There's no need for that. No one's there at this moment, he said. I always tried asking him how he knew all these things, but he didn't budge. After Drew dropped me off, I decided to have some sleep. I figured it wasn't long before he would call me again. I woke up to blaring alarms and red and blue lights shining through my window. I checked my clock, 12:43 p.m. I got dressed to go outside and already found Drew sitting at my table, pouring himself a cup of whiskey which was kept in the fridge. How the hell did you... I didn't finish my sentence. He already knew what I was going to say. You left your window open. He finished the whiskey and kept the glass on the table. Let's go. There was no one in my neighbour's house. It was just like the previous night. Everyone and everything disappeared. What happened to the man who lost his arm? I asked as I remembered him. He's nowhere to be found. Security says they didn't see anyone leave, and if he had jumped out the window, he wouldn't have survived for long. I held my head in my hands. What the hell is happening? Why is all this happening? There has to be some stop to it. Breathe, Drew said, as I kept his hand on my shoulder. We'll put an end to this. Just don't overthink it. After I calmed down a bit, I asked him, has this happened anywhere else? While pointing to the house. In the morning? Yes. 8 more places. I raised my head to face him. His face was calm, even in a situation like this, while I was sweating all over the place. Hey, tell me, is there a pattern to these disappearances? I asked. Nope. As far as I know, they're completely random. Then that means that this could happen to us too. Precisely. I sighed. How could he do that with so much certainty and calmness? The rest of the day was spent at the station, seeing reports about different disappearances and riots all over the city. I asked Drew, as I always do, how he knows what will happen and how he stays so calm, even in a situation like this. His answer was the same as always. You'll know when the time comes. That night when I went to bed, I checked the date once again. 33rd of December. Maybe I'll wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to a rumbling sound coming from within the walls. The walls were shaking vigorously. I thought I was dreaming for a moment. I tried getting up from my bed, but I couldn't. It was like my weight had increased so much that my body couldn't handle it. My eyelids started to drop as I felt my breath being obstructed by something. I wheezed for air as I finally blacked out. It only felt like it was black for a moment, until I woke up again on the ground in a white enclosure. Hello there, a voice called out from behind me. There was a man sitting on a chair with his arms and legs crossed. He wore a navy-coloured suit with a white shirt and a red tie. Who are you? I asked, while looking around simultaneously. It seemed like there was no door or window in this room. I'm the one you call God. What? I stuttered. Was I really standing in front of God? Let's get this over with. I have to answer some of your questions before you move on. Ask away. Move on where? I asked, Am I dead? You have two choices. Either become our slave for 1,000 years, or get in the shuffler, where your soul will be reshuffled. Your identity will be torn apart, and a new one will be made, he said, ignoring my second question. I raised my hand to ask, but stopped. If he really is God, I'm going to guess he doesn't have much time. On top of that, he said to answer some of my questions. That means I'll have to choose them carefully. After much thinking, I asked, what's happening on Earth? Why has 2021 not arrived? A grin spread across his face. Finally, someone asked. He snapped his fingers and a board appeared in an instant. There's a pandemic going on Earth right now. As he spoke, some foreign writings appeared on the board. And pandemics usually come every century. Every century, my higher-ups give me a year to cause deaths. I mean, I usually cause deaths, but I have a year in which I can kill as many people as I want, to get the maximum energy for our world, without disturbing the balance of both our worlds. His higher-ups? I thought he was God. So why does he take orders from others? 2020 was one of them. The deaths this year were low. Lower than the higher-ups expected. Because of this, I had to increase the days of December to get the required amount of energy. He finally snapped his fingers and the board disappeared. What do you mean by energy and your world? I asked. Oh, that. We created your world because our world needed energy. Once upon a time, our world was in ruins, with dark wizards taking the energy for themselves. We had a wizard on our side that helped us create your world, and your deaths gave us that much needed energy to survive. And you caused deaths how? Plagues, old people, organ failures, stuff like that. Then how the hell am I here? Am I dead? He had a look of shame on his face. To get the demanded energy, I have to use the magic of our world to get you to this plane. Normal death would take time, granted that they are guaranteed. I have to ignore the rules to get the demanded energy. It's the only way they won't change me. I was angry. He just killed us to take energy for his own world? I didn't think God would be like this, just killing people for his own sake. And, am I fucking dead or not? I shouted, letting my anger leak out. No, not yet. I glanced at him. I was standing in front of God himself. How was I not dead? This method I use, it takes a little while to kill the person by itself. Not like the natural ways which guarantee a death, but take time. I have to make sure that by this method people do die. And I have done just that till now. And I will keep doing that until I satisfy the higher-ups. He had a maniacal look to him. He didn't look like that when I first saw him minutes ago. Well, choose, he boomed out as I was about to ask another question. Servitude or the shuffler? Wait, I said as I took some steps back from him. You have 10 seconds. He stood up and started coming towards me. Choose. Those 10 seconds passed in an instant as I contemplated between the two and thought of a way to get out at the same time. He jumped at me and covered my face with his hand. A burning sensation took over me as I screamed in pain and wriggled to get out, but he held me in place. He got off of me in an instant. The burning sensation went away, but my face still pained and it hurt to open my left eye. I looked at him. He looked scared as he crawled on the ground, looking into the air while hyperventilating. The white enclosure seemed like it was glitching as the ground and the floor started disappearing and appearing. What's going on? I asked him. Drew, he said. You know Drew, don't you? What about him? How do you know him? I caught him once, many years ago. Managed to get away. Lucky bastard. He caught Drew? How did he meet Drew? How the hell did he get out of this place? A strange rumbling started. It sounded like the one I heard in my bedroom. How did you meet Drew? I asked him. He was looking behind me while sweating. He was really nervous, judging by his looks. I looked behind. A door appeared, which looked exactly like my bedroom's. Hey, stop. You want to know about Drew? I'll tell you. Just stay right there. I had two choices: either learn about Drew right now or go back and ask it himself. I knew the latter won't work, and he'll turn me around in riddles again, but the former seemed like it'll kill me if I stayed around to ask him questions. He looked exhausted and scared for some reason. I decided what I had to do. I started walking towards my door. I felt a great force pulling me backwards, but I didn't stop. I crawled towards the door and opened it. A bright white light blinded me. I woke up in my bed as sunlight streamed in through the windows. I immediately shot up, scanning my surroundings. It seemed like I was really in my house, away from the white room. I looked at the date. 1st of January 2021. Were all those days a mere dream? I got out of bed and went to the bathroom and saw some dull burn marks on my face. It looked like a hand's shape. So it wasn't a dream, I thought. Then that means... I heard a knock on my door. I dressed up and went to answer it. Drew was standing outside with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. Morning. I invited him and he sat down on the couch. Were you taken by God someday? I asked without hesitation. For the first time in my life, I saw him, for a few seconds, with a dumbfounded face. As he came to realize what happened, he said, yes, many years ago. How did you come back into this world? Well, how did you? He spun my question around. Well, I think he made some kind of mistake. The white room started glitching and a door appeared. My door. Drew had a smile stretching across his face. And he looked scared, I said. And he knew you. He became scared only after knowing that I knew you. He chuckled. You'll know why he was like that one day, he said. Come on, why the hell do you not tell things straightforwardly, I asked. Do you really want to know, he asked, as he finished his coffee and kept the cup on the table. I actually didn't want to know. Figured I wanted to wait, get a break after all that end of the year stuff. And how is it the 1st of January today, I asked. It was the 33rd yesterday. It was, and it's the 1st today. Don't worry, the riots have stopped, and we have it under control. Wait, who's we? I know some certain people who can control situations like this, he said. You know what? When the time's right, I'll introduce you to them. And the people that disappeared, I think they are dead. You're right, he said, but nothing we can do about it now. As far as our town knows, they're missing. Wait, this didn't happen worldwide? Nope, only our town. I think they found something special about our town, but I don't know what. I tried to ask more, but he gave me the don't ask more look. I had many questions, but I believed that Drew would tell me about it someday, or I'll come to know about it, like I did today. Sir, I think you might want to see this, the radio crackled to life with Jane's voice and gave us an address. Drew looked at me. Want to take a look at it? A smile spread across my face. Hell yes. My paranormal experience at Circus in Las Vegas. First off, yes, I know it isn't the nicest hotel in the Strip to stay, but I was there with a friend and their family. The first night, everything was normal. But the second night, when my friend and I took over the suite their 2 family members had used the first night, they had to take off early to leave, but they booked their room for 2 nights. The first weird thing was that in the suite, there's always another room attached by a door. But this instant was weird. The door into the other side of the suite was locked. We looked under it because we thought we heard a noise coming from it. Mind you, we were at the end of a hallway, so there was no other rooms connected to ours, other than what was supposed to be an extra suite room. So I looked under the door, and it looked like no one had been in there to clean up in ages. From what I could see, dresser drawers were partially open and astray. There was a shampoo bottle on the floor and what almost looked like rat droppings. It looked like the room hadn't been touched in a long time for whatever reason. I got sort of excited because I know the circus is very haunted. The part of our room had two beds, so my friend took one and I took the other, the bed facing the weird door. Everything had been normal all evening. We were mostly out exploring the hotel and the casino area, and when we came to bed, I looked under that door that should have been accessible to our room, and to my surprise, more of the drawers had been opened and some shut. We both thought it was super strange, seeing as our room was at the end of a hallway. This door from our main room was the only access to it. We carried on and got ready for bed when around 2:45 a.m. I was abruptly woken up by my blankets being yanked up over my legs, and there was a shadowy figure. I thought it was my friend playing a prank on me. I immediately turned my bedside light on and saw my friend was sleeping. I woke him up and told him what happened, and we were both pretty freaked out. I know reports of ghosts yanking blankets off of people have been reported at this hotel. Did all my research on the way there, lol. And I had a hard time going back to sleep. I noticed when we had first come back into the room that night, I felt a darker energy. I'm very sensitive to the paranormal and have had more experiences than I can count. I heard some scratching noises coming from the other room, which also delayed my sleep. I ended up taking a nice little edible to go back to bed. We woke up the next morning and discussed what had happened the night before, and it was pretty exciting. As creepy as it was, lol. Definitely one of the more haunted hotels on the strip. Earlier today, I wanted to get out of the house. It's been raining here for almost a week off and on. So once I saw it was going to be sunny, I decided we should go to the beach. I left my phone behind, which isn't unusual because I have a habit of dropping it at the beach or on hikes. This comes up later. We get to the beach and park, and I see a dog in a car parked near us, and I call my girlfriend to show her. As she approaches her phone, rings and I see on the caller ID my name and number. She asked if I had pocket dialed her, and instinctively I reached for my heaviest pocket, which had my wallet in. But I remembered I left my phone. I stop cold and tell her my phone is on the couch at home. She picks up and hears a deep voice speaking through static. I have a very deep voice, but she told me she couldn't tell who it was or what it was saying before it hung up. She calls back and rings it twice and goes to voicemail. I'm freaked out now because when we first met years ago, I had just moved to this town and I saw myself on the street jogging. I ended up chasing this person but couldn't catch them. I kept yelling, trying to get their attention, but they just kept going, putting more and more distance between us. I stopped and some nearby people commented on my twin I was racing. This further cemented what I saw. It was 100% me I was chasing. Now this. When we got home, my call log didn't have the history of a call outgoing or the call she returned. Any thoughts on this or my other experience? And has anyone had any experiences like this? I live in a historic mining town. I think my house was built in the 70s, but I'm pretty sure there was another much older home in the same spot before this manufactured home was delivered here. It's a small lot, and there are areas of the yard where grass grows funny, like there's another foundation buried. Anyway, I have a couple things that have happened since moving here about 5 years ago. When I was digging a garden, I found half of a gun buried, like split in half, looked very old and rotted. Turned it into the police, never heard back about it. I have a friend that is in tune with spirits and paranormal things. She's not very comfortable with my basement at all, and says whatever it is that's down there just isn't a very nice entity. Once, I was up in the middle of the night in my living room.
Had a strange feeling that the front door was going to open for some reason. Then I see my cat very slowly slinking towards the front door. Lo and behold, the door very slowly creaked open. Jumped up, locked and deadbolted it. Never happened again. One day, I was up at about 3 a.m. for whatever reason. Smoke detector in the basement started sounding. I didn't smell any fire, so I felt the basement door. Didn't feel heat, so I opened the door. Didn't see anything, so I turned the lights on and went down to check it out. Nothing. Checked out the smoke detector, pulled it off of the ceiling, and it was full of water. What the fuck? Checked my boiler system and water pipes. Not one sign of a leak. Had to replace that smoke detector from the mysterious water damage. Few years later, the same exact occurrence. Started sounding in the basement. Went and checked it out again. Nothing except a beeping smoke detector. No water this time though. I was playing around with one of those talk to spirits apps. Didn't think it was real. One day, my cat started acting funny, so I pulled the app out. It was pretty late at night again. I asked if anyone was here a couple times. Didn't get a response. But all of a sudden, the smoke detector in the hallway, which was near me, started doing the low battery beep, like it just chose that exact moment for the battery to die. Got a little frustrated with these battery-operated smoke detectors and installed a commercial system with intelligent smoke detectors. One day, I was working from home and the keypad in the living room started beeping. Went to check it out, the keypad says, "Trouble in system, basement smoke." As soon as I read it, the keypad stopped beeping and it went back to normal. The system is monitored with a resistor, so for whatever reason, there was a drop in resistance in the wiring that goes to the basement smoke detector, which is mounted in the same spot. I have a theory that an old mining home may have rested in this spot where the new home was placed, and that it may have tragically burned down with someone inside. It would explain the weirdness of the smoke alarm at least. You'll be able to bring me back to life? Like, bro, just thinking about that is crazy. Those were Brooks's words when he started the ritual. I always thought it was a joke. Until today. Oh wait, sorry. I'm rushing things. Allow me to explain where all this began. 9 years ago, we were returning from our school back to Brooks' house. Mum had finally allowed me for a sleepover after months of asking. In his room, he started rambling about his daily dose of shitty conspiracy theories again. Voodoo dolls or some shit, but this time, he showed me something. Something I took as a joke back then. I shouldn't have. As he rambled about, he handed me a diary, and on the first page it was labelled, "How to Bring Me Back from the Dead." "What the hell is this?" I asked. "It is what it says," he replied, a smug smile stretching across his face. "Is this another one of your pranks? Who will be the victim this time?" "You're too stupid." He came forward and snatched the diary out of my hands. "See this? This is the real deal." He flipped the pages and handed me the diary back. "Look, read this." The pages he handed me had some weird instructions. This is what it said. To be performed only at night, or it won't work. To be done in front of a person who knows you. Find a secluded place to perform the ritual. Draw a pentagram and place 3 candles around it. Sit in between and draw out your blood. Make 3 circles with it and then chant out. After that, it had some weird glyphs written. I was pretty sure he wrote that as a joke. Just another well thought out prank. What the hell is even this? You haven't even read anything. I turned the page over to see more glyphs written, none of which made sense to me. I asked the same question again. "See, this is the kind of thing that could bring me back to life," he said, pointing at the diary. When I die, that is. I chuckled. Do you really think that? Where the hell did you find this anyway? The dark web, he said, with a sudden shift in his tone. It became more tense, serious. He explained for an hour afterwards how this works, while convincing me it's not a joke. He spoke a foreign tongue which he claimed to be the glyphs, and kept explaining what he had to do, and told me what role I had in all this. So let me get this straight. You do all the things written in the diary, and if I do the same things after you die in the same place this ritual is performed, you'll come back to life? He nodded. I broke out laughing while he stood there, irritated. Where the hell do you even find stuff like this? The dark web, he said in a serious tone. The dark web, I said, mocking him, and chuckled. We spent the whole day playing games and doing the typical teenager stuff. The next few days went by smoothly too. Whenever I met Brooke in school or at his home, he always insisted that I learn to speak those glyphs. I just went along with it. What's the worst that could happen, anyway? It was all just a stupid joke. I thought it was cool speaking another language, even though I didn't bother to ask what it meant. Real shit went down after 2 weeks. I thought it was just a day like any other. That day, I went out with Brooke to an abandoned building. We both really enjoyed finding and going to places like this. He did come with his backpack, but I didn't think much of it. Maybe he bought some snacks to share. We spent a few hours there, and as soon as night hit, he ushered me to the rooftop, even though I insisted our parents wouldn't like it if we stayed out after dark. He just said he had a surprise for me. In the end, I gave in. It would be boring to walk without him anyway. I reached the roof only to find Brooke on the ground, spreading something. As I got closer, it became clear that he was drawing something with powdered chalk. A pentagram. What the hell are you doing? Oh, you finally came. Step back. He pushed me aside and reached for his bag and pulled 3 candles out of it and placed them around the pentagram. He then pulled me forward and took my thumb. What are you... I barely spoke out, and he pulled out a knife from his pocket and made a deep cut on my thumb. I flinched back. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Where'd you even get that thing? I shouted in anger, holding my bloody thumb in agony. He didn't seem to pay any mind to me. He dropped my blood caught in the knife, then stepped in the middle. I'm doing the ritual, like we discussed a few days ago. I thought it was only a joke. You'll be able to bring me back to life. Like, bro, just thinking about that is crazy. I tried to stop him, but he just pushed me to the ground. He began speaking a foreign tongue and slowly pulled the knife up to his arm and started to cut it. Small cuts at first. Blood slowly dripped out from his open wounds. I could see the pain on his face, but he didn't stop cutting himself. All while speaking the language, the glyphs. He wasn't joking. He was really doing the ritual. I didn't think it was real. It was all in his head. A stupid thing he found on the internet that he thought to be real. I got up and lurched towards him, but was immediately hit by something in the face, and I fell back. I slowly reached for him, but was stopped again by an invisible surface. The surface felt grainy, coarse, like how an old wall feels when it hasn't been skimmed for a long time, but more jagged. This wall stopped me from going inside the pentagram, from reaching Brooke. Was the pentagram protecting him? Brooke now started making bigger, deeper cuts. Blood started to flow out from his arms like tap water. He fell on his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks, but he wasn't stopping. I stomped and punched at the invisible surface, shouting at it to stop, but to no avail. Seconds later, he dropped the knife and started making circles of blood with his quivering arms. Suddenly, I felt sick in my stomach and my feet became wobbly. I dropped onto the ground, feeling a sense of dread taking over me. I couldn't help but to close my eyes and lay down. It felt like I hadn't slept for days on end. I laid on the ground, knowing that I shouldn't have been tired right at that time. No matter how hard I tried, ordering my muscles to move, I couldn't do it. It's scary knowing movement my entire life, but not being able to move when I needed it the most. I started hyperventilating, listening to my heart beating loudly in my chest. Seconds later, I felt like something was on top of me, sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't even move my finger at this point. Wind started howling as I lay there on the ground impotently. Just then, I heard someone speaking. A deep, croaky voice reverberated inside my head loudly. I could feel my heart beat at an unnatural rate as it dared to break out of my chest. The voice, it was too fucking loud. I couldn't make anything out of what it was saying. I passed out. I woke up in the garden of my house. It took me a moment to figure out where I was. I sprung up on my feet and looked around and shouted for Brooke. I went inside and found Mum and Dad were on TV in the upstairs bedroom. I asked them about Brooke. "We thought you were out with him, honey," Dad said. I booked it out of the house and went back to the same building on my bike, which I went on before. Upon reaching there, I saw 2 police cars parked out front and 2 policemen talking to a man. I went running towards the door, but the police stopped me. Even when I told my friend was in there, told me to go home, I had no choice but to do so. I couldn't stay out all night waiting for him. Is he still in there? How was I in my garden? What happened to him? A plethora of questions flooded my mind. My parents stood at the door when I arrived, asking why I ran off. I put them off and went straight towards sleep. I had no appetite that night. Before sleeping, I noticed some writing seared in on my left thumb, right where Brooke made the cut. I put it off as a stain that night and went to sleep. I had a nightmare. I was standing on some stairs. I walked up to them and found myself standing on the same rooftop where everything went down, and Brooke was in front of me, on the edge of the building. Every time that I tried to reach him, he jumped. This dream repeated every night for a long time. Next day, my mum told me that Brooke was in the hospital. We rushed our way there to check on him. We couldn't see him yet, but the doctors told us that his arms could have had to be amputated if he wasn't found on the rooftop. The next days were mind-boggling. I didn't know how I was in my garden. I didn't know why I blacked out on the roof. And I didn't know why there was a mark seared on my thumb. All I could do was wait for him to wake up and tell me everything. Now, I would love to tell you that I got all my answers, and we both fared well. But we didn't. Brooke died in the hospital due to blood loss after one of his wounds opened at night, when only a few doctors were around, and they said, "Sorry, things got out of hand." I cried for hours on end, every single day. The pressure I put on myself, the guilt. I watched my best friend cut his hands in front of me that led him to death, while I couldn't do anything. But what if he was right? I knew him. He wouldn't do a thing like that only because he thought it to be fun. If he risked his life for a reason like that, it had to be real. It just had to be. Years later, I found myself scrolling on the dark web, scrolling through pages of useless stuff. Many titles were disturbing, like stalking Grant or ruining lives. I didn't click on any of them. That wasn't what I was there for. After hours and hours of searching and scrolling, I found a page labelled "Bringing Dead People Back." I clicked on it and found some rules. The same rules that were written in Brooks's diary, just in a formal manner. I skimmed through everything, and at the bottom of the page, I found instructions. Instructions for the person who wants to bring someone back. Draw a pentagram in the same place where the ritual was performed. Stand in the middle. Draw blood from where you were cut in the ritual. Speak. After that, It had some glyphs written, which I believe to be what Brooke taught me to speak. It had to be. It wouldn't make sense if he taught me anything else. I arrived at the building, the same building where it all went down. A sign was fixed at the main gate, entry restricted. I was hesitant at first, but psyched myself to go in. Reaching the rooftop, I came to see the place where the ritual was held all those years ago. Everything that happened that night flashed before my eyes. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. I sat down for a bit with my head in my hands. It was too much. I looked at the sky. Almost dark, I thought. I took the chalk powder out of my bag and began to spread it in the formation of a pentagram. Nightfall came. I took the knife out of my bag, stood in the middle of the pentagram, and placed the knife over my thumb. I clutched my eyes closed and hesitantly cut my left thumb. It hurt as blood started dripping out of my thumb. I started speaking a foreign tongue. The glyphs, I didn't know what they meant, but I couldn't forget them even after all these years. This time, I dug the knife in my thumb as blood poured over the pentagram. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and fell. I blinked, and just in one blink, I wasn't falling, but standing somewhere else. Everything was white. Not even a drop of any other shade was present. The only other colour was the dirt of my shoes spreading on the ground. I scanned my surroundings to find myself in a room. Did it work? I contemplated. I went out the door to find a long hallway filled with doors on each side. I went into every door, only to find nothing except white. Some rooms had a window covered in white. No matter how I pushed trying to open it, it didn't budge. After what felt like forever checking the rooms, I got to the door at the end of the hallway. A door that wasn't there before. Or maybe I couldn't see it. I opened it, and inside, I found another room. A really large room. It was like a big house, but nothing was in it except just one big wall, a few meters away from me. I looked up to see the length of it, only to see there was no ceiling, and neither the wall's end. White clouds covered the wall at one point while I gazed, trying to find an end, feeling my drool dripping on my shirt. A sharp feeling of pain burned through my legs as I fell on the floor, breaking out of my trance. How long was I staring upwards? A minute? An hour? I honestly have no idea. An odour entered my nose from behind me. I got up and saw a shade of crimson red, forming a path, like someone was being dragged while bleeding. I followed it to the other side of the wall, where I found a kid resting his back by the wall, while bleeding from his arms. It was Brooke. He hadn't grown an inch since the day he died. I rushed over, checking his arms and neck for a heartbeat. He didn't have one. Tears formed in my eyes as I looked down in shame, but Brooke spoke. "Matt," Brooke said in a coarse, tired voice. "How's he alive?" "Yeah, buddy, it's me." "Yeah, you finally came." Yes, I did," I said with teary eyes. "It's been 4 years since I saw him. I had to save him now. How do I get you out? Please tell me." He started saying something, but the floor beneath him turned black and into liquid, like someone dropped black ink in water. One moment he was sitting there, the next he was being sucked away on the black, watery floor, calling for me. I grabbed his hand, but it came right off as I fell back in grimace, tossing his dismembered hand away as he got sucked in. I reached my hands in the liquid and was ready to dive in, but the floor turned white and solid again in a blink, and my arms were now stuck in the floor as I felt immense pain crushing my bones. I woke up in my bed, sweat running down my forehead as sunlight dared to blind me. I felt disoriented. I was in that place moments ago. Did the same thing happen as that night? My bag sat on the chair. I checked it. but it had nothing. Not even a trace of chalk powder I was carrying in it. That was definitely weird, but I found no traces of me going to the building that night. My shoes were clean and my jacket was hanging in the cupboard. There was a feeling in the back of my mind that this was all a dream, but of course, I didn't listen to it. Why would I? I searched for more traces of my visit. My car's odometer didn't count the distance till the building, and I even had food ready in my kitchen for breakfast. Exactly what I thought to have today. I was really going to put this off as a dream, but not anymore. In the shower, I noticed marks on both my arms just below my shoulders. The same place where I was stuck on the white floor. I know for a fact it wasn't a dream. I don't know how I end up near my home every time the incident happens. All I know is that the ritual is real, and that I found Brooke in that place after years. And Brooke might have all the answers. I will try to find out more about that place, and tonight I will meet Brooke again and bring him back. A few days ago, while I was leaving for work, I saw a letter sitting on my doorstep. I picked it up, and there was no information about where it came from or who sent it. I thought that I'd read it after I sat in a taxi to go to my workplace. After doing so, I opened it. There was no name on it either, but the contents of the letter were a little weird. It was labelled as List of Rules on the top. This is what it read. This letter is sent to you because you will need it. It is of utmost importance that you don't throw this out and follow all the rules written on this paper correctly for the next 7 days, and you might have a chance to make it out. Rule 1. Before going out for work, take 2 rounds around your house. Rule 2. Whatever you do, don't take the first taxi that approaches you, even if the driver says it's free of charge. Rule 3. At exactly 3 p.m, go to the highest floor of whatever building you're in and look out of the window for 5 minutes. Don't respond or react to any voices you may hear. Rule 4. Don't eat or drink anything from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. They could have put something in it. Rule 5. After arriving home, immediately lock all doors and windows so they don't get in. Rule 6. At 10 p.m, close all the lights in your house and keep all the blinds open. They have the urge to see inside sometimes. Rule 7. Don't answer any calls from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m, no matter who's calling. If the same person calls more than 3 times, answer the call but don't say anything, no matter what the caller is saying. They will get bored after a while. Good luck, adventurer. We hope to not see you on the other side. At first, I thought some kids had decided to play a prank on me, so I didn't pay much mind to it. Getting off at work, the driver said the ride was free of charge. That's weird, I thought. Then I remembered. Rule 2, whatever you do, don't take the first taxi that approaches you, even if the driver says it's free of charge. What the hell? I pulled out the letter from my bag to confirm if that was the rule, and it was. Okay, that's a huge coincidence, I told myself. Nothing to be worried about. I said these things to calm myself, but still, I was freaking out a little. I arrived at my desk and started to work. After a while, I forgot about the taxi and the letter. After lunch, I arrived back at my desk and I heard a loud thud from behind me. Everyone in the office looked at the source of the sound, and there was a thing standing there. It was all black in colour, and its head nearly touched the ceiling. I watched in horror as it picked up one of my colleagues from the ground and threw him out of the window. Everyone started screaming as it started coming towards us. It picked another of my colleagues and tore her head open, and blood gushed out of it everywhere. I stumbled backwards and ran away from it. I went to the upper floor and hid in a closet because I figured I couldn't run from it easily. I heard screams and cries for help from the floor below me. I pulled out my phone and tried to call someone, but there was no signal. Then at one point, everything went quiet. I thought for a second that I was safe, until I heard footsteps. Not human footsteps. That thing was coming near me, coming for me. I put my hand on my mouth, trying not to make any sound. From the gap beneath the door of the closet, I saw a shadow. The shadow of that thing. I almost screamed, but the shadow just disappeared. I stayed there for a few minutes before coming out, and I didn't see anyone. I slowly went down toward my desk and I saw everyone. Everyone was there. No blood on desks, no broken window. Even my colleagues who I saw dying were on their desks, working. "Hey man, you okay?" my friend Mark asked. Yeah, I'm fine." I sat back on my desk, trying to process what the hell just happened. That's when my gaze went towards the clock on my computer. 3:16 p.m. Chills went down my entire body. It took me some time to get to the closet, and I must have been in there for around 10 minutes, which means this thing could have come here at... A dreadful realization came over me. 3 p.m. I pulled out the letter and read Rule 3. At exactly 3 p.m, go to the highest floor of whatever building you're in and look out of a window for 5 minutes. Don't respond or react to any voices you might hear. This meant that the thing came here at 3 p.m, that whatever is written in the letter, it's true. The rules are real. Whoever sent this to me knew that this will happen and will keep happening for the next week. I couldn't take it. It was too bizarre. I asked my boss to leave early and came home. This time, I followed the rules and locked all the doors and windows. I was hungry, but decided not to eat anything till 7 o'clock came around. After that, nothing really happened. I ate dinner and just chilled until 10 p.m. came. I turned off all the lights and shut the blinds. And I didn't have anything to do, so I just decided to sleep. Around 1 a.m, I was woken up by a thumping sound on my window. I got up to see what was causing it. I opened the blinds, and there was nothing there. I was about to open the window, but decided not to. Then suddenly, someone started banging on the window. I fell backwards on the floor, as there was still no one at the window. Or maybe I couldn't see who was there. The window started to crack. Just when it was about to break, the thumping stopped. I got up, drenched in sweat. I knew that whatever happened was because I didn't follow the rules when I left for work. I looked at the rules. I didn't follow Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, and Rule 6. Fuck, I cursed myself. The blinds had to be open. I rushed through the entire house, opening all the blinds as fast as I could. After that, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up the entire night until the sun came out. I went outside and examined the window. It had to be removed. I'll do it in a few days, I thought. After that, I ate some food and headed for work. Of course, I followed all the rules this time. Took 2 rounds around my house. Didn't take the first taxi. Went to the highest floor in the building and looked out the window for a little while. But the voices. Everyone was screaming in the building, calling me out for help. But I didn't listen. I knew everything would be back to normal in 5 minutes. Basically, everything that I had to do, I did. But that night, I got a phone call from an unknown number. Following the last rule, I didn't pick up. It rang another time, and then it stopped. The next 2 days went by pretty smoothly. I did everything required and no calls came at night. I was thinking that I'll make it out of this hell soon enough. But on the night of the 5th day, a phone call came again, from an unknown number. It rang once, it rang twice, it rang thrice. This time I had to pick it up. I answered, and on the other end was my mother. "Kirk, is that you?" she said. It was so sweet hearing her voice again. It took everything I had in me not to speak to her, but I knew it wasn't her. It couldn't be. She had been dead for 14 years. Soon, she stopped speaking, and the call ended. I burst into tears that I was holding back from the fear that it would hear me. On the 6th day, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. So, I denied all the rules. I didn't take 2 rounds before leaving, and after sitting in the first taxi, I asked the driver who he was, to which he didn't reply. I kept asking him, and at one point, I faded out. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing on the street beside my workplace, and the taxi was nowhere to be seen. I went in and still followed Rule 3. I was too scared to see that thing again. I ate a pizza at 6 a.m, kept all doors and windows open, and didn't turn off any lights at 10 p.m. I knew I'd regret it, but I just had to know what was going on, or I might turn crazy. At 1 a.m, the phone rang from the same number came again. I picked it up on the first ring. "Kirk? Are you there?" said my mother's shaky voice. "Mom, is that you?" I asked, eager for an answer. But after that, she didn't speak. I just heard heavy breathing from the other end. I cried while speaking, begging the voice to speak just one more time. The call was cut off after a while. Immediately after, I heard a low voice coming from behind me. It was a black thing hovering over me. I tried screaming, but I couldn't. The thing wrapped itself around me. I couldn't do anything as it suffocated me. I woke up in my bed, breathing heavily. I looked around for that thing, but it was nowhere. I walked out of the bedroom and out on the street. It was nowhere. Actually, no one was here. I walked up to my neighbour's house, and no one was in their house. I drove to my friend's house. No one was there either. I came back to my house and tried calling someone, but there was no signal. Suddenly, I hear a low, animal-like sound behind me. I look back, and a creature of some sort attacks me. Thankfully, it was small, so I was able to kick it and get it away. But after that, I heard another animal-like sound. Then another. Then another. More and more sounds emerged from the darkness. I ran into my bedroom, closed the windows and doors, and barricaded them with whatever I could. It's morning here now when I'm writing this. I can still hear the voices. I still hear those things outside. I figure I have only a few hours left with my phone's battery. Please, if someone sees this, please help me.
I, 49 male, currently live in a pretty old apartment complex with my mom, 73. We've been here for about 13 years. The apartment complex has been here since maybe the late 80s. This all started a few years ago when I was sleeping in the middle of the night, when something felt like 2 fingers touched me on the bottom of my feet. This happened 4 different times over a period of about a year. Then about a year later, it started affecting my mom. She sleeps on the couch, so the TV we have can make her fall asleep. Hers started the same way, with the touch of 2 fingers on one of her exposed feet. Then one night, she was laying on her side with her hand out, and she felt someone grabbing and holding her hand. She also felt some warmth from whatever was holding her hand. And just now, my mom told me that she was sleeping last night. It was pretty cold last night, and she was bundled up, but she couldn't keep her feet warm. But sometime last night, she had her feet laying on her side, uneven. Then she felt something go under her blanket and push her feet up, so they can be even and a blanket put over her feet. My mom just told me this could be my grandma's way of communicating with us or something. She died about 8 years ago, and my mom reminded me that she always loved holding hands with a family member. Would love to get some help trying to figure out what exactly is going on. Any help would be appreciated. I keep getting flashbacks from stuff that never happened to me, only to have it happening to me sometime after. Sometimes exactly as I remember them, sometimes with slight alterations. It isn't a deja vu, since those flashbacks happened first. Then, days, months, or even years later, the actual thing happens. I know this because every time I have one of those flashbacks, yes, it seems like I'm remembering them more than foreseeing them. I remember it because of the feeling I get from it. It's a very strange sensation. The best way to describe it is that it's having a ball of cotton-shaped white light that is warm and cool at the same time inside your chest. It then spreads to your brain and makes you feel contempt, sort of inspired/recharged, and a little confused. I sleep a lot, especially during the winter because I like sleeping. Even more if I'm depressed, bored, or just sad. With an oversleep schedule, these flashbacks tend to happen more often. This used to be a very frequent occurrence when I was younger. It lessened as I grew up, but it's still prominently there. Does anyone know what this is? Has it happened to you before? Does it have a name? For context, this haunting, I guess I'll call it, happened from about 6 to 10 years old or so. I lived in a relatively new home, in a small neighbourhood in western Massachusetts. I had a loving family, and apart from what I will talk about here, a normal childhood. I'll start by saying I don't remember too much from my early childhood, but these experiences stand vividly in my mind, as if they happened yesterday. It started off when I was about 6, with terrifyingly vivid recurring nightmares. Nightmares that seem out of place for a young kid who was never allowed to be exposed to violence or horror content. One common one included me trying desperately to jump up on my bed, while a large snake slowly approached me from my hallway. I could feel pure and unadulterated terror as it keeps closer and eventually struck me, to which I would wake up in a sweat. One of the worst ones is where me and my father would be standing in front of a hallway that branched off to the left and led into my parents' room. 5 to 10 humanoid-like figures would bound out of the darkness of the hallway and proceed to eat both me and my father alive. I could hear him screaming as they reached him, and when they eventually reached me, I would wake up tingling where the humanoids had first bit down onto me. Keep in mind, I was very young when these dreams began, but they persisted for the next 4 years. Now, dreams alone are not enough for me to go on Reddit for the first time and pour out my childhood trauma to strangers. I remember I began to feel like I was being watched in my bedroom at night. It seemed like the darkness in my room became oppressive, and I would be filled with pure dread and terror. Although I didn't know what, it felt as if something was about to happen, like every molecule in that room had stopped moving at once. This is when I first saw him. My bed was situated where my head was against a wall, and the foot of my bed pointed towards a window. To my right was the door leading into my room, on the same wall my head was against. Just to the left of that was a door on the adjacent wall, leading into a Jack and Jill bathroom I shared with my sister. There was just enough light from the window that I could see the outline of a tall black figure, with the outline of a top hat sitting on its head. I don't remember fully what his face looked like, at least 10 years ago, but I do remember seeing some sort of liquid reflecting light where his face would have been.
I quickly ripped the covers over my head and sat there frozen with terror, unable to move. This went on for many, many months. Every time that sense of dread filled me, I knew he was there, but wouldn't dare to look for fear that he would attack me. There were a few times that I was so convinced I was not going to make it, I screamed for my parents, and they always came running to find nothing. My dad would always tell me, "Who's the scariest thing in this house?" To which I would lie and tell him it was of course my strong gusto father. He always assured me nothing would happen to me while he was there, but I knew if this thing wanted to do me harm, there was nothing he could do. Up to this point, by about 8 years old, the nightmares had become more graphic and appearances more frequent. Always filling up that doorway just standing, watching. Up to this point, I had never been physically touched or attacked by it. That was until one night when I was bunkered down beneath my sheets, and that familiar feeling of dread washed over me. I froze in my bed with the same feeling of anticipation. Only this time, something would finally happen. There was a scraping noise that I could tell came from that bathroom, and suddenly my leg was grabbed through the covers. I freaked out, bawling, crying, and beelined to my parents' room where I stayed for the night. I was never touched again, but he was there most nights until we moved states when I was 10. Of course, I tried to explain what was happening to me, but it always brushed off and I eventually stopped talking about it, as no one believed me, and I didn't want to scare my little sister any more than I had already. Fast forward to 2 years ago when I was 18, sifting through old storage boxes filled with my old school drawings and notebooks my parents had kept. I was flipping through a school notebook filled with grammar practice, and such when my heart sank. There in my school notebook was a drawing of the Top Hat Man. I practically shoved it down my parents' throats while shouting, "See, I told you it's the fucking Top Hat Man." My parents went pale and profusely apologized for not believing me. They even went as far as to ask me if I needed counseling. In reality, I was relieved that I had some proof, and today I absolutely love horror as a genre. I guess maybe because it gives me a feeling of control I never had as a kid. If anyone has any questions or insights to offer me, be more than welcome. If you had a similar experience, please tell me about it. I'm going to try and attach the pictures I took of my elementary school notebooks, but like I said, it's my first time posting here, and I'm still not entirely sure if I'm doing this right. I have stories of paranormal activity, but it's never scary to me, just annoying as fuck. When I was little, I was playing on the sofa and my foot got stuck in between the cushions. Something grabbed my foot. I couldn't set it free, so I started screaming for help. My mom came into the room and immediately it let go. My mom didn't believe me. I don't blame her. I tried recreating to see what just happened, and it didn't happen again. It happened a few more times. Then I just stopped jumping on the sofa altogether. Being touched while I sleep. This is more recent. I hate being touched in the first place, so this just irks me to no end. I don't have any pets that free roam other than a hamster. I thought it was a bug, and I just recently got this mattress for a hefty price. I cleaned out my sheets and bedding. To just cover my bases, I did a deep clean of my whole apartment, but I never saw anything. The next time it happened, I was so pissed because I love my sleep. I just said, "Stop touching me," and it just stopped. It always made my feet, butt and face. It's like, yes, I'm human. I bet you were human at one point too. This anatomy is not unfamiliar to you, so just leave me alone. After saying stop, it hasn't occurred again. My blanket's been pulled off the bed. This is more recent too. I was scared the first time. I couldn't go back to sleep, but now I'm just plain annoyed. All of my paranormal experiences have been more annoying rather than scary. Nothing like the movies, but I know movies dramatize things. What about y'all? It was August when I moved in. At the time, my mother had been suffering from multiple health issues for months and had to be in and out of different hospitals fairly often. She and my father slept in different bedrooms since he had grown more and more agitated about my father's loud snoring. In the months that I stayed with them, my mother's bedroom always made me feel a bit uncomfortable. She had rose pink organza drapes hanging around the canopy bed, and the room didn't get much direct sunlight, since its only window faced the northeast. I never wanted to stay there for longer than 15 minutes. Due to her illness, my mother lost more than 30 pounds and weighed a mere 85 pounds by the end of October. She had all these antibiotic-resistant infections affecting multiple organs. Her doctors were extremely puzzled and couldn't pinpoint what the actual causes were. It was heart-wrenching to see my mother slowly withering into an extremely frail and depressive person. At one point, she even thought that she was dying. In early December, one of my mother's cousins came over to the house for the first time and was very concerned about my mother's bedroom immediately. It's full of messy energies, as she described how she felt, and said it gave her a bad headache as soon as she entered the bedroom. That got my parents' attention. My mom's cousin informed my parents that she knew someone special who might be able to help with my mother's odd illness. The person was a medicine man / feng shui master. Running out of options, my parents agreed to invite the master to the house the following week. I was home with them on the day the master arrived. He first instructed my father to remove all the wooden statues my father had collected over the years. You can put them in the garage or storage room, definitely not in your living space, the master claimed. According to him, each of those statues carried their own chaotic energies and were not the friendly ones. When he entered my mother's bedroom, he shook his head in disbelief, told us that there were things he did not like and that he needed to get rid of them ASAP. He handed my father a hulu, calabash in Chinese, used by traditional medicine men / women as containers for various substances. The master told my father to leave it in my mother's bedroom with the lid open, and then we waited. That was in the late afternoon. My father and the master's assistant were at work moving the wooden statues from the house to the garage, while my mother rested in the guest bedroom with me. Around dinner time, my mother started to develop a horrible panic attack. She was extremely jittery, short of breath, and couldn't stop scratching her chest. She told me it felt like something was inside her chest and she needed to get it out. I had never seen my mother that way. Her face and chest were beet red, and she had acted like a wounded, angry animal. Scared and alarmed, I ran to the garage to tell everyone what was going on. The master yelled out, "We've got something!" He instructed my father to retrieve the hulu from my mother's bedroom and put the lid back on. My father followed the order and brought out the hulu, then handed it to the master. Right after that, my mother's panic attack subsided quickly, like nothing had ever happened. Her face and chest returned to her normal pale, fair tone, with visible red scratch marks she had done to herself just moments ago, and she was calm. The master grabbed the hulu and stared at it for a while, then closed his eyes before declaring that we caught it. What was in the hulu? We all wanted to know. According to the master, it seemed to be a type of black magic, an ill-intended spell that someone had cast onto the house. However, my mother was not necessarily the target. It was only because she had a weak immune system to begin with that made it easy for the bad energy to attach onto her. Strangely, after that unexplainable event, my mother's health was improving day by day. The next spring, she regained her health. Even the doctors were amazed by it. No, my parents didn't tell the doctors what had happened with the master, since they didn't think the doctors would believe them after all. That was more than 10 years ago. Until today, we still had zero idea what the hell was going on. I'm just feeling grateful that my mother is still with us, with good health and all. And they still live in that house, happily and peacefully. So when I first moved to my current house like 10 years ago, and I never really felt alone. Like there would always seem to be some feeling of someone being nearby. And the place just had an incredibly ominous feeling to the atmosphere. You could hear distinct footsteps upstairs when no one else was home, and movement in the shadows. I know it sounds cliche, but that's truly how it began. The basement was always worse than the rest of the house. There was just an incredibly strong foreboding feeling whenever you passed the halfway mark of the stairs. It always felt like someone was right behind you. The door to the boiler room would always pop open and creak like an inch or two before just stopping. Didn't matter if you slammed the door or gently closed it. The door would always creak back open within the hour. Then there was the whispering that would happen if you ignored the door for too long. And as time passed, the whispering began to happen to me, even if I wasn't in the basement. The voice always changed depending on the circumstances. If I was home alone, then it was always the voice of my family members calling my name. But when I called back, the whisper would just keep repeating my name, beckoning me to come to the source of the sound, until I went and investigated. Only then would the whispers stop. For extra info, my house is a decent size, so if someone isn't loud enough, then they can sound like a distant whisper, which is why I kept investigating it. If I wasn't home alone, the whispers would be an inaudible but masculine voice that always originated from right behind me. It didn't matter if I tried to play the TV really loud or if I wore headphones, the whispers were always audible. That was the extent of the activity for around a year, until one day, a tapping started in my closet. It was never random and always occurred in some type of pattern, like tap, 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 tap. And it would start up randomly and end randomly, but only when I would be home alone or between sunset and sundown. The tapping varied in length, lasting for a few minutes and restarted every few hours, or sometimes it would go for hours and then just stop for the remainder of the night. It was incredibly random. I thought it was maybe a leaky pipe or something of the sorts, but there were no pipes in that part of the wall. My room was on the top floor and there were no sinks or showers for 15 plus feet, and no mold or water stains ever appeared on the wall of the closet or the ceiling beneath my room. I was absolutely terrified to go to bed because of the sounds, but around that time, my blanket began coming off in the middle of the night. I know that sounds like the result of basic restless sleeping, but it would always be neatly folded into a square on the floor by the foot of my bed. It was absolutely horrific to have to attempt to pull the blanket off the floor and unfold it while trying to cover myself again, while knowing that whatever did that could still be in my room. I began sleeping with headphones on while playing natural white noise to make sleeping in that room easier, but it was still incredibly nerve-wracking. After a few months of getting used to the closet tapping and learning to live with everything going on, whatever was in my house began to actively terrorize me during the daylight hours. The way my house is designed, there is one big living room that is separated by a wall divider to give the illusion of creating two rooms, but there's no door or anything to physically block things or sounds. The entity would start scratching the carpet like a dog does on the opposite side of the divider from me, and then slowly the scratching would come over to the right in front of where I was. Didn't matter if I was on the couch or in a chair. It would come right in front of me and scratch until I reacted. If I moved to a different seating spot, it would follow me. If I ignored it, then it wouldn't stop. But I admit that the longest I tried to ignore it was only 30 minutes. So maybe if I held out, then it would have stopped eventually. That would happen like every day, until I learned that it would stop if I left the house. So I think it wanted to exercise its power over me or something. like it was letting me know that it owned the house and I was simply being allowed to stay. But even if I left the house after the scratching, it would still happen again every 3 or 4 days like clockwork. I thought I was absolutely crazy because no one else was experiencing these things. Until one day, when the scratching got too close to my dog and he began to bark at it, before running over to join me on the couch and growling at whatever it was as it got closer. I complained to my mom and siblings, told them that I didn't like the dogs and that I was scared to go home after school. But I used to have a very active imagination, so they would tell me to be quiet or stop talking crazy. My faith in my mom was absolutely shattered and has still never truly recovered after being dismissed so many times. All she would do was wave her hand and say, "In the name of Jesus, you're safe," and tell me to go away. After around 3 years of living in that house, around a year after the scratching began, around years after the closet tapping began, the tapping started happening in the closet at my father's house as well. So I'm like 87% sure whatever it was attached to me for some reason. I tried praying, I tried never being home alone, I even forced myself to get rid of my imagination to end the terror, but nothing changed. It wasn't until my brother told my mom he converted religions that my mother blessed the house with holy anointed oil. She dipped her finger in oil and put a cross on every doorway in the house to force out his evil spirits that made him doubt Christianity, that it finally stopped. The door opening, the shadows, the scratching, the whispers, they stopped that day. But the occasional ominous feelings and the footsteps both happen occasionally, and I'm personally fine with that. So that's the background. But not too long ago, I feel like it's been picking up again. I had my college dorm mates come home with me, since there were no flights back to his country due to them closing their borders. And he began investigating the occult while in my home. Not with Ouija boards or anything, just doing basic research and all that. Maybe he reawakened something. So while that roommate was still at my house, he began saying that he felt uncomfortable being alone in any room in the house, and began walking around with headphones. After he left my house to stay elsewhere, the ominous feeling began to return more frequently than it has for the past 6 or 7 years, and I began to see things dart around corners or move around in the dark really quick every now and then, but this time it's more physical as well. A little while after the activity began to pick up again, I was sleeping in my sister's old room alone, and something cold grazed my back, so I woke up, looked around, and laid back down. I had assumed it was the AC vent or something, but I was tired and forgot that the AC doesn't work in that room. Just as I was about to fall asleep again, it gently stroked my back again. That time there was no mistaking it. It felt like 4 small, petite fingers glided across the entirety of my back, from my shoulder to just a few inches above my butt. I immediately went under the blanket and it stopped. But I was awake by that point. I eventually calmed myself down by thinking about it, and I concluded that it was different from the haunting I had as a child. Whatever touched me seemed feminine and almost caring or gentle, like it hadn't meant to frighten me. A few nights later, I began to hear footsteps leading up to the second bed in the room. After my sister left, we put a second bed in there so that guests could stay over if they so desired. And then the footsteps would stop before I heard sounds similar to someone sitting on the bed and adjusting themselves. I saw nothing and didn't feel threatened. So I just sort of began talking about what I was doing and how I was feeling. And after a few minutes of that, I saw the bed spring up and heard the sound of the bed springs resetting, before the sound of the footsteps went back towards the door and stopped. At that point, I got a little nervous because I couldn't chalk it up to me being a little crazy, but I wasn't truly frightened or anything. That exact thing began to happen every few days or so, typically when I was getting ready for bed, so I just made a routine of greeting it and talking aloud of my thoughts. After a few weeks of this, however, the activity changed and I didn't quite like it. I was minding my own business and relaxing when the bedroom door began to shake, like someone was grabbing the handle and twisting it, but not opening the door. While shaking it violently, in the past, the door would shake occasionally if a semi-truck passed by in the neighbourhood, but this was way more intense of a rattling, and I have exercise bands on the floor which have never rattled with the door before, but they did this time, which startled me because that never happens. I yelled at whatever was shaking the door to piss off, you damn prankster, and it stopped for a minute, before the door started rattling again, but softer this time. I yelled out, "Enough! I acknowledge that you're there," and I walked over to the door, grabbing the doorknob, and started shaking it back. I stood there for a moment to see if there would be a response, but the shaking ended. Since this event, I had my mother pray in that room and bless it, since she has become a much more devout person than I am, and all the activity in that room has ceased. At this point, I began to remember everything, and I decided to ask around since I was older now, and my words would be more respected. I talked to my mum about it, and she said that something shook her bed once, but she told it to leave her alone in the name of Jesus, and it stopped. But she also said that while I was complaining to her about the ghost stuff, that my sister had been telling her about a man in a fedora-type hat, who would stand in the corner and shadow figures in the dark before the house was blessed the first time, but claims that she never mentioned it after that. I have a theory that maybe she had paranormal experiences that never went away, and that's what caused her to go off the deep end and start doing drugs and running around the streets at all hours. Due to her past actions, I'm pretty low contact with that sister, but in my pursuit of answers, I am thinking about writing her a letter to ask her about experiences. My other sister, however, claims that when she lived in the basement, that she hated being there alone because it felt like someone was always watching her, especially when she was in the shower or trying to sleep. She stayed out the house as often as possible, or would have boys over just so that she wouldn't be home alone. After around 6 months to a year, before I began spending a lot of my time in the basement, she got pregnant and moved out. She said that she never mentioned it to anyone because she didn't want to sound crazy or scare us, since my siblings and I were so much younger than her. My brother claims that he has experienced nothing and tries to logic everything away, which is a good thing, but if you confront him with undeniable proof of something happens when he was also present. We witnessed the carpet scratching once and ran upstairs before locking ourselves in our rooms. He will deny it ever happened and refuse to talk about it. He's always been the type to try and conceal and hide everything that happens to him, or what he feels, so I don't expect him to really answer my questions honestly anytime soon. I definitely want to find answers and to end this once and for all if I can. My nephews want to start spending the night with me, and I want to make sure they never experience the things that I did. As I'm sure some of you are aware, the hunting season for white-tailed deer is about to start this weekend. I've, 25 female, began spending a decent chunk of time in the stand with my partner, in life and in most ventures generally, because we've discovered that hogs have been rooting up the oats and generally causing havoc and scaring away the deer from the feeder. We've gone out a handful of times in the last 2 weeks, attempting to catch the miscreants at it. So far, no luck. Very frustrating. At any rate, because of the hogs, I've been spending more time in a stand, after dark, than I ever have in my life. We've been up there from 9 PM to 1 AM, 10 PM to 2 AM, 9 PM to 11 AM, and every other weird time slot you can think of. I mention this just in case it's relevant or helps paint a picture. There have been a few things that have happened that I've struggled to explain away or rationalise, and my partner is out of ideas too. The first thing happened about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning with a decent chunk of moon illuminating the area. I was only half paying attention to my surroundings because I'd already written the night off as a bust, when all of a sudden I became aware of a weird whirring/flapping sound. I thought it originated from something behind me, but my partner said he heard it coming from away and to the front/left of us. At any rate, it was loud, airborne, and passed quickly over us and away. I'm very familiar with the sound drones make, and this wasn't it. It also wasn't a helicopter. The sound was too small, if that makes sense. And it wasn't a bird. It sounded too mechanical. It was flying very low, probably just above the tree line. We couldn't see anything. The second thing happened about a week ago. We weren't in the stand, but it was weird and out of the norm, so I'll mention it. We live on the same property that the stand is on. It was around 9 or 10 at night, when all of a sudden there was a distant boom like an explosion, which hit our home like a thud. If you've spent any time around heavy artillery or explosive, you know what I mean. It was strong enough that my sister-in-law, who lives down the road, called us asking what the hell just happened. It could have been a natural gas explosion, but the weird part is that my partner did some internet digging, and a local emergency management website had posted asking for any info on an unknown explosion back in 2016, during the same time of year. We still have no clue what it was. And then, lastly, tonight. We were out in the stand once again. It's gotten cold, and we've had a ton of rain all day, so everything was damp and dripping. We went out at 10 and it was about 10:30. I was preoccupied with trying to keep my fingers and toes warm when suddenly I became aware of a weird murmuring. My partner heard it too, but he was hearing damage, so I don't think he heard the full breadth of the tones. To me, it kind of sounded like muffled voices off in the distance, like several someones having a conversation too far off to make out the individual words. But the direction the sounds were coming from doesn't have any buildings or dwellings, it's just woods. And there were several different tones. My partner said it kind of sounded like a cow moaning, but not quite. There are cattle in the area, and we hear them vocalizing all the time. This wasn't that. And there isn't any grazing land in the vicinity of the sound's origins. They carried on for maybe 30 seconds, slightly rose in a crescendo, and then died off and faded away completely. I want to stress how indistinct these sounds were. If I hadn't been listening intently, I don't know if I would have heard it. All of this, coupled with the general gut feeling I have whenever I'm out in the dark alone, has me wondering. I don't necessarily feel endangered. I just generally watched and noticed. I have very good instincts and I try to listen to them. I'd love to know what you all think. There may be rational explanations for all these phenomena. All I know is, I don't want to be another hunter with another creepy story, but I feel like I'm starting to see a bell curve emerge, lol. Thanks for reading.
The first experience happened a few months ago. I was in my sophomore year and was preparing for my teaching practicum. Anyway, it was sometime close to 2 or after 2 in the morning. I was writing my lesson plans with the lights off, so the only light from my laptop lit up the room. I was at it for a few hours due to idling on YouTube, but when I was almost at the end, I suddenly felt uneasy, as if someone was in the room watching me. When I looked up, my attention was averted to the door, which was right in front of me. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me due to prolonged exposure to my laptop screen. But when I really looked closely, I saw a shadow forming right in front of me. I was confused at first and was saying to myself, what the fuck is that? Then it dawned on me what was happening and I was like, oh shit. It began manifesting itself and was forming into this shadow man, if you would call it that. I proceeded to continue my work as to not allow it to know I knew it was there. But the atmosphere got more and more uncomfortable till I was fixated on it only. I watched it for a few minutes as it just stood there not moving until it just disappeared. The moment I got the opportunity to move, I quickly got up and flicked on the lights, and obviously nothing there. I stayed with the light on for the rest of the night. The second incident happened a few weeks ago. I was trying to get some sleep but was unable to, no matter how hard I tried. Eventually I dozed off and began dreaming this weird dream. I tried to wake up and I did. Well, so I thought. Apparently I tried twice, and when I thought I was awake, I was still in this dream state and couldn't move or talk, or even scream out. I knew someone or something was behind me, but to be honest, I wasn't going to take the chance and look what was there. For context, my back was to the same door I saw the shadow figure. I felt this electric charge the whole time running through my body, and then my eyes went shut, and I couldn't open them, no matter how hard I tried. This woman then came over to me. Mind you, my eyes were shut, but it was as if I could see her, even though it was happening. How is this possible? She then tried to lift me off my bed to carry me to God knows where, and I tried to put a counterforce on her, not allowing her to carry this out, whatever it was. This happened for the next 5 minutes, I believe, until she relented and I woke up in a panic, looking all around with nothing and no one in sight. Best believe it took a while to go back to sleep. Nothing has happened since, and I want to keep it that way. What are your thoughts on this? I hadn't thought about this in a while, until someone mentioned the Hat Man in response to a different post. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I've seen the Hat Man. I was living overseas at the time, and although I'd always been a pretty spiritual person, due to circumstances in my life, coupled with the people I was associating with, it went from 0 to 100 real quick. I won't get into all that, because this isn't really the place for it. But I think the fact that I was more in tune than I've ever been with myself and my surroundings has a lot to do with the following experiences. There was a lot happening, mainly in the form of hearing ringing bells when no bells were around, seeing angel numbers everywhere and constantly, and of course, the Hat Man. I worked the night shift at the time, and weird stuff always happened to me when I've had to sleep during the day. The only times I've ever slept walk, had sleep paralysis, or seen things was when I was on nights. I'm sure the logical and scientific explanation for it is that my natural rhythms were all out of whack. And while I think that's true, I also think it made me more susceptible to things. So anyway, enough preamble. My alarm would go off every day at 4 p.m. Most of the time I'd wake up 30 minutes early and just lie in bed, delaying the inevitable. Same thing happened the morning, afternoon in question, and I slowly woke up, lying on my back. I blearily opened my eyes, and there was enough ambient light coming in through the window that the room was decently well lit. Think late afternoon light, kind of golden. As I slowly blinked awake, my eyes settled on the space at the foot of my bed. There was a TV stand there against the wall, and the top half of that should have been in my line of sight. Instead, there was the distinct shadowed form of a tall, broad-shouldered figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat. It startled me, and I instantly sat up in bed. But in the space of time it took me to realize what I was seeing and react, it disappeared. I told one of my friends about it later, and he told me it must have been the Hat Man. Stories and feelings seem to be pretty mixed on this character, but I can say that I felt no fear and had no bad feelings about seeing it. It startled me, obviously, but it didn't scare me. I saw the same figure once or twice more after that, and then never again. It's been years since it all happened, and even though I hadn't thought about it till seeing that comment, writing all of this out has brought it back clear as day. I'd love to hear other people's experiences, good or bad. What's your opinion of the Hat Man? Do you think it's a messenger, a guardian, a ghost, or something else entirely? My family and I were living in a big house out in the country, in the middle of nowhere, Illinois. When you pulled into the driveway, the house was to your left. The second floor of the house is where all 3 bedrooms were, plus a bathroom. From the driveway looking at the second floor of the house, you would see a row of windows that was the hallway connecting the bedrooms, with the bathroom in the centre, across from the row of windows. This hallway always gave me the creeps. I can't explain why, it just felt evil. I hated that hallway. I hated reaching the top of the stairs. I hated the few steps it took from the top of the stairs to get to my bedroom. I hated showering in that bathroom. The downstairs bathroom only had a tub, no shower. While showering, I always felt that I had to watch the door, glass doors. I hated that when I pulled into the driveway that I felt I had to look at that row of windows to the hallway, I guess to make sure that nothing was there. Anyway, just all round creepy hallway. One night, my husband and I were laying in bed. We had just laid down, completely awake. It's pitch black, no lights on in the house, no street lights or cars in the road. We were surrounded by cornfields. You can tell if a car is coming by the headlights a mile down the road. After a couple minutes, my eyes had adjusted to the dark. I could make out my doorway, the dresser, etc. I was looking toward the doorway when I saw the shadow of a large man enter the bedroom, walk across the room, then disappear. I had read about shadow people before, but didn't really believe the stories. I just couldn't understand what people meant when they said it was blacker than black, until that moment. After a few seconds, I said to my husband, "Did you see that?" Not being specific about what I saw because I wanted to know if he saw the same thing. With a shake in his voice, all he said was, "I don't want to talk about it," and I knew he did. We didn't discuss it until the next morning. He described the exact same thing I saw. We moved a few months later, unrelated reasons, but I've never missed that house. About a year and a half ago, my husband and I were temporarily separated. My teenage daughter and I had moved into an apartment. We were on good terms and he had the access code to get into the apartment. After I had gone to bed one night, I heard the door open and close. I propped up on my elbows to look out of my bedroom door, down the hallway, into the living room, where I saw my husband standing. I asked him, "What are you doing?" He was looking at me, but didn't reply and turned and walked into the kitchen. I thought, whatever, and laid back down and went to sleep. The next morning, I called him and asked him what he wanted last night. He said, "What do you mean?" I replied, "What did you want when you came over last night?" To this day, he swears he didn't come over. My daughter and I moved back into our house about a year ago. Last week, I was in the shower and heard my husband coughing inside the bathroom. I hadn't heard the door open. I said, "Jesus, you scared the shit out of me." Again, no reply, and I heard the door close. After I got out of the shower and dressed, I went to the living room where he was. I asked him what he wanted. Again, I got a, "What are you talking about?" I said, "You came into the bathroom while I was in the shower." He told me he never got off the couch. Then last night, we were both sitting on the couch right next to the door when the doorbell rang. This doorbell isn't just a 2-note type of ding-dong. My husband set it to play the dang national anthem, so it played the whole thing. As soon as it started, he got up and opened the door to, you guessed it, no one. He even went outside and looked around the house. Nothing. I don't think he believed in seeing and hearing him. After the doorbell thing, I think he's a little spooked. Ah, the snow. How delicate and unique each flake of the cold, white substance can be. The children will dash through it, flinging it left and right among each other. They will lay down and stretch their arms and legs in all directions, attempting to create a beautiful angel for all to see. Then, of course, there are others who build snowmen, their laughter filling the frosty air as they partake in a multitude of holiday activities. How I envied those who enjoyed the Christmas spirit. I had never actually seen such festivities occur. Rather, I would hear about them through tales my father would tell of the good boys and girls who truly valued what it meant to celebrate Christmas. I know. It isn't that close to Christmas yet. Just bear with me. This needs to come out in advance, for reasons that will soon become apparent. This story will be a recounting of an experience I had as a young boy. After finding myself away from my childhood home and stumbling upon civilization, I began taking the time to recollect a few memories from my past. Between strange occurrences I couldn't explain back then, and one freakish moment I experienced at some point in time, I suppose this will act as a warning to you. I truly want to help you, and this is perhaps the best way I can spread the word about what I have discovered without him finding out. I need to be discreet about this. I don't think he'd be too fond of me releasing this information. Although I have travelled as far away from my old home as I can, I know for a fact that he's still out there, and that he can find me if I'm clumsy. Sure, this shitty VPN might do the trick for a while, but something tells me that a man like him can bypass such a thing in time. Maybe if a few people who see this help me spread it around, I won't have to worry as much. Maybe if there's enough of us telling this story, he won't be able to pick me out of the crowd. It's the best I can hope for, I suppose. Even still, I have to live the life of a nomad, never once being able to stop and catch my breath. Now, since I've finished my introduction, I suppose it's time to release something I've been holding back for quite some time now. I can only hope that I make any sort of difference by doing this. My childhood was a strange one. When December came, I found myself locked inside my house. My father and I didn't adorn the halls with stockings or decorations, nor did we erect a Christmas tree in our living room. The fireplace was constantly extinguished, robbing me of the comfort I desired. Each night, I would curl up in bed, trembling as the cold air ran across my body, and I stared up at the ceiling, my mind completely blank. Yes, it was as bad as it sounds. No, I didn't mind how rough things could get. There always seemed to be an innocent part of me that didn't mind the way I lived my life, no matter how barren the house could be during all times of the year. Don't get me wrong, my father was very good to me. I can't recall a day he didn't show me his wide smile and treat me as best he could. He took care of me, fed me well, and was a good parent overall. He was a rather direct fellow, but a kind man nonetheless. The only issue is that, well, he wasn't a big fan of the holidays. This made for a very bleak life around the winter time especially. I was surprised to hear that December was a time of celebration for many other people. My father told me that it was the month where people came together. They would hang decorations in their house, light warm fires in the fireplace, and carry jovial expressions on their face as they feasted come supper time. I often thought he did it just to pull my leg. I had never seen the things he described to me after all, so it would make sense that maybe they were just stories. I rarely found it strange that we didn't live remotely near anybody else. Our small wooden hut was located high in the mountains, where the slopes would be treacherous for anyone ascending or descending the terrain. Perhaps, even if I had wanted to see the outside world, I wouldn't have been able to. It would have been impossible for me to climb up or down the rugged area, let alone at such a young age. Because of the sheer height of the mountains where we lived, the air was thin and the winds blew fiercely, and the most I ever saw of the outside world was through the window. While my father stayed inside with me, we would play board games and create drawings together. Those and various other indoor activities would teach me about the outside world and what it was like. However, my favourite memories of my father were the stories he would tell me. As mentioned prior, he would tell me of his experiences with that which dwelled under the mountain and across the world. His various interactions with such people piqued my curiosity, and upon my request to learn more, he would bring me books and magazines. Those sources were my first true contact with society, and I'd spend hours at a time reading. It kept me busy, and despite the lack of holiday cheer in my life, I was content. As each December came, my father would start spending less time with me and more time in his private office. I only ever saw him carrying a large list of what appeared to be names on a sheet, and then he would vanish for lengthy periods of time. I always wondered what he did up there, but he never took the time to explain. He always brushed off my questions or dismissed them with a simple, "You'll understand when you're older, kiddo." I never found myself content with those answers. For years, I felt as if my thirst for knowledge would remain unquenched, for the simple reason that I hadn't a clue what my father did. After mischievously trying to sneak into his office one night while he slept, I found that the door was locked, and I never found the key. With my determination fleeting, I decided to just mind my own business and let it be. Several years of this same pattern would come and go, and I was fine with it at first. However, I was not fine with the repetitive and, quite frankly, monotonous routine. I had read all my books, perfected all my art, and it got to the point where my father would retell the same old stories. I grew tired of these tedious rituals, and thus my curiosity sparked once more. It had been years since I learned about the existence of my father's office. I thought that perhaps I was old enough to handle what was inside. You could imagine my dismay upon being denied my request to enter the room. I must have asked that man several times a month. Still, with his everlasting patience, he would respond with a simple no each time. With all of this information out of the way, I think it's time I introduce you to something my father would do that would eventually cause my curiosity to overflow. You see, every night on December 24th, he would open the front door, a large brown bag slung over his shoulder. He'd wave goodbye to me with a jolly grin on his face. He'd release a cheerful laugh before closing the door and locking it behind him, making his merry way down the mountain with inhuman speed and skill before disappearing into the night. The following day, he would come back exhausted. After taking his bag to the office, he would then sleep for most of the day. I may have been an ignorant child, but I wasn't stupid. All the books I had read, all the stories I had heard, they connected like puzzle pieces together within my young brain. And I came to conclude that my father was, in fact, Santa Claus. I knew then more than ever that I had to find out what was in his office. So I formulated a devious plan within my mind and decided it was worth a shot. After a few hours of waiting, I saw the sun begin to rise above the horizon. The snowy weather had ceased on the mountain, and the morning was a calm one indeed. I struggled to keep my eyes open. I had waited all night for my father to return home. After a while, I felt my body begin to relax. I fought with all my strength to keep my eyes open, and right before I drifted into a sound sleep, I heard the front door open. I peeked my head up and fixated my eyes on the shape of my father, stepping through the doorway. He looked surprised to see me up so early, but he flashed me that same warm smile he always did and rubbed my head gently. As expected, he ascended the stairs and opened his office door. He told me to wait outside and not to look in, and I obliged his request. As he exited the room and closed the door, I stopped him before he could lock it with his key. I quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him downstairs. He tugged back towards the door in protest, but I was persistent, and he eventually gave in and followed me willingly. I led him to the kitchen, where a fresh batch of cookies awaited him, accompanied by a glass of milk. He smiled and thanked me before digging in, frantically eating the cookies and drinking his milk. After he finished, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and got up. I could see the bags under his eyes, and the tired expression on his face. With a single yawn, he went to his room and fell asleep in bed. My plan had succeeded. I steadily made my way up the stairs and found myself in front of the office. Sweat pooled in my palms as I gripped the doorknob before me. Years of waiting and curiosity would be satisfied, and the mystery would finally be solved. I snickered softly. Finally, a little action. A vacation from the curiosity which had plagued me for so long. I trembled in excitement, and I pushed the door open and opened. A single desk stood in the middle of the room, and the brown bag sat on top of it. I slowly approached the desk, placing my hand on the bag. With one swift motion, I opened it and poked my head inside. Its contents weren't exactly what I had expected. What I saw in that bag left me scratching my head in confusion. Inside, I found what seemed to be a random assortment of objects at the time. I was disappointed with my findings, and I carefully made sure to exit the door and close it behind me, certain that I'd covered my tracks well. I never spoke a word of that experience to my father. I found myself chuckling a few times at how underwhelmed I was. I was expecting something far greater, only to find a strange collection of items inside the bag. Perhaps I laughed it off to distract myself from the truth of what I saw, but I convinced myself that my dad was nobody special all along. It wasn't until I got much older I began thinking about what I found and what it truly meant. When the realization finally hit me, I soon after fled from my home. My body has grown acclimated to the environment I'd lived in, and one Christmas after my old man left the house, I was able to descend the mountain much like my father had and run far, far away. The items I had found that day, they corresponded with several of the objects kept in the possession of a certain Germanic legend. It was a folklore tale spread around regarding an entity that made itself known come Christmas. I had read a little about it in the various magazines and books my father had retrieved from me years ago. I saw chains, coal, birch branches, rope, and branding irons. Each one had been used the previous night, and several child-sized shoes were also contained within the sack, all of them charred beyond repair. When I woke up, I only recognized the growing sense of thirst from within my dehydrated body. I licked my parched lips and slipped out in the covers, my body suddenly hit by the cold air stitched into the seams of the oppressive darkness ahead. I quivered as I reluctantly embraced the chill temperature and made my way to the door, jumping with each step as small creaks were produced from the weight of my foot being placed upon the oak floorboards. Although the noise was faint, it sounded deafeningly loud in contrast to the dead silence surrounding my petite self. All 5 of my fingers curled around the bronze-coloured doorknob ahead, and they steadily turned it until a small click was heard. I then placed my tiny hand against the wooden door, coated in a fine layer of white paint, and with a gentle push, the barrier between the safe haven of a child's bedroom and whatever lay beyond was removed. I shivered as a new draft of icy air entered the room. A brand new wave of darkness seemed to rush through the doorway and engulf the area, its colour resembling that of tar. Summoning all the courage I could, I placed both feet firmly on the beige carpet that embellished the ground. My eyes glared at the corridor before me. It appeared lengthier at night than during the day. I could imagine elongated arms melting from the walls on both sides, grasping at my clothing. I could envision dozens of spiders dropping from the ceiling, several landing on my hair, and others crawling on the surface of my body. Shaking my head, I banished such thoughts and proceeded down the hallway. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I walked past the room where my parents soundly rested in their comfortable bed. There was no turning back, and even if I wanted to, The craving for a drink to sedate my ever-growing dehydration only grew. I carried on still, finally reaching the end of the endless path, and found myself in a clearing. By then, my eyes had grown somewhat accustomed to the dark, and I could make out a few pieces of furniture and a television set. I slowed my pace and gulped nervously. A sense of peril entrenched the room. I found that shadows would dance in the corner of my eyes, only to disappear once I turned my head in their direction. The darkness seemed even more foreboding than it had just seconds earlier. I desperately wished to run to my parents like I had so many times before. Still, I remembered how they had always told me there was nothing to be afraid of. They explained numerous times that my young imagination would always come up with ways to scare me, but I had to learn to be brave and overcome the fear I would often encounter at the hands of my own mind. Thus, my mind was set on proving to my mother and father that I wasn't afraid anymore, and so I carried on. I confidently walked forward, repeating what my parents had said in my thoughts with each stride. After taking a few steps, I heard it. From behind me, I could make out the sound of footsteps, their rhythm conflicting with my own. As I stopped, so did they. My heart began beating faster than before. Has it been my mind playing tricks on me again? I resumed my steady pace, and this time, the only footsteps I could hear were my own. As I neared the kitchen, I found myself standing completely still once more. Figures and shapes yet again found themselves located in the corners of my eyes. I attempted to take a few deep breaths in order to calm down. It was just my imagination, right? I tried my hardest to assure myself of that, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I doubted it. And that growing sense of fear showed as I walked even faster. I kept my eyes focused ahead, not daring to look behind me for even a second. The offbeat footsteps returned once again, and I responded by going even faster. I felt the wind start to pick up and brush by my face as I realized how quickly I was moving. I was certain that my imagination was causing me to hear the footsteps on my trail and the forms appearing in the corners of my eyes. I was aware that my imagination was the reason behind my deepest, darkest fears, which were beginning to make their presence known within his soul. I knew for a fact that only my imagination could make my heart beat the way it did and soak my palms in a thin layer of sweat. My parents would never lie to me, would they? Regardless of what I knew to be true or not, I was close to arriving at my destination. I began a full sprint as I felt the darkness clutching my ankles and arms. I could hear the footsteps aimlessly walking around, and more illusions of figures accompanied them. I had one hell of an imagination, and I had one thought racing through my mind. I needed to find a light switch. I was desperate for light that would illuminate my surroundings, driving back the treacherous night and whatever creatures lived within it. Their sole purpose in life to capture me and munch on my bones. I was so close, just a few feet away. I leaped forward and pushed a small lever upwards, soaking me in the area in a warm, much appreciated glow. I sighed deeply and relieved to be out of danger at last. However, before I could even move, my heart stopped and my eyes widened. Behind me, I heard a voice most unfamiliar. It was rough, guttural and moist, and it echoed throughout the entire house. "Finally, I can see you." I flicked off the lights before letting out a shrill cry. I dashed through the darkness, through the living room, the hallway, all the way to my parents' room. Though I can't be certain, I swear I could hear the faint sound of childish giggling from behind me. My parents were frustrated that I had awoken them, but I didn't care in the slightest. I clung to my mother, sobbing into her chest. My father didn't find anything in the house. He searched every nook and cranny of the place, only to confirm his suspicions that we were the sole occupants. My parents let me sleep with them that night. I knew that no matter what I said, They would simply chalk my experience up to being a consequence of a hyperactive mind. But I knew there was something with me. I knew beyond any doubt that the breathing I felt on the back of my neck and that deep, perverted voice was all real. Looking back, I feel almost silly that I was afraid of the dark. We were never afraid of the dark. Rather, it was what was in the dark that petrified us to our core. It was the knowledge that the only thing separating us from a potentially cruel, twisted fate was the thin veil of darkness surrounding us. "8:40 on a Saturday evening. They say that there are some moments in our life that we'll remember for an eternity. Events that we find are branded into our minds, whether we like it or not. We say that we recall these moments down to the minutest detail, and I can attest to that theory quite well. The clear water droplets plummeted from above, splashing onto the windshield. Cars travelled alongside the vehicle, their headlights illuminating the rain, and the night sky contained thousands of dazzling stars above. Inhale. My chest rose, my lungs taking in crisp air from the slightly opened window beside me. I turned my head, my eyes meeting with hers, and then falling about her gorgeous teeth and her rose lips. Exhale. My gaze fixated on my rearview mirror, observing my young boy strapped firmly in the back seat, fast asleep. Inhale. My eyes grew wide as the high beams flooded my vision. In an instant, I launched my foot toward the brake, clenching my teeth hard, jaw locked firmly shut. The sound of metal colliding terrorized my ears, and my car's momentum carried us forward. Glass shattered as the vehicle came to a violent halt, causing my body to jerk forward and my face to plant directly into the steering wheel. Two shrieks, one from beside me and one from behind, erupted into the night. They died down as soon as they began, and suddenly there was no sound at all. My body was rendered immobile, and my eyesight faded away, yet my lips still functioned. They gently parted, but all I could squeak out was a measly no, before darkness overwhelmed me. From that point on, I vaguely recall the noisy sound of bustling people, and being in a white corridor. Beaming lights shone overhead, beckoning for me. I tried reaching out towards it, yet I couldn't move my arms. My eyes fluttered, and I once more drifted away into sleep. I would stay in the hospital for several weeks, recovering from various fractures and undergoing multiple surgeries. My body ached, yet my physical pain could not compare to my worries about my family. Although I felt a relief like no other wash over me when the staff informed me that my son had survived, a familiar sense of dread later overtook me as I learned my wife was in critical condition. Those nights took an eternity to pass. I consistently glanced towards the clock on the wall, observing the hands tick by minute by minute. Tears would claw their way from my eyes at strange hours of the day, drenching my cheeks in moisture until my cheeks burned red, and the sweat forming in my palms dampened the bedsheets I'd clenched. Each time one of the staff or doctors came into my room, my vision darted toward them. I knew they could read my mind. They would give me this pitiful look when they looked into my pleading eyes. Every time I asked, they would give me the same non-answer. I assure you, Mr. Johnson, we are doing our best to treat your wife. Every day I met with some variation of this response. Yet I persisted, determined to hear that my wife would be okay. Until one day, one of the staff entered my room. Shakily standing up to greet him, I grinned and extended my arm towards his. That's when I noticed the sullen look plastered on his face, and my heart descended below my chest. He spoke calmly, methodically, each word exiting his lips in slow motion. My knees quivered, lightly at first, and then more rapidly as he continued. As they eventually buckled, I collapsed to the floor, my chest furiously heaving. each breath I took growing more exasperated than the last. Several people restrained me and placed me back onto my bed. I think they were trying to give me words of encouragement and sympathy in the process, but whatever they said blended into an incoherent mess. The men and women beside me blurred into unrecognizable forms, and I stared straight ahead. The abhorrently foul stench of perspiration dripping from every orifice of my body dug into my nose and pricked my eyes. My mind, blank as a paper, grew weary, and I finally gave in to the staff attempting to keep me still. The nurses helped clean me up shortly after following the outburst. After receiving fresh clothing and being given time and space to come to terms with the news, my nurse escorted me to the lobby. There he stood, waiting for me. I rushed towards him as quickly as possible. Stooping down, I embraced him, resting my chin on his scalp and gently patting his back. He buried his head into my chest. My shirt moistened, and I held him even closer. He knew. Before we left the hospital, I received a few recommendations for psychiatrists and therapists in my area. After thanking the staff for all their help, my son and I took the bus back to our neighborhood later that night. We had baked chicken with rice that night, but he just sat there, poking his food with his fork. Sighing, I finished my plate, hoping it would inspire him to do the same. Instead, he pushed his dish away from him, in front of where an empty chair stood before the table. I knew he wouldn't budge, but I knew the hospital had been keeping him healthy and nourished. I told him he should go to bed and get some rest, and he obliged, hopping up from his seat and making his way to his room. After he crawled in bed, I tucked him in and asked him if he'd like me to sleep in his room for the night. He shook his head, rejecting my offer. I bent down and kissed his forehead, wishing him a good night. I opened my laptop and researched the therapy centres cited in the pamphlet I received earlier. I grimaced when I read the costs for each one. My wife made money along with me for our family. That, combined with the opportunity cost forfeited by my hospital stay, took immediate therapy out of the question. Sighing, I closed the computer and trod over to my bedroom. Placing my palm against the wooden door, I traced my fingers along its perimeter until they met the cold brass knob. Counting down from 5, I forced myself to open the door upon reaching 0. I set foot into the room, flicking the light switch upward. As the bulb cast its light onto dull grey walls surrounding me, I mustered the courage to set one foot in front of the other. Making my way over to the oak frame of my queen-sized bed, I looked down upon the blankets before me. The bed felt so different. It felt so empty. Beside the bed sat a dresser, with a picture frame placed atop it. There stood a man and his soulmate, their faces beaming with glee. Feeling the tears trickling down my cheeks, I glanced back toward the bed, realizing I was dampening the sheets while I wept. Breathing in deeply, I turned and exited the room with haste. Retreating to the living room, I lay down on the couch, and after a few hours of tossing and turning, my body finally shut down and let me rest. I didn't recognize where I was. All I knew was that pure light surrounded me, overloading my senses. My mouth opened, yet I didn't make a sound. I extended my arm, groping ahead of me for whatever surface I could find. My fingers were met with a wheel. The sound of an engine roared from somewhere within the light. Tires swerved and voices shrieked. Bang! Metal tearing into metal. Incoherent, shrill cries produced from the back of the car. Was this truly happening again? My head jerked forward with the momentum of the vehicle. The commotion ceased as suddenly as it arrived, leaving me in a state of disarray. The cold night air seeped in through the shattered windows, erecting the hairs on my arms. Everything was still. It was a dream. I knew it was a dream. So why could I so vividly sense the beads of sweat trickling down my arms and pooling around my knuckles? How is it that a figment of my subconscious mind was able to perfectly replicate the texture of the leather-coated steering wheel, which I so desperately clung to? Internally, I knew what would greet me if I were to shift my gaze to my right. Then I felt it. The round object slumped against my shoulder, the messy strands of hair against my arm, the warm, liquid droplets falling and splashing against my hand. I couldn't even form a coherent thought before my attention shifted to the sudden weight pressed against my left shoulder. 5 slender fingers held me in their grip. My head spun around in the opposite direction to observe who was touching me. Upon doing so, my gaze was met with an arm reaching through the shattered window. I tilted my head up, and before me stood a man. He stood tall, adorned with black jeans and a grey dress suit. His frame was much too small for his clothes, however. He appeared fragile. The skin on his arms seemed to loosely stretch over the bone underneath. It was as if he would disintegrate if even the slightest force were applied to him. Despite the situation around me, my body eased into the seat. I felt a sensation of relief wash over me. He carried an unexplainable aura of familiarity about him, even despite his malnourished frame, even despite his lanky stature, even despite his face appearing to have been blurred out of existence entirely. I didn't fear him. It almost depressed me that my encounter with him was brief, as I awoke before my eyes scanned what should have been his face. It all happened so fast. I placed my hand on my left shoulder, running my fingertips along its surface. The imprint that would have been left by man was not there. Of course it wasn't. It was just a nightmare after all. I can't say for certain I understand what I dreamt of that night. It all felt so real. I didn't recognize the man I encountered either, so how could I possibly have felt such an intrinsic connection between him and I? Although I'm not sure what to make of it, I can't help but get the sneaking suspicion that there's more to this than I'm currently comprehending. After all, a dream is said to be a gateway into the subconscious. I felt a soft tugging on my beige shirt. The small hand of my boy gripped the polyester tightly. I placed my hand on his head, gently massaging his scalp and pulling him closer to me. The funeral service had occurred just hours prior. Our family wasn't particularly social. We had a few friends and family stop by and offer their condolences to me. It was nice, but if I'm honest, it didn't make me feel better in the slightest. Excuse me for feeling this way, but I wasn't exactly receptive to socializing at my wife's funeral. I only went out of necessity, as well as in pursuit of some form of closure. That closure never did arrive. After it was all said and done, the other attendees left, and it was just my son and I standing before her casket, all alone. I stepped forward, placing my hand on the wooden box. The casket sat on a platform. Roses and candles were placed near it on a table. It was a lovely setup, yet it didn't feel complete. I knew her body wasn't inside. Her mangled corpse couldn't be presented for an open casket funeral, so we planned on having her cremated and having her remains buried. I turned, preparing to leave. Before I could, something peculiar caught my attention. Thump. I spun around, eyeing the casket. Had I been hearing things? No. The only ones in the room were my son and I. I turned back to exit the room, only to find my boy had disappeared. Where had he gone? He couldn't have left the room. I hadn't heard any footsteps. Before I could call his name, I heard it again. Thump. I most definitely had not been imagining things. Sean, where are you, buddy? I called out, now aware of the anxiety bubbling within me. I heard no answer. Rather, the only thing I heard was a faint laugh coming from behind me, near the casket. I recognized that laugh. My breath got caught in my throat, and I spun around, facing the source of the noise. There she stood, her angelic presence seemingly illuminating the room. What the fuck? I uttered, staring ahead in disbelief. It was impossible. I have to be hallucinating, I muttered. Had I gone mad? I had been so wrapped up in my thoughts that I hadn't immediately noticed myself moving towards her. I extended my arms, resting them on her shoulders. Her red freckles adorned her face, having just enough opacity to be noticeable. She smiled, revealing her pearly white palette, whereupon her dimples appeared. It was her. She was standing before me, in the flesh. I wanted so desperately to speak, but I could only choke on my own words. She delicately placed her hand on me, the cold, smooth surface of her ring grazing my cheek. Lowering my arms to her waist, I held her against me. When gazing into her eyes, the rest of the world simply ceased to be. All that existed was her and I at that place, at that time. Gently, we swayed back and forth, like the leaves of a tree on a gusty autumn day. Rocking forward and backward, we held each other in our arms. Her skin was warm, and I became entrapped in her aura. My muscles relaxed, and soon enough, I was no longer conscious of our movements. My body went on autopilot as we danced to the beat of our hearts, conjoined as one. I was in heaven, for my love was alive again. I closed my eyes, smiling in contentment. Drip. I heard a wet splash. At the same time, liquid pooled onto my hand. Its warmth juxtaposed the suddenly cold surface I felt pressed against me. My eyes sprung open. The only lively eyes of Elizabeth were now sunken and dull. Her appearance was now ghoulish, and her skin appeared to stick closely to her bones. Looking down at my hands, I saw that they had been covered with blood. A large laceration covered the surface of her stomach, and the stench of charred flesh infiltrated my nostrils. I shoved her away from me and collapsed to the floor. I only had a split second to process what had happened before thick chunks of vomit erupted from my throat. I wish I had not met her gaze again. Her sweet smile had transformed into a sickening grin. She dragged herself towards me, leaving a streak of blood and pus in her path. I attempted to get up and stumble away from her, but to no avail. I felt nauseous and struggled to do anything besides clumsily shuffling away. I grimaced in pain as I felt her latch onto my arm, digging her yellowish, rotten nails into my skin. She used her momentum to lunge at me, shoving me to the ground and landing on top of me. I screamed and I fought and I clawed at her, desperate to get her off of me. Somehow, even though her body appeared rotten and broken, she overpowered me, scraping and clawing at my flesh. Then, I felt a tug on my beige shirt. A tiny hand gripped the polyester fabric. I picked myself up from the floor and looked down at my son. He looked back up at me, a look of concern and fear on his face. A puddle of vomit and tears occupied the floor beside where I had collapsed. Did I imagine everything? No, I quickly realised that wasn't the most important question at the time. Had my boy witnessed what had just happened? How could I have allowed myself to appear so weak in front of him? A boy is meant to see his father as a superhero, a strong man who can persevere through anything. Not only had that persona collapsed in the hospital, but it collapsed here as well. What would he think of me? Regret and dismay ran through my veins at that moment, but those feelings were interrupted as Sean embraced me with as much strength as his little arms could muster. I froze, and then gently reciprocated his embrace. He had seen me collapse, seen me cry, seen me at my most vulnerable. Yet, when I looked upon my son, comforting me when I needed it most, I didn't see a child who felt disappointed in his father. All I saw was an act of compassion. Not wanting to weep any more than I already had, I let go of Sean and stood upright. He was only a child and had suffered already the loss of his mother. At such a young age, I doubted he had much understanding of the concept of death at all. But I knew for certain he missed Elizabeth, and so I knew I had to be there for him. I promised then and there that I would be strong for Sean. We arrived home that evening. I treated Sean to the best pot roast I could make, and was ecstatic to see he had finally regained his appetite. I tucked him into bed soon after. I brought a chair by his bed, pulling his sheets and covers over him. The lamp by his bedside shone brightly. "You doing okay, little guy?" I inquired. He didn't respond, of course. He hadn't uttered as much as a word since the incident. I didn't understand why, but I didn't want to press him on it either. I would get him some help as soon as I could. I grabbed his stuffed teddy bear from a nearby shelf and waved it in front of him. "You remember how we got this? How we went to the fair last year and you played the baseball game and won Teddy?" I had hoped bringing up this memory would elicit a response from Sean, but he simply smiled and continued to look at me. Sighing, I returned his smile and patted his head. When Mommy and I got married, we knew we wanted a baby. Every night, we would pray to the angels that a baby boy would come. And one day, you came to us. It was the happiest day of our lives, Sean, and from that point onward, you made us the happiest parents around. Mom won't be along for a long time. I promise that she's watching you with the angels. And she's smiling, Sean. She's so proud of her beautiful baby boy. And so am I. We will always love you. Again, Sean's lips never parted once. Yet I knew that he understood. He had to have understood, I just know it. I just wanted to hear his voice again. "Good night, Sean," I said, getting up to leave his room. Before I could, he reached out and grabbed my arm. "Oh, right, sorry, buddy," I said, leaning over and kissing his forehead. He nodded his head in satisfaction and laid down. I turned off his lamp and closed his bedroom door. Making my way to the bathroom, I went inside and stared into the mirror. I had kept my promise to myself to stay strong for Sean, at least for tonight. I gripped the sink tightly, leaning over and peering into my reflection. What the hell happened earlier? Could it have been related to the dream I had the other night? Why was I experiencing these disturbing visions? I had never really had to deal with mental trauma in the past, so I was unfamiliar with how to process this information. If people knew about the experiences I was having, would they think I was crazy? For the first time in my life, I felt small and out of control. I balled my hand into a fist, pounding it into the wall. That night was a sleepless one. All I could do was look up at the ceiling. Empty thoughts occupied my mind. I couldn't make any sense of what I had experienced, so I merely dismissed them as nightmares. I'll keep you guys updated on any future developments. I need an outlet to get my thoughts out. I don't want to vent to my son, so I'll type my thoughts here. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. Another update. I found it hard to eat recently. Besides the pork roast I had with Sean, I haven't had much of an appetite for anything. I've lost quite a bit of weight, evident by my rapidly thinning frame. I haven't been sleeping well either. Despite this, I've been giving my best efforts to stay strong. I truly believe Sean and I will get through this. When Sean fell asleep during the evening, I decided for the first time in a while to try diving again. I'd been walking or using public transport to get from place to place, but I knew that I couldn't just avoid driving forever. We had taken Liz's car that night, so I was able to use mine. I went out to the driveway and entered my vehicle. I put the keys into the ignition, slowly turning it until I could hear the hum of the engine. Taking a deep breath, I shifted the gear into reverse and backed out of the driveway. Deciding I would get off to a slow start, I drove through my neighborhood streets at a low speed. The car methodically made its way down the road, and I eased up a little. I was getting comfortable driving again. Mustering up a little more courage, I turned onto a public road, so I could practice driving among other vehicles again. My hands started to tremble, so I gripped the wheel tightly. I turned on my hazard lights. I needed to pace myself and keep my cool. I applied a little more pressure to the accelerator. My body stiffened as the car picked up speed, and I responded by slowly my breathing. Doing so allowed me to loosen my body, and I pressed down on the accelerator even harder. I lowered the windows and felt the wind blow against my face. Horns beeped all around me. The noise of chattering pedestrians and restaurant music was omnipresent. I remembered the feeling of driving down the road at night in my car, the way the breeze flowed through my hair, the way the paved roads felt underneath my tyre. As I looked into my rearview mirror, I almost thought my eyes were betraying me. I was smiling, not just a smirk, but a full-on grin. I released my grip on the wheel and simply drove. For miles I travelled, not having a care in the world. Oh, how I missed cruising along towards the horizon. That liberating feeling coated me in pure bliss. As darkness enveloped the environment, I flicked on my headlights. Peering into the night sky, I saw the millions of stars sparkling above. Momentarily pausing to appreciate the serene view, my attention was drawn to an alternative source of light ahead of me. The headlights of another vehicle rapidly approached. I defaulted back to clutching the wheel. Those lights. They flooded my vision just as memories flooded my mind. Remembering to be calm, I once more inhaled a surplus of oxygen, letting it stir in my stomach before a prolonged exhale exited my nose. For a moment, the light covered my entire vehicle. In a split second, it was over. I observed my rearview mirror once more, watching the car travel down the road behind me. Pulling onto the shoulder, I put the car into park and leaned back into the seat. I let out an audible sigh of relief, followed by a single sentence. I did it. Returning home later that night, I quietly entered my house and went to check on Sean. His door opened with a slight creak, and I made my way over to his bedside. I turned on his lamp, only to find the covers of an empty bed pulled to the side. Confused, I exited his room and called out his name. There was no response. The door had been locked when I arrived, so I knew he had to have been in the house. I checked the kitchen and the dining room before making my way to the hallway. The walls were coated in a darkness as black as tar, except for the very end of the hall. There stood the door to my bedroom, the glow of light outlining its perimeter. I approached it, placing my hand on the doorknob and entering the room. There sat my son on my bed. In his arms sat a picture frame that held the image of Elizabeth, standing by Sean. He stared at the image, his face as still as stone. I went over to him, sitting by his side and placing my arm over his shoulder. I noticed dark splotches on the picture frame. Placing my hand under Sean's chin, I lifted his head to face me. Red circles surrounded his watery eyes. Using my thumb to wipe the remaining tears from his cheek, I tried to offer him the best smile I could, but his frown remained. There I sat, at a loss for words. My gaze lowered and focused on the picture in the frame. Placing my hand on his, we sat in silence and viewed the photo together. Eventually, I broke the silence, realizing just how late it was. Hey buddy, let's head to bed, okay? Sean gave me a head nod and arose, traversing the corridors of the house to his room. I tucked him in, as per usual, before retreating to my bed. I picked up the picture frame and held it in my hand. Elizabeth was as beautiful as ever, and for the first time in ages, viewing her did not cause me distress or pain. Rather, I felt a sense of acceptance. I recalled what I had told Sean, about her watching over him with the rest of the angels. Though I had said it to ease his mind, I too had begun to tell myself the same thing. That somewhere out there in the universe, my Liz was watching, hoping for the best for me. I glanced at the image of Sean, standing by his mother. He had the purest grin on his face, one that could melt my heart 1,000 times over. I knew he did, because I remembered taking that photo. Yet, that was not how he appeared now. In his place stood a different Sean, a Sean without the grin, without the energetic and hopeful eyes, rather one with deep gashes and bruises embedded into his flesh, one whose limbs appeared contorted into unnatural positions. In the blink of an eye, his happy demeanour changed into one of shock and terror. Taken aback, I dropped the photo and rushed back to Sean's room. I burst through the door, only to find him peacefully asleep in his bed. He was there, alive, in one piece. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. Making my way back to my bedroom, I scooped up the picture frame and gazed upon it once more. There he stood, looking perfectly happy. Rubbing my eyes in hopes to clear my vision, I viewed the image again, hoping to confirm that what I saw was real. The photo remained unchanged, still showing Sean as the gleeful little boy I knew him to be. I put the photo away and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over my body. Sinking my head into my pillow, I closed my eyes. Although it took a few hours, I finally drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, I woke up early. Entering the kitchen for a glass of water, the sound of footsteps caught my attention. They were heading down the hallway which led to Sean's room. Figuring Sean had woken up, I followed them down the hallway, where I saw his bedroom door ajar. Inside, I found my boy sitting beside the being from my dream all those nights ago. There he was, in his slick grey suit. He appeared as malnourished as ever, his thin frame giving him a feeble look. His face remained blurred, so much so that I couldn't discern any of his features. I watched as he extended his bony fingers towards my son, laying them atop his head. He brushed Sean's hair with his hand. Neither one of them faced me, and despite the circumstances, I didn't feel fear for my safety or Sean's. I walked towards the creature, attempting to touch it. Mere centimeters before the tips of my finger grazed its body, my body lunged forward, my forehead drenched in sweat. I observed my surroundings, realized I hadn't yet left my bed. Sean, I need you to speak to me. I must have uttered several variations of that phrase for at least half an hour. Please, buddy, you can talk to me, okay? I promise you can talk to Papa. No matter how many times I repeated these words to him, he simply wouldn't answer. I desperately needed to know that he could speak. I needed to know that he was real. The truth is, the constant barrage of delusions had taken a toll on my psyche. Distinguishing between what was real and what was merely a figment of my imagination had become difficult. I had to know Sean was real. I wanted to believe he was, and I would know he was real if only he would speak. Could he not see the anguish in my eyes? Why wouldn't he just utter a single word? I gripped his shoulders tightly, begging him to even part his lips once. He never obliged my only wish. No amount of bribery or pleading could elicit a response from him. All he did was grab my arm, turn towards his room, and march towards it. As I followed him, an overbearing sense of dread began to brew within me. I felt my heart intensely pounding in my throat as we entered the room together. There, the entity sat. My head hung low as Sean released from his grasp and trekked towards the being ahead. I too approached it, once again attempting to touch the thing. Preparing to suddenly awake from what I had assumed was another nightmare, I placed my hand on the figure. Only, I didn't wake in my bedroom once again. Instead, it too placed its hand on me, and we felt each other's papery frames. Slowly but surely, the details of the being's face were revealed to me. As I looked upon it, I recognized its features, for they were my features too. I stumbled backward, watching as the thing with my appearance leaned towards my son, gently kissing his forehead. I ogled the creature, swallowing the oceans of saliva that had built up in my mouth in a single swift gulp. The creature locked eyes with me, and I locked eyes with it. As this occurred, a sense of familiarity washed over me. My mind darted back and forth, unsure of what to make of the situation. That is, until my thoughts inexplicably settled on the memory of the accident on that fateful night. I recalled the blinding lights, the shrill cries of fear and suffering. No, there was no more. The overhead traffic light, from which a soft red hue shone in the night sky. My vehicle had passed underneath the light, and then the impact happened. The doctors, had they truly told me my son had survived? They say that there are some moments in our life that we'll remember for an eternity. It was a quote that I wrote back towards the beginning of this text. So then, Why couldn't I recall the words of the doctor who told me that Sean was still alive? Could I truly have forgotten? I snapped back into reality, keeping eye contact with the being before me. Only now, Sean was nowhere to be found. The sense of familiarity I felt soon dissipated and was replaced with boiling hatred. I glared at the monster, my palms balling up. I rushed towards it, tackling it to the ground. Before I could react, I began pummeling it with my fists. "You're the reason Elizabeth is gone. You're the reason Sean is gone. I'm going to kill you," I exclaimed, gritting my teeth and continuing my assault on the being. It showed no resistance. It simply allowed me to keep striking it, again and again and again and again and again. I had no plans on stopping. Blood flowed from the thing's face and onto my fists. With every strike, I could feel my body breaking. With every blow, I could sense the light within me begin to extinguish. Yet, I had no plans on stopping. I was going to kill this man for taking what I held dearest to me. At that point, I couldn't even see the thing. Tears had clouded my eyes, blurring my sight. I simply pounded my fists downward, hoping to murder the figure in my fit of rage. I felt a soft tugging on my beige shirt. It was gentle, yet enough to pause my assault. A tiny hand gripped the polyester fabric. My arms fell to my side, and I turned my head, and there he was. My boy stood by my side. I froze, my eyes widening like saucers as I witnessed his lips parting for the very first time. "I forgive you, Papa." He smiled at me and embraced me once more. I embraced him too, feeling the streams of tears begin to erupt from my eyes. Not wishing to get my tears on his shoulder, I closed my eyes. I soon found that a second pair of arms had wrapped around me. The smooth surface of a ring pressed against my skin. I didn't let go for what felt like hours, but I knew I couldn't hold on for forever. As I opened my eyes, I found myself alone with the figure in what was once Sean's room. I stood up and approached him once more. In one swift motion, I hugged the thing, pulling it close against me. When I let go, the thing vanished from my view. It was over. I fetched the picture frame from the closet and placed it back on my bedside. There stood Sean and Liz, standing beside each other with grins on their faces. In the reflection of the frame, I could see my face beside theirs. I smiled with them for one final time. I know Sean and Elizabeth and the angels are looking from somewhere out there, wishing the best for me. I know they would want me to forgive myself. Though doing so isn't going to be easy, I think I'll manage to do it.
Last night, I was watching a video, and it brought up a memory my brain must have blocked out for years, and now I'm haunted by it again. I was 13 years old, hanging out with my best friend. We lived in a small town in Wisconsin, and it was the 90s, so there wasn't much to do. No smartphones at that time, kiddos wink wink. So we would always walk around town and play in the woods. On this day, we decided to walk the railroad tracks. We chat about boys and have a bunch of giggles while getting to the wooded area of the tracks that go on until the next town miles away. Halfway into our journey, I hear a baby crying. I look at my friend as we continue our stride, thinking she'd have some sort of facial expression acknowledging it. Nope. I kept on walking for another minute, just silently asking myself why there's a baby crying. Finally, I just stop and look at my friend and say, "Why is there a baby crying? We're out in the woods. Where's it coming from?" My friend looks at me with a confused face, and to my dismay, she says, "What are you talking about? I don't hear anything." She laughs at me, and we continue our stride. Mind you, I still hear this constant wailing of a baby. As we're walking, I have 10 billion questions going on in my head, and become increasingly agitated as the crying wouldn't stop, until it became a sheer, almost painful, loud screaming. It was at that point again where I stopped dead in my tracks, pulled my friend's arm, and I burst into tears. "You have to hear that! Where is it? Where's its mom? It sounds like it could be hurt." My friend treated me like I was a lunatic and continued to make a point that she hasn't heard anything. While we're arguing, the crying stops. A sigh of relief, I shift my head down in disbelief at it all. Looking at my feet, I noticed I was standing on something in the gravel in the middle of the tracks. I said, "What's that?" Pulled on the scrap that was visible to reveal something that gave me instant chills down my spine. A baby onesie. Tattered up, I immediately felt sick to my stomach. My friend's eyes got wide and I said, "Let's get out of here." We never went back. I don't know what I experienced that day, or why it's been blocked from my memory for 15 years, but it truly terrified me. Let me know your opinion, as I'm still at a loss. In my younger days, just after high school, I was what most would consider a vagrant. No home to speak of, but not quite homeless either. Growing up poor in a poor, dying factory town assures few things. But most of the kids in my town knew and understood clearly that the only way to escape such a bleak place was to leave. Find work somewhere else and don't come back, unless you want to be trapped forever. And I was no exception to this understanding. It was the result of this desperate retreat from certain poverty that led me to work as a labourer in the pipeline industry. Grueling work, but decent pay. A fair start for one such as myself. After about 3 months of working, my foreman, who we'll call Jay, discovered I was staying at a motel and wouldn't have it. He was kind enough to invite me to stay with his family until I found an apartment, and I was grateful for his offer. Jay and his family were honest rural people who lived in an honest rural area. A house with a barn and a field, surrounded by the wooded hills of Chillicothe. No neighbours and one road in and out. Very similar to houses I had seen and been around growing up. It was a great area and great company, and I was thankful for such a turn in my luck. The first evening I stayed there, Jay's wife got me situated in my room, and I became acquainted with everyone in the house over dinner. After our meal, I stepped out for a cigarette and decided the tree line behind their barn would be the best area to smoke privately and inoffensively. The sun had set and then some by the time I stepped out of the house. The moon was high and full, keeping the valley I was in dully illuminated and casting the surrounding hills as dark shadows against the star-filled sky. A night that I think most would find peaceful. But as soon as my boots met the grass, that primal instinctive warning that a man gets sometimes began to slowly creep into my core. That alarm that tells you something ain't right here. Being young and dumb and brave, of course, I shrugged it off and continued to the tree line, attempting to keep the growing feeling at bay. When I at last approached the shadowed tangle of trees and underbush on the outskirts of their yard, I reached into my pocket, pulled out my pack of Marlboros and my matches, and struck it alight. As I brought the match to my cigarette, I saw it. Mere feet away from where I was standing, just barely within the trees, was the stark and outstanding silhouette of something huge. It stood crouched and still had to be at least 7 feet tall. Large pointed ears and a narrowly elongated snout. Its eyes glimmered that weird infrared colour you see when animals reflect light in their eyes at night. Oh my god, there's a wolf! That's a wolf! Were my initial panic-stricken thoughts. It was in the midst of this processing that I realised there was no way this was a wolf, because wolves don't stand upright, and this creature was unmistakably on 2 legs. It was slouched low. One arm hung down past its haunches, and the other was pressed firmly against a tree to the right of it. Broad shoulders and savage posture. It didn't move. It didn't seem startled or threatened or afraid, but simply aware. It knew I saw it, and it knew that I knew. I wish I could say I did something, anything. I wish I could say that I ran, or that I screamed, or even moved, but I was frozen in fear. Standing rigid as a statue and nothing but a quickly dying matchlight between me and whatever monstrous thing was in front of me. We locked gazes for what felt like hours, but what was probably only moments. And as though the creature had decided it was done terrifying me, it straightened up and backed away slowly into the darkness of the trees. No sound, not a broken twig or rustled leaf to be heard. As soon as my legs allowed me, I ran like hell back to the safety of Jay's house, slammed the door behind me, and was met with a look of concern from my foreman and his wife, who were watching TV in the living room. "There's something out there," was the only thing I could gasp. Jay exchanged a glance with his wife and looked back towards me. "Boy, if you're going to stay here, you need to understand that there's things out in the woods that you best not pay attention to." He said it so nonchalantly, like he was talking about last night's football game. You hear a strange noise and you ignore it. You see a strange shadow, you ignore it. And if you get a strange feeling, you come inside and forget you felt it. There are things out there we just don't understand, but we respect it, because it's their land. We just live here. It's been 15 years since my encounter with that creature in the woods, and I still think about it often. And though I stayed with Jay and his family for another 3 weeks after that night, I never felt easy on this property. That feeling never left. That warning stayed alert. And I will never go out to the woods at night unless I have absolutely no other choice. Once you know what's out there, you never see things the same again. I know this might seem far-fetched, and I know that many won't believe what I'm saying, but this story I had to share. The sound of Caleb's rifle erupted, launching a clashing and artificial crack against the otherwise still sounds of nature all around us. Less than an instant later, a small metallic ping could be heard in response, some 50 yards or so away from where we were standing. "Which one were you aiming at? The right one?" I asked as I raised my binoculars to eye level. "Nah, the middle one," Caleb retorted nonchalantly. "It's further out than the other two." As my eyes began to adjust to the sudden magnification of the world around me, I moved the binoculars over to where I recalled the center target being. A small metal dartboard-style concoction of rings and dots, perched on a swivel, came into view, mounted above the stump of a felled tree. I could see it rocking slightly back and forth against the world around it, from the percussion of the shot. Just left of the bullseye was the silver-grey indentation, contrasting heavily against the clean, painted reds and blacks of the target. Undoubtedly where the bullet had found its mark. Just left of centre, I mumbled, eyes still pressed against the scopes. "Pretty damn close, though." "That should be alright, I reckon," Caleb said as he continued to reload his rifle. "I'm not really looking to hit it right in the heart valve. Anywhere in the chest will do." I put my binoculars down and left them hanging around my neck as I grabbed my bag and my own rifle. I slung the bag around my shoulders and checked my gun once more to make sure it was loaded and that the safety was on. "Alright then," I said with a slight air of impatience, "let's kill a coy dog." 3 days prior, our grandfather had called telling us that something had been killing his chickens. He thought that it might have just been a raccoon at first, but after one of his dogs came limping out of the woods and onto his property, he seemed pretty convinced that he was dealing with a coy dog. The results of stray mongrels breeding with the region's coyotes had over the course of time resulted in a pretty sizable population of hybrid offspring, larger and far less timid than your average coyote. Coy dogs slowly began to make themselves more and more of a problem among the rural citizens surrounding this particular stretch of eastern Appalachia. My grandfather, being well into his 80s,
no longer had the strength to go out and hunt wild dogs across the mountains. So he called me, and I had no idea to traipsy around the mountainsides in the evening by myself. I'd in turn called my brother, Caleb. It was this unassuming sequence of events that found us walking off into the woods of my grandfather's property against the setting sun. As we passed the fields and entered the tree line, we were met with a feeling of a comfortable welcoming back. The woods had always been where we belonged. And though our adult lives had resulted in us quickly becoming too busy in the towns and cities to spend as much time out here as we'd have liked, the ancient trees around us had not forgotten its former caretakers. And we had not forgotten them either. After scanning the ground around me for several minutes, I finally saw the first sign of our hunt. On the ground in some dampened dirt was the unmistakable footprint of a canine. Broken twigs and pressed plants indicated that the animal had begun making its way west and uphill. A few more steps revealed another set of tracks, affirming my suspicions. Tracks right there headed up the hill, I spoke over to my brother as I walked carefully in my intended direction. They were a little big for a coyote. I think this is the one we're looking for. Caleb nodded quietly and trailed behind me. Although I'd never admit it, Caleb was always the better shot between the two of us. And although we would never admit it, I was always the better tracker. But in our adult years, we understood each other's strengths and had no quarrel in trusting the other's observations, even if we didn't talk about it. Marching up the rugged terrain of the Appalachian foothills was always an arduous task. The steep incline and unpredictable earth would almost have a man walking on all fours up the hills from time to time. And if you didn't take a break periodically to chart your next few steps, you would quickly find yourself tumbling down the side of the hill into the hollow below. Cautiously, we made our way up the ever-increasing steepness of the hill. Our breathing began to get heavy, and our steps began to fall loudly and clumsily against the leaves and branches below our feet. Fuck, I'm out of shape, I cursed to myself as we continued our march. Caleb laughed with an exasperated air. Well, if we were looking to surprise this thing, we might as well head back down. I chuckled between breaths at the remark as we continued to half walk, half climb. After maybe half an hour of this exhausting process, we found ourselves at the top of the hill, panting like dogs and attempting to catch our breath. No way, Caleb said, breaking the silence. I looked up and around me to try and see if I could make out what he was looking at. It didn't take long. Ahead of us was the infamous jutting and pitch-black entrance of the Devil's Mouth, a large cave that we had known about for years. Our grandfather had forbidden us as children to ever go in there. Not wanting to adhere to the wrath of our grandfather, we had always abided by this rule. This implementation stayed with us through our teen years, and even as men, we found ourselves feeling nervous in the wake of the pitch-black abyss, as if our 85-year-old grandfather was going to sprint up that hill and beat us silly for even stepping close to this place. On the wet ground below, the entrance were the trucks that we had been following most of the early evening, as prominent and indistinguishable as a set of tracks could be. You think Grandpa's going to whoop us for going in there after it? I laughed, as I nudged my brother in the arm with my elbow. Loudly, but with a hint of nervousness, my brother responded, "Geez, man, that old bear's got more life than the both of us combined. He's probably sprinting up here with the belt as we speak." I laughed in return to his depiction, completely capable of seeing this scenario in my mind. He was an old man, but he was a fierce man too. And when Grandpa gave you a rule, you listened to it, and that was that. But we were no longer children running through the woods of our grandfather's land, and the things that used to frighten us no longer held the effects that they once did. I looked over to my brother and observed him for a moment. Grey hair had begun to clash against the blonde under his hat. Wrinkles could be seen on his forehead. His sharp and chiselled facial features had begun to sag slightly under the weight of time, and crow's feet could be seen peeking out of the side of his brow
giving him the middle-aged look. With my brother being 3 years younger than myself, I knew in my heart that I was probably looking older than he was. I could start to feel it in my bones. When I woke up in the morning, when I went to bed at night, I could hear it in the things that I said. I could see it in the way that I had started to view the world around me. We're old men ourselves now, I reminded myself with a disappointed sigh. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. We don't have to be afraid of caves anymore. Well, I'd hate to have walked up that hill for nothing, I said, as I began to walk towards the mouth of the cave. Damn straight, my brother agreed from just behind me, as we passed the threshold into the devil's mouth. The light from the world outside the cave began to fade quickly, and before long, we were met with nothing but pitch black darkness. The unnatural kind that only being in places like a cave can make. It would make you go crazy if you stayed that way for too long, and would instantly heighten the other senses around you, subtly reminding you of how creepy places like this actually were. Suddenly, the cave was lit up by LED lighting. I looked over and saw that Caleb had pulled his handheld spotlight from his bag and illuminated the area with a ghostly white beam of light. He held it still on me as I pulled my own flashlight from the bag. The cave itself wasn't much to look at in retrospect. We looked around at the high ceilings and the moist walls around us in a sort of whimsical interest, the last uncharted region of our wooded paradise. It was in the midst of these observations that I heard Caleb whisper sharply. Obvious concern and growing anxiousness could be heard in his voice. "Look in front of you. Shit." There on the cavern floor, mere feet from us, was the body of the koi dog we had been tracking. Or rather, what was left of it. The creature lay in two pieces across the floor, connected by a trail of blood and strewn intestines. The front half of its head was smashed in from the top, crushed flat. Its tongue hung out of the top of its jaw in an almost cartoonish fashion. Brain matter could be seen splattered around its vicinity like organic confetti. All around the mangled koi dog's corpse were the assortment of other smashed bones. A ribcage over here, a fractured skull over there. Pelvis bones and leg bones and antlers seemed to litter the entire cavern floor. Slowly, we began to step back. I raised my rifle over my left arm, holding the flashlight in place with my hand. I could tell from the adjustment of light beside me that my brother had done the same. Fear began to creep into my thoughts, and I became on high alert to the dully illuminated area around me. Eyes darting back and forth at the shapes of the cave, trying to make out the silhouette of something I prayed I wouldn't see. "We're in a fucking bear den," my brother said suddenly, making me jump at the intrusion of sound in the eerily silent cave. At first I agreed with him. What else could have killed so many things, and in such a manner? It didn't take the county coroner to deduce that these animals had been killed by something big and heavy. There wasn't any other animal it could have been, not in this area of the world. We've seen more than our fair share of black bears running around the forest as kids, and figured they'd have to be living somewhere, but never in 1,000 years would we have imagined ourselves standing in the middle of one of their dens. It was in the midst of these panic-stricken thoughts that I remembered a detail. A small one, but one I couldn't shake. Breaking the silence of the death-filled cave once more, I addressed my brother. "There weren't any bear tracks, though," I said to him as we peered into the darkness with rifles raised. "Why wouldn't we have seen bear tracks outside the cave? I don't see any gnawed bones either. They're just smashed." "What do I look as, a scientist?" he whispered back almost in a shout. "Maybe he's hibernating or something. I don't know." I shook my head at the speculation. It was only late July. Bears wouldn't be hibernating until much later in the year. "It's too early for all that," I responded. It was then that I noticed something I hadn't before. Sitting on a rock, just behind the ruined koi dog's body, was a skull I had never seen before. 2 rows of teeth jutted out between the jaws, some pointed like an animal, others flat. 2 sockets where the eyes might have been stared emptily at us from across the cave. The skull was undeniably a human, but there's no way that could have been possible. The skull in question was huge, bigger than both of our heads put together. Again, the county coroner wouldn't need to be called up here. Any fool with half a brain could tell you this skull was way too big to be a man's. "What the fuck is that?" I almost shouted, as I pointed my light towards the object I was looking at. In the darkness, I hadn't seen it. Now in the light, it was horrifyingly obvious. Just below the skull was a hole in the cave floor, at least 12 feet around and seemingly bottomless. "What the hell?" Caleb said in an astonished and slightly fearful tone as his light remained transfixed on the enormous skull. "Have you ever seen anything like that before?" Astounded by what I was seeing myself, I shook my head. I've never seen anything even remotely close to what I'm looking at right now. But if there's a bear in here, then we would have seen it by now. I'm going to check it out. Slowly, rifle still raised, I inched my way to the hole in the ground, eyes scanning periodically for any other crevices or indicators of the cave stretching further out than we thought. The rifles we had were muzzle loaders, essentially just modernized muskets. Though a bear could certainly be killed by the guns we carried, we weren't going to get another shot if we missed, and I didn't want to take a chance at that if we somehow startled a bear that we hadn't seen in here. Through the silence of the cave, I could hear Caleb's footsteps trailing just behind me. Finally, we approached the side of the hole and looked down. Even with our flashlights, the void appeared bottomless. I kicked the leg bone of some type of animal over the ledge and waited for the echoes to return to us as it hit the bottom. But they never came. Thinking perhaps I'd over-focused and somehow missed the noise, I kicked another bone down and waited. Nothing. No sound at all. "Careful around here," I said as I walked around the perimeter of the hole towards the skull. "That might actually never end." "I'm not easy about this," Caleb responded. "I think we should get going." I agreed with what he was saying. The air around us had fallen unnaturally still, like something horrible was waiting for us to do something wrong, as if at any second, whatever had created this mess of bones would come flying into the cave and add us into its collection. "You're right," I said, as I continued to make my way forward. "He says as he continues to walk deeper into the serial killer's cave," Caleb reproached, trying to mask his growing concern with sarcasm. "I'm taking this skull with us. We'll see what Grandpa thinks about it," I said, trying to reassure him that our time in this cave was coming to an end very soon. Suddenly, from the bottom of the chasm below, a loud and tremendous roar could be heard. It shook the walls of the cave and echoed violently all around us. Terrified, I screamed and tried to run back to the mouth of the cave, skull in hand. "Get out of here! Go, go!" I screamed at my brother as he stared, eyes widened in shock. I'd hoped that he'd snap out of it by the time I got to him. As I continued running, I was suddenly grabbed and flung to my face hard by something behind me. Red-hot pain seared through my knees and head as I tried to pull myself up. But whatever had caused me to trip was now pulling at me, trying to drag back into the cave and into the hole. I screamed as I flailed about the cavern floor, trying desperately to grab onto something that would slow my inevitable death. But there was nothing to grab. Hopelessly, I clawed at the earth as I felt myself being dragged further and further away. A loud bang filled the area around me. Light flashed, vibrantly for less than a moment, before my eyes were again introduced to the darkness of the cave. Whatever the entity was that had grabbed me loosened up, just enough for me to kick myself free. Like mad, I clambered my way onto my feet, but again quickly fell down with excruciating pain. I screamed out as I tried to pull myself up. As I tried to rise, I heard another bang. Ears ringing, surrounding in darkness and losing consciousness, with the horrible agony coming from my left leg. I desperately clawed my way towards the mouth of the cave, trying to get away from the cavern I was being dragged to. I felt a force pick me up and heard Caleb's voice through the ringing,
muffled and distorted. Come on, help me out here. With Caleb holding me up, we escaped the cave and somehow made our way back down the hill into the valley below. Limping along with the desperation of a wounded animal, trying in vain to escape the predator we were sure was coming for us. We made it to the bottom and looked around in wide-eyed fear. There was nothing. Just the sound of night birds and crickets in the forest around us. I groaned out again in pain and braced myself as the wave rose and slowly faded back to its steady, dull ache. What the fuck was that? What the fuck happened? I screamed at my brother, who continued to look up the hill in shock and unchecked fear. He turned around and pulled me up again. As we limped through the forest towards my grandfather's house, he spoke. It was a hand, he said, in disbelief through the pants and heavy breathing. It came out of the hole and tried to pull you in. I shot it twice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He had to have been mistaken. You mean like a paw? I gasped through the pain in my leg. Like a bear's paw. No, not like a goddamn bear's paw, he yelled at me in a complete loss of composure. Like a fucking hand. Like 5 fingers and knuckles and an elbow. Like a hand. It shot out of that hole and almost killed you, dude. Another wave of anguish seared through my leg and seemed to travel up my body, clouding my thoughts. I think my leg's broken, Caleb. Yeah, your leg is definitely broken. Stop talking. We're almost back. Before I could respond, the world faded out into darkness. I woke up several hours later in the hospital. My grandfather sitting at the corner of my bed with the same look of stern disapproval he always wore. Told you not to go into that cave, boy, he said sharply and matter-of-factly, never showing the slightest trace of emotion. Don't get yourself broken by a bear, the doctor's saying. It's lucky little Caleb was with you. I looked around at the hospital room I was in and didn't see my brother anywhere. Where is he? I asked as I tried to prop myself up. The exhaustion mixed with the pain medication I was certainly on resulted in me collapsing back into my bed in defeat. Stop moving, you damn fool, my grandfather remarked, seemingly unconcerned at my lack of strength. Your leg's busted in 3 places. You got enough Percocet to kill a horse. He's fine. He's outside talking to cops. I laid in the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of the thoughts that were coming back to me. Finding the cave, being grabbed, running through the woods. The doctors must have thought it was a bear. It had to have been a bear, I rationalised to myself. Caleb just freaked out. It was dark. He couldn't see it well. Just then, my grandfather spoke up again. I always just thought kids had no business running around in deep, dark caves, he said, with an air of elderly reminiscence. Never in 100 years could have told you there was a bear in that hole. Cherokee, who used to live here, talked about giants living deep in there. Big old man-eaters with 2 rows of teeth. Shocked at what my grandfather was telling me, I looked over to where he was sitting in a wide-eyed expression. Well, you're alive. I'm dying of boredom. I'm going home and going to bed. The old man pulled himself up and stammered over to me. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Give these here to your brother when he gets back. He put his hand on my chest and patted my shoulder with his other hand before making his way out of the hospital room. I looked down and stared in horror and disbelief at what my grandfather had placed into my hands. Tied in an old string was a necklace made out of teeth. Way too big to be a man's. Some sharp like an animal, some flat. Let me preface this by saying this story is completely true. I didn't experience it, but my mother is very much a I have to see it to believe it type, and while religious, is still quite realistic. Some years ago, I lived in Savannah with my dad and stepmom, who I'll be calling V for this story. V's mother, my step-grandmother, was sick at the time and lived in central Georgia. Each Friday, V and I would drive from Savannah to her home to take care of her for the weekend, clean the house, etc. We'd drive home Sunday night and be back in Savannah by about 11. At the time, I was working a part-time retail schedule, so I didn't always have weekends off. In 2015, on one weekend when I couldn't go, V called me Sunday night sounding worried. Her tyre had rapidly lost air on the way back. We later found out that her father had worked on her car over the weekend and neglected to completely screw the cap back on. Her tyre was now flat, and the Georgia backyards are rarely maintained and are often little more than barely held together piles of gravel. Driving them with a flat tyre is extremely dangerous. I asked her location and offered to drive out and meet her. She agreed. I hung up and headed out to meet her somewhere near Dublin. A little under an hour later, she called me back, immediately starting with, "You are not going to believe what happened." In her own words, a short time after our call ended, a truck pulled onto the road from out of nowhere and came up behind her. Out got two young men. She was frightened and put down the window barely an inch to talk to them. They asked if she needed help, and she said yes. One of her tyres was flat. They offered to escort her to a nearby, somewhat hidden gas station to air up her tyre. She agreed, but made sure to keep a knife within reach in case things went south. As promised, they led her to a gas station off of some little dirt road. According to her, the place didn't even look like it was open. But it was brightly lit, and there was a working air pump. She got out to fill her tyre, and, as most pumps were until recently, it was cash only. Well, coin only. She had none. Then, one of the men told her to check the coin return. She did, and found 6 quarters, exactly enough to air up her tyre. They told her not to worry and went to work, airing up, and checking all of the tyres. Although she tried to offer a monetary reward next time she came through, they refused. They told her that they often did this, and all they wanted to do was to help. The only thing they wanted in return was for her to attend church the next week and to pass on the kindness to someone else. She said that as they got into their truck, she could almost see a faint golden glow about them. She never saw them on that road again. To this day, she is totally convinced that she met a pair of angels. I don't know what she met, but I'm very, very happy that they were benign. So my friend had moved into a shared house in the old side of Roseville, California. He invited me over about a week after moving there. He lived with a couple of girls who were in a relationship, and also moved his newish girlfriend in with them. The girls occupied one end of the house near the backyard, and my friend and his lady were in the bedroom next to the front yard. There was another bedroom in the middle of the house that connected to my friend's room via a conjoined bathroom. This was the only bathroom in the house. So the first night, my friend invites me over to hang out. I'm at work, closing manager at Taco Bell, and I tell him it'll be a couple of hours before I can come over, and he says that's fine. They just made some edibles, and there were plenty to spare, so come on over and chill. A couple hours later, I get off and head over to his house. Upon knocking on the door, the 2 roommate girls answered. They told me that my friend and his girlfriend had eaten some edibles right after making them, and promptly passed out after inviting me over. Not that surprising when it comes to my friends. They invited me in anyway, since I had made the drive out, and also brought some weed with me. We played All-Star Battle Royale on PS4 until about 2 a.m. When they were turning into bed, they directed me towards the guest bedroom. So the layout of the guest bedroom is as follows. It's right off of the living room, and it's conjoined by the bathroom to my friend that I came to visit's bedroom, where he and his girlfriend were sleeping. There was also a pulled-down attic door on the ceiling, near a standard sliding door mirror closet. When I had first entered the room, I jokingly said to one of the girls that the attic was creepy as hell, and I had to open the door once myself to know what kind of noise it made, so I'd know when to noke the hell out if I heard it while sleeping. So about 15 minutes later, I'm ready to sleep and I'm plugging my phone into the wall socket and setting an alarm. As I'm slightly bent over messing with my phone, I hear the telltale creaking noise of the attic door opening. I spun around and looked up, and sure enough, it was open a few inches, but there was nothing but darkness to be seen in the gap. It honestly scared me quite a bit, but the bed was much more comfortable than the couch we had been hanging out on earlier, so I was determined to sleep in the room, ghosts be damned. I mustered up the courage to close the attic door, with some effort mind you, and lay down to go to bed. A little while later, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard the noise of what sounded like my friend waking up, stretching, yawning, and walking through the living room. I laughed to myself a little bit, thinking that he probably had extreme dry mouth and was heading for some water. Then, I was suddenly struck by a feeling of dread. I didn't hear any footsteps as the voice crossed the living room. Immediately upon realizing this, the light switch on the wall by the door near the living room flips on hard, like someone slapped it up with force. My eyes were already closed when this happened, and I'm somewhat ashamed to say I shut them even harder when I heard the light switch. I laid there for a long time, artificial light searing through my eyelids and eerie silence hanging in the air. Eventually I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion, and I don't know how long it took or what time it was. The next morning, I was the last person in the house to wake up. Everybody was up and in the common areas of the house, making breakfast and talking. The door from the guest room to the living room was open, and the light was off. Most strangely though, my socks were neatly folded and tucked behind a mirror leaning against the wall. Tucked as in pinned where the mirror was leaning against the wall, even though I had kicked them off while laying in bed. I walked out to where everybody was conversing and, after saying hi to my friend and making fun of him for passing out, decided I would talk to them about what happened the night before. I started off lightly with the questions, not wanting to be crazy friend who doesn't get invited back to hang out. So the conversation went as such. Hey guys, good morning. So, did anyone go into the bathroom last night through the room I was sleeping in? Various responses of nope, nah, we slept through the night. Okay, so nobody would have turned my light on then. Again, nope, didn't touch it, etc. And was it on this morning when you guys woke up and came out? Again, no, it was off when we woke up, and nobody said they turned it off. Okay, final weirdest question, I said, half laughing. Did anyone pick up my socks and tuck them behind the mirror? At this point, they all stopped what they were doing and were just staring at me. I thought my sanity was being seriously questioned when finally one of the girls said something along the lines of, wow, so the house is already messing with you? I stayed over at the house 4 to 5 days a week for the next few months because of my curiosity about the haunting and the property itself. There are a lot more occurrences I can write about if you guys are interested that ramp up in intensity as time goes on. Just let me know. So this was just a crazy phase in my life. So I'm going to tell it to the best of my ability. And I will be changing names to protect the identities of those who were involved. I was living with my roommates Phil and Lauren while I was dating my fiancée at the time. We were having random conversations about random topics until Lauren started to talk about her trip to New Orleans and her visit to the old French quarters. She said that she stopped by a couple of gift shops and other little places where they sell souvenirs and things of that nature. Anyway, she mentioned to us how she saw a Victor doll from the Corpse Bride movie, and she was such a huge fan of Tim Burton that she needed to have it. But unfortunately, she didn't have enough money to buy it. So she took it upon herself to just take it. We all found it funny at first. It was something she would do, and at the time, we were just stupid kids getting out of high school. It was funny, up until she mentioned she stole the doll from a voodoo store in the French quarters. When the word voodoo was thrown in the air, some of the roommates that lived with us at the time found it even funnier, and the rest felt uneasy about the whole matter, because she was mentioning how she would wake up with scratches and hear weird noises in the middle of the night. We let her know that what she did wasn't a good idea to begin with, and that she should find a way to properly discard the doll, but she insisted on keeping it. A couple of days go by, and she shows us some more scratches that she got in the middle of the night, and how she liked something was in the room, but she couldn't see it when she opened her eyes. A couple more days go by, and the same thing happens. Then she tells us that the doll moved from the spot she always had it. We were confused and looking at each other puzzled and asked, "You know where the doll went?" And she answered with confusion, "The doll was under my bed." We grabbed the doll and put it in the garage on top of a box where nobody would move it. I don't know why or how that would have been a good idea, but we stuck with it. I came back into the garage to smoke with Phil, and we didn't see the doll on the box where it was left. We looked on the ground next to the box, and there was the doll. It was almost like it was staring at us, mocking us. I was a little skeptical about it until we put it back and we all went to bed one night. And when we wake up, she comes back out holding the doll, with the look of fear on her face, telling us that the doll made its way back in the room. I know she wasn't lying, because nobody ever goes in her room when she sleeps, especially since Lauren and Phil were dating, and he would work overnights, and she would stay up all night talking with him and watching movies. With that being said, she went to bed shortly after Phil came back, and when they woke up at 6 p.m, when everyone knew they hadn't stepped into their room, the doll ended up in some different spot of the apartment we lived in. The longer she had this doll, the worse things got. Our smoke detectors went off for no reason. Lights would be turning off and on for no reason. We would hear scratching on the walls in the bathrooms. We would occasionally smell sulfur in the air. And if that wasn't weird enough, Phil and Lauren's door would never stay open. It would always close by itself. We knew something was in that apartment, and we're all glad we're out. Unfortunately, Phil and Lauren split a couple years later and kept the doll, and he went to live his life. But wherever they are, I hope they're okay. And Lauren got rid of that God-forsaken doll. The story starts around Christmas of 2017 or 2018. Can't remember. My grandmother's husband, who died in 2001, and his youngest brother died Christmas morning, leaving only 1 or 2 siblings left of that entire generation. I didn't know him, so I wasn't even affected at all. Fast forward the next morning. I'm sleeping on a couch in the family room, with a coffee table near me. Not something to brush up my leg against, but given the fact that I was very close to a coffee table, I brushed it off as my leg fell off the couch and brushed up against the table. It was 5:05 in the morning. At around 5:15, I decided to get up and play some Xbox. But as I got up from the couch, I saw the lazy boy recliner across the room, rocking back and forth. All I saw was an indentation in the seat. I wasn't scared, but rather stunned that this was happening. Startled, I backed into the archway into the family room, shining my flashlight onto the chair. I woke up both my mother and brother who were sleeping in there. Lots of crammed people in a smaller house. I then got into the fetal position on the edge of my mom's bed, with my back facing the room I was just in. Then, a crazy thing happened. At the exact same time for the next 2 mornings, my brother, who was now sleeping on that couch, had the same thing happen to him. Nothing has been paranormal in that house ever since. I had a very interesting, if not downright chilling, conversation the other night. My fiancée and I drove into Tennessee to meet her grandfather for a night of whiskey, food and music at a blues festival near Memphis. It's hard to argue with that combination. Southern food and music both have well-deserved reputations. It was a great time, but I suppose I should get to the thing that's been stuck in my mind. I remember after one of the sets, I had an opportunity to talk to a couple of the artists. There were 2 men, the first being Lee Curtis Jr. He was an older black gentleman, with a head of grey hair retreating from the peak of his head and curling around the sides, and a greying goatee that still held some of his youth in it. He held a world weariness about himself, a lifetime of struggle and travel resting on his face. The other man was Lee's son, an extremely friendly man named Scratch, who smiled brightly and joked often from behind the deep void of his sunglasses. His head was bald, and so was his face, save for the eyebrows. He slowly rotated a small glass of bourbon in his right hand, which was adorned with several rings. Both men were extremely well dressed, in fine suits, leather shoes and headgear with a look straight out of the 30s. They were very kind and accommodating, smiling and telling jokes while recounting local history and giving me a crash course in the blues, all while the alcohol steadily flowed. Eventually, the conversation landed on Robert Johnson and the Crossroads. Robert Johnson was a mythic figure in America, the guitar-playing bluesman, the man who sold his soul to the devil at a crossroads for the musical skill that would birth rock and roll. The wind felt winding and foreboding between us. "Oh, hell," he said. "You want devil stories? I can give you devil stories." Scratch looked at me grinning, like he knew what was coming, and spoke. "You done got the old man started," Lee interjected. "I'll tell the story to any goddamn buddy I want to." Scratch laughed into his bourbon, then leaned back in his chair. "Fine, you want to scare him off with that old voodoo shit? Be my guest," he said playfully. Lee cut back in, irritated. "Wasn't no damn voodoo boy, and you know it." He swatted at Scratch's leg, causing him to draw it away and laugh loudly. Then Lee turned to me and began his story. The story goes: if you want devils in your blues, no better place to look than Old Scratch Lee. Old Scratch was my daddy, born Lee Curtis in 1907. Got killed in 1942. First thing you got to know about Old Scratch is that he was a stone-cold bastard. They called him Scratch since he was a child, Scratch being an old nickname for the devil, and rightly so. Old Scratch had been a real thief through his childhood, and people say he shot his first man at the age of 14. He ran with a bootlegging gang in the 20s, selling shine. Around the 30s, Scratch found himself the devil and picked himself up a guitar. Rumour was his mother and her father, before her, all passed down a book full of old demons' names, traditions of witchcraft and devil worship. They used to say Old Scratch's granddaddy first brought the devil to America. Said before he was free, he used to tell the other slaves the only way to defeat the white man and his god was by using the white man's devil. He taught everybody he could about how Lucifer was to be the breaker of shackles, the leader of their spiritual rebellion. Something that got him beat and sold many a time, but that only spread his gospels. There was no doubt that Scratch learned some of his granddaddy black magic from his mother. After all, they only had each other for a good part of Scratch's life. It's natural that he would inherit something from her. After a time in prison in the early 30s, Scratch would never be seen without his partner in crime, a large and heavy tattooed white man called Brothel Jack. They called him that on account of his being born in a whorehouse. Some folks said Jack was a sailor, some said he was a soldier, but most folk said he was plain dangerous. Jack's reason for being locked up was that he'd beaten a cop, something the locals didn't take kindly to. One evening, this being a Kentucky prison, some racist idiots decided to attack Scratch. They'd gotten a hold of some barbed wire from the prison fence and tried to wrap around the poor man's head, scarring his neck and the top of his head to hell. Jack, being a very compassionate felon, jumped in and stabbed them good old boys about 10-20 times in the belly, each. As you can imagine, Old Scratch and Brothel Jack were inseparable from then onward. Some folks say Scratch had found his attackers later on, killed them as a sacrifice, and swore himself to the devil in that prison cell. Some say Jack did it. Some would even say that Jack was the devil among them, watching over his favourite sinner. About a year later, Scratch was a free man, making his money playing the blues with such a haunting tone to it. It drove women to tears and men to violence. By the time Jack got out of that Kentucky prison cell, Scratch had a little money in his pocket, so he brought Jack out to Georgia to enjoy the blessings. By 1936, after a few years of the devil's luck, old Scratch finally got raked over the coals once again. The clan had gotten wind of a black man singing hymns of praise to the devil round their parts. Didn't like it too much. It was a humid and miserably hot afternoon in Georgia. A raw and aching silence hung in the air on top of the screaming cicadas in the tree, until it was broken by the sound of hooves. The sounds of humanity's chicken shit dregs muttering slurs and talking about what they would do to him. It was like death itself paraded through those dusty roads, crude and angular skeletons holding crosses. It isn't hard to see how old Scratch and his folk had hard feelings towards God, given that God's knights had come this particular night to kill him. Only the devil and Jack were on Scratch's side this time. Those animals beat Scratch's body, bound his wrists and marched him off into the dense woods. Brothel Jack stood and fought through 2 bullets but fell unconscious after savagely wounding a few of the clansmen. Scratch sang while he walked deep in the woods. No matter how many times they hit him or threatened to shoot his ass, he just grinned and sang. Songs about loss, about revenge, about a pact with the devil. The cowardly ghosts prepared their half-assed execution site. 2 drunk clansmen sloppily set up their cross to burn, while 2 more readied old Scratch's noose. Scratch just kept on singing, becoming more and more grim and wily, his eyes bulging and teeth bared. Blood seeped from gashes in his head, smeared on his cheeks. Scratch looked his killers in the eye and sang aloud, singing forcefully of a bloody witch's curse. He kept hollering until they put the hood on his head. Then all went quiet. The cross roared to a burning. Hatred fueled life in the dark night. The echoing of flames danced bright against the white robes of the executioners, and the black cloth hood that had been forced onto Scratch. For a while, they stood in a silent trance, absorbing the crackling of hot death and the absolute corrosion of the fire. When the smells of gasoline faded to smells of burning wood, the men in the sheets returned to that kill. "Kill that son bitch," one of them shouted. 3 of them ran to their ragged gallows and tugged away at the rope. Old Scratch felt the rope tear tight on his neck, and he levitated toward death, but made not one sound. Not even a thrashing once he'd been pulled up. The drunken ogres in their filthy white sheets whooped and hollered, downing their beers and generally behaving like fools. Well, boys, ain't that something? Into the groove where death was taking root walked a finely dressed black man. He wore a black fur coat with white lining and a black fedora. He walked in with no concern to his soon-to-be graveyard. He took a long drag from the stub of a fat cigar and lifted his head to meet those white men's eyes. He grinned and let smoke seep from that bright white grin. His eyes looked to be a deep void, a soul-gazing blackness with a reflective golden tinge. The eyes themselves seemed to be flecked with gold and spitting out small embers. He spoke. "Afternoon." He raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth as he talked. He spoke smoothly and sounded almost seductive. He raised his right hand and tipped his expensive suede hat. Scratch hung suspended, but his killers were now all fixated on the stranger. One of the robed men snatched his gun off his waist and walked forward with a false sense of power in him. He put 3 or 4 rounds into the stranger, but the man just laughed at him and said, "Ain't that a damn shame?" A sound rang out like the cracking of a whip. The ropes used to keep the burning cross upright had slipped, and the structure had dug past the weight securing it. The cross came crashing down upon the crowd of ghosts. 3 of the men in robes were killed damn near instantly. 2 of them got trapped under it, burned real slow and painful. A couple of them got their robes caught by the fire and ran screaming off to the woods to die. Amidst it all, Scratch came down from that tree. The last of the men who'd pulled old Scratch up into the air stumbled back and shouted in pain. An angry serpent with a shaker in his tail had struck and latched onto his hand, as if the noose's rope had transformed into a snake. The sucker ripped the snake from his hand and watched the poison-saturated blood trickle down black across his arm. He ran into the woods all hazy, forgetting about all his dead cohorts. Once the venom hit him, he stumbled and dripped with a vicious sweat in a haze. Trying to reach home, he reached home all right, but it was far too late. He was rambling about black devils and old Scratch following him in the woods. Before he died, he said he could see Scratch winding between the trees on all sides like a thin fog, strumming a beat-up old guitar. Said he was singing one of his songs, Cut Me Down. They say the devil watches o'er his own, O deathless one, please cut me down. They say that's the night old Scratch sold his soul. He knew he was going to die and made that ultimate offer. They say Lucifer saved my daddy that night. Of course, that's just what people say. Lee leaned back in his chair and the grimness of the story faded, his face returning to weariness. I was dumbfounded at the story I'd just been told. Lee's son seemed entertained at the whole thing and was waiting on me to say the inevitable holy shit or something similar. But I found myself at a loss for thoughts, much less words. Don't listen to him, man. He just loves them old ghost stories, Scratch cut in, prompting Lee to exclaim again. "Ah, shut the hell up, boy," he shouted. "You don't know shit." Scratch collapsed, laughing in his seat, as did I. It was around this time when my fiancée found me again. I'd been so wrapped up in the wisdom Lee shared, I'd forgotten about the entire night before. I introduced her to Lee and Scratch, who greeted her very warmly. I exchanged contact info with Scratch. We're still in touch. We bid them farewell and made our way out of Tennessee toward home. I'm no stranger to tall tales, but Lee told the story with such sincerity and grimness, emanating from his every word. I couldn't find anything online about old Scratch Lee Curtis Sr., so I'm going to contact them and see if Lee will part with any more wisdom about his father's life. To be blunt, I have reason to believe someone is living in my house. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm being stalked, nor am I rushing to post on Reddit while hiding from an intruder. When small daily use items started going missing, I blamed it on my own bad memory. When I would wake up at night to piss and find all the lights in the house on, I shrugged it off. Too much to drink before bed, I would think. It had become a recurring joke in my head after the first week. The vengeful ghost lurking my house and stealing my DVDs. Into the second week, the signs started getting a little more extreme. I noticed deep spiderwebbing cracks in the glass frames of photos of my late wife. Do picture frames usually crack themselves without falling from the wall? I started noticing that more important, more sentimental things would be stolen, defaced, or placed in a different room. Wedding photos, old love letters, her old necklace that I couldn't bear to part with, all either missing or strewn across one of the empty rooms. Things escalated when my gun went missing 3 nights ago. At least, I didn't know it was gone until 3 nights ago. I heard some footsteps and banging around outside my bedroom. Thundering steps, like a torrent of large beasts pouring down the hallway. I scrambled to my closet for a weapon and had no luck, due to the aforementioned missing gun. I armed myself with my pocket knife, and as I flung open the door, I heard a loud crashing sound, like 2 cars made of glass colliding. I leapt out into the hall, knife pointed outward as if it were a bayonet and teeth bared. But I only found the source of the racket. Every picture on the walls of the hallway had fallen to the carpeted beige floor and seemingly exploded out of pure shock. I stalked around each corner of the house in thin silence until the sun bled itself through the shutters of each window. 2 nights ago, I was awakened by a knock on my bedroom door. I stumbled out of bed to the end of my room and hazily opened it to find no one. A small and delicate trail led off into the tempting darkness of the hallway. It shone and smeared on my fingers like blood, but it was much darker and thicker. It was more like cooling candle wax to the touch. In my fascination, I'd forgotten the potential intruder in my home and was wrested back to this thought by the heat of breath on the back of my neck. Each of the hairs there rose to stand on end. The heat of the breathing created a wetness on my neck, and the sound of it slowly sunk into my ears. I whipped around as if to catch the person off guard, swinging with my right arm and quickly falling on my ass like an idiot. Whoever it was behind me, they were gone. I quickly fled to my car and slept behind the closest gas station. Last night was inexplicable in nature. Things rose to a head in ways I'm still struggling to process. I woke to a voice. My wife's voice. I know it couldn't possibly be her, in the flesh, but in my half-awakened, naive state, I didn't question it. I heard her just beyond the bedroom door, soft and voice full of kindness. I opened the door. Nothing. I'm a fool. A harsh, crackling whisper like a death rattle of unseen origin flew down the hallway away from me and settled in the quiet. The hallway shook with magnetic force, almost knocking me to one knee. The decorations scattered about the walls of the hallway rattled and fell, shattering and making sounds so piercing, I'd have thought everything in the house had broken. Foolish, I walked off into the dark. Broken glass stung at my feet. I could hear faint whispers spiraling around me, but couldn't make out a word. Every minute instinct and every cell in my body screamed at me to run, to flee the house and never return, but an estrangement forced me further onward. On the living room wall, there were arrangements of handprints smeared and tossed about, most dripping far down the wall toward the floor. They appeared to be bloody, but I couldn't be certain in the dark. A few feet away from the hand paintings was a wet, aphotic stain akin to a puddle of vomit, with a consistently like viscera. It was a disgusting sight, and the very grime of the substance itself seemed to be crawling away from the mass in efforts to corrupt the rest of the room. It was then I heard a skittering behind me, the sound of long nails trailing across and down the hallway toward my bedroom, the sound of bare feet dragging along the carpet. I turned and was frozen, caught by the sight of the silhouette lurking and unable to act. My heart caught in my throat as I watched it slowly shamble toward the window in my bedroom and reach toward the curtains. It tore open the curtain, filling the room with the obscuring deep blue glow of the night and exposing itself to me. It couldn't have been, and yet it was. It was my wife, her face sunken and features gaunt, a mess of greenish-black vomit stringing from her mouth that stained her chin and much of her exposed chest. Her eyes were dim as the dead eyes often are. They shone in the moonlight like two moons, reflecting off of the blue neon of her pallid flesh. She stepped from the window and faced me, though she didn't look at me. She stared distantly and aimlessly, as if she were blind and simply aware of my direction. She lifted one stiff arm, slow and jerking in motion. She pointed directly at me, and another mass of gory black vomit spilled out of her mouth limply. The door slammed shut with a thunderous impact so violent it had rocked me from my trance. I barreled down the dark hallway and threw myself with all of my strength into and through the door. Splinters of wood stabbed at me and littered the floor. About me and pain bit into my shoulder and body. Nothing. There was no one in the room, and yet the curtain of my bedroom window remained open. The acidic puddle of her vomit still gurgled and stained on the floor of the room. I had to prove it to myself. There was no logical way that my wife's reanimated corpse had appeared in my house, but before I fled for the night, I had to make sure. I had to know. A manic trembling and anxiety hit me like a brick in the chest. I grabbed my keys and ran to the backyard, eyes darting between tree, bush, and shadow in paranoid indulgence. I unlocked the shed and swung the door open. She was just as I left her. Her body was propped up against the wall, sitting atop an old box of clothes, her legs together and severed from the knees down. Her arms were positioned as if her hands were clasped and sitting in her lap, except that her hands, too, were severed. She looked back at me with her lifeless, dim eyes and her matted hair, sticky with blood. The blood around her mouth and chin had thickened into a dark, blackening syrup that clung to her face. Nothing had changed. She was beautiful as ever. I stared in silence at her for a while before slamming shut and locking the shed door. I quickly rushed to gather my things and fled to avoid being confronted by the guest again. I could hardly sleep. I stared at a hotel ceiling for hours, restless. What precious little sleep I was given did little to relieve my fatigue. I didn't notice the handprint left in blood on the door of my car until I was departing to pick up my wife. I thought I was safe being somewhere far from the house, but she found me. No, it found me, and wanted me to know that it found me. I didn't have a moment to lose. I drove to the house and went straight for the backyard shed. Would you believe it if I told you the shed was empty? Well, not exactly empty. Where the body once sat, I found my pistol. It had faint fingerprint smudges in blood around the barrel. I snatched the pistol from its rest in a panic and ran to the car, then back to the hotel. I spent the last few hours questioning my sanity, questioning what I'd seen. How could this even happen? But about 10 minutes ago, I heard a knock on the hotel door. I looked through the peephole and saw an empty parking lot. A few minutes later, another knock. I looked once more and could not have dreamed of seeing what lay on the outside. I saw the blue-tinged, degenerating and nude corpse of my wife, standing at the end of the parking lot. It was facing away at first, staring aimlessly, but soon turned and revealed black vomit stained much of the front of her body. It felt like we had locked eyes, though there was no way she could have seen me. I ducked from the door immediately and hid. The knocking had become more and more frequent and heavy, almost primal. The black substance was rolling in pools from underneath the bottom of the hotel door. Just as I thought my death was certain, it all stopped, though the stains remained. Silence. I looked at my car, and it's covered in those black handprints. Should I risk making a run for it?
I've been dying to tell this story that happened to me in the middle of August of this year, when I was startled awake from a sound sleep to someone standing in my bedroom by the window, staring at me. I've never doubted the paranormal or supernatural. I believe undoubtedly in the existence of ghosts, spirits, spectres, apparitions, whatever you want to call them, and poltergeist activity, although many videos on YouTube and paranormal shows on TV don't convince me because they're obviously fake and for entertainment purposes. There are a couple of exceptions, of course, but most, you got to admit that the most terrifying thing about them is that someone posted them. Again, there are a few exceptions that have convinced me of something happened. I've used a Ouija board by myself and even collected vintage boards. But that is another story. I've used automatic writing, study astrology, tarot, geomancy, necromancy, runes, playing cards, aka cartomancy, and dabbled in palmistry. I've seen ghosts, not see-through apparitions, but solid individuals in broad daylight. One was a friend whom I hadn't seen in a while, whom I saw walking in town. I called to her and she kept walking, thinking she may not have heard me, and it was unlike her to ignore people. I finally made my way close enough. She stopped and turned, and her eyes were black. I thought I was seeing things and followed her into a store and couldn't find her. I saw a mutual friend who knew both of us and asked if she'd seen her, and she'd told me no one has been in the store in the previous half hour. I was confused. I know I saw her, and to some it may sound like she was avoiding me, but it wasn't like that. Puzzled, I went home and saw the local paper. That very friend's obituary was in there. She committed suicide 2 weeks prior by overdosing on pills. I believe seeing ghosts is a personal thing. The mutual friend didn't see her entering the store, but I saw her plain as day. Must have looked like a fool shouting her name in public. But you want to hear or read about my experience with the Shadow Man. Shadow people? I had trouble believing in them. I thought they were urban legends like Slender Man, Bloody Mary, and Zozo. Videos claiming to capture them always were lacking. I went to bed as usual on that night in mid-August. The night was perfect, not hot and not cool. Great sleeping weather. Nothing was happening that I was interested in doing, so I decided to go to bed and do a bit of reading until I was tired enough to fall asleep. That was at 11, and I finally got tired at 12:30 and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, I was startled awake from a sound sleep. I mean, wide awake. I could move all appendages, so it wasn't sleep paralysis. I think it was close to 3 a.m. or thereabouts. The street lamp and moon shone through my bedroom window. That never bothered me as I could sleep with the lights on or off. And have. But I noticed a figure, or rather a silhouette of a figure, standing inside my window. I was convinced it was a break-in and laid quietly, waiting for him to make his move, but he never did. He was around 6'2", tall and broad-chested. I mean, he was big, and just staring at me, never moving. I won't deny that I was scared, thinking this guy was going to bash my brains or suffocate me, but that didn't happen. As I was watching him, trying to figure out how that big guy got in my window without being stuck, he started to fade away until he wasn't there anymore. I laid there for a few minutes longer, thinking if I got out of bed, he'd reappear. After what seemed like forever, I jumped out of bed and turned on the light. I examined the window and found nothing unusual, such as being smashed or even open. It was how I had left it. You would probably think that I wouldn't go back to sleep after that. I did, but with the lights on. To be honest, I was relieved that it was a shadow person rather than someone breaking into my house. The guy faded out of existence, I think. The thought crossed my mind, he just went invisible to catch me, as I got out of bed to turn on the light. But I haven't had a second encounter with any shadow people, as of right now. Unfortunately, I can't prove any of this because I didn't have my phone on me or near me, because it was in another room charging. I spent a lot of time thinking about this encounter. I'm just glad it didn't result in my hospitalization or burial. I have a story to tell. A real situation that to this day I cannot explain. When I was about 14, I was doing the dishes at my mum's house. She had gone out for the night and it was about 8 p.m. Suddenly, everything went deathly quiet, but there was like a weight to it. I can't explain. Almost like the pressure in the room had changed. It felt really cold and then something breathed out hard in my right ear. It was as though someone had come up behind me and had done a death rattle right in my ear, and their breath was icy cold. I spun around and started sobbing. I was so scared. There was nothing there, but I was so terrified that I had to call my uncle to come search the house and stay with me till I fell asleep. To this day, I don't understand what happened. I don't believe in ghosts at all, but I'm so confused by what happened to me that it seems the only explanation. I sometimes settle with the idea that maybe I was hallucinating, but I was fully awake and didn't struggle with mental health issues at the time. There was also a very strange thing that I discovered in the wall of that house shortly after that incident. A large clump of dark hair embedded into the plaster of the upstairs storage room wall. Since that day, everything changed for me. Like, I became a very different person. Very spontaneous and angry and hypersexual. Yet at times so sensitive and avoidant. Like I'm two different people at times. Even my friends tell me that I seem so different from one day to the next. Well, the incident was a long time ago, so maybe that's just my personality, but I used to be so different before then. I was sporty, quiet, I read a lot, and I was extremely shy around boys. I don't know, maybe I lost my mind. But whenever I'm upset or confused by my spontaneous and outlandish behaviour, my mind starts talking to me in the third person, like, she's so stupid, she doesn't see, she doesn't understand, and she would definitely kill herself. She's gonna do it. Am I crazy? Or is it something else? Farms all have their own peculiarities, but I believe that Jim Rothers's has to be the strangest I've encountered by far. I've lived across from Jim for the past 5 or so years, and he's always been a very quiet and introverted fellow. From what I know, he doesn't have a job, and he dedicates all of his time to tending to the massive assortment of animals on his farm. He doesn't even profit off of the farm, and God only knows how many animals there are. The man has to be insane. Even though I don't know the exact number, I know that the amount never changes. Even though he eats them, it's almost as soon as one goes, he has a brand new one ready to replace it immediately. I have no idea how the man does it. I have no idea how he upholds the well-being of that amount of animals all alone. That being said, he's also almost entirely off the grid, save for a few electronics. He sustains himself entirely off of the land and his animals. I kind of admire it. But aside from the farm's quirks, it's never really bothered me. Until the animals stopped moving. I didn't even care to point it out at first. And I didn't even think that something might be strange the day the first pig stood still. It simply didn't feel peculiar enough to comment on. And Jim had so many animals that he didn't notice it either. The pig stood at the edge of the fence, staring blankly. It didn't move, even when I went out to collect my mail. And it didn't move when the noisy garbage truck went by. I even waved my arms around in front of it in an attempt to rouse a reaction, but alas, I got none. The pig stood like a statue, unmoving, unblinking, unreactive. I started to get a pit in my stomach, telling me that something was wrong, but I ignored it and hopped into my car to drive to work. That night, I could barely sleep. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but something was up. Something felt off. The next morning, the pig by the fence had a friend. It was one of equal size and stature, and it stood about a yard away from the first. It stood still the same way. The first pig was still there, having now not moved for a full 24 hours. The sight was quite similar to that of a video game glitch, where the screen bugs and some of the mobiles freeze, only real. They were not dead, simply frozen. There was something odd about them, however, something that almost shouldn't be possible. I waited to express my concern until 5 of Jim's pigs were lined up at the edge of the fence, a new one frozen with the coming of each morning. "Oh, hello there, neighbour," Jim greeted upon my knock. I proceeded to explain my concerns to him, but he seemed unfazed upon my vocal communication of it. The situation, oddly enough, didn't strike any of his nerves then, and it didn't even register when I dragged him to the edge of the fence to show him. "Look, they're not moving, Jimmy. Is that normal?" Jim placed his hands on his hips and shifted his weight to his left leg, tilting his head the same way as he fixated his gaze on the standstill slides. That's normal. They like that fence a whole mighty lot," Jim finally spoke, nonchalantly. "What do you mean they like that fence a whole lot? They never stand there. And they certainly don't for 24 hours when they do. Jim looked at me like I was crazy. I'm telling you, neighbour, I know my pigs. I know when something's wrong with them. They're fine. I promise I'm not fooling you. Look, the flies are eating them alive because their tails are whacking them away. Jim stepped forward. I don't see anything wrong with them. They're like that fence, he insisted. I'm telling you, Jimmy, there's something wrong with them. He shook his head and began to make his way inside the house. Since my mission proved to be futile, I returned home. I didn't sleep that night. I don't know what it was. I just couldn't. I felt a presence, and I didn't feel safe. I couldn't allow myself to fall asleep. The next morning, when I woke, there were 7 pigs lined up at the fence. The 5 originals, plus 2 more. That was when I decided that on that very night, I would finally figure out what was going on. I would go over to Jim's yard in the middle of the night and examine the pigs. I couldn't stand to look at them anymore. I couldn't stand to look at their soulless, stiff bodies as they got eaten alive by insects. It was sickeningly fascinating. I couldn't wrap my mind around how it could be possible, and I wasn't sure that I wanted to be able to. So I waited in my house until sunset. I knew that Jim would be going to sleep right around then. He sleeps from dusk and wakes up right at dawn. I wanted to make sure that he didn't catch me in his yard, not because I was doing anything he'd disapprove of, but simply because I wanted to avoid the awkward encounter. Just to be safe, I waited a few more hours until it was just about midnight. When the clock struck 12, I snuck around the side of my house and across the street to where the 7 pigs stood at the fence. I approached them, my line of sight lit up only by the dull beam of my flashlight. They still didn't move. I hopped the fence to get a closer look, and they still didn't stir. All of the other animals were asleep in their pens, but these pigs remained. I shined my light around, and it was just then that I noticed something strange. One of the pigs had a wound from an insect that bore all the way through its outer layer of flesh. Only, instead of viscera and fascia, there was stuffing. I easily reached my hand out to touch the spot, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I don't know what I was thinking. I brushed off what I had just seen and moved to investigate further to see if the animal was even alive. I placed my hand to its chest and physically recoiled upon contact. It had a pulse, and it was breathing shallowly. The last thing I was expecting was a pulse. I don't even know how it was possible. The pig was full of stuffing, but it also had a pulse. I felt sick. I continued my investigation with the other ones, and I found the results to be the same. I was extremely curious now. It was sickening, but I wanted to figure out how it was possible. So, I stole one of Jim's pig. Don't ask how I did it, because it was difficult, but I managed to roll the swine to my house and into my garage without catching the attention of anything. After a bit of preparation, I placed the pig down on the floor and used my hunting knife to make a Y incision in its abdomen. Stuffing. It was all stuffing. Stuffing encased in a living, bleeding, almost breathing skin. It bled. The flesh bled into the white stuffing material, staining it crimson. I pulled some of the stuffing aside, and to my horror, there was something pink and squishy, throbbing. I gagged and turned away upon seeing it. It was a beating heart with a pair of lungs, endlessly supplying only each other in what seemed to be a perpetual loop. At the top of the system, connected by a few nerves, was a piece of brain that I immediately recognized to be the medulla oblongata, regulator of involuntary responses. The thing that I now assume was key in keeping the system alive. I could hear the heart, and I could see it pulsating in the dim light of my garage. The whole thing seemed impossible. The animal's entire body was taxidermy. There were no bones, no other organs. All that remained was stuffing, a wire frame, and strangest and most disturbing of all, a working cardiovascular system. I was amazed, but also sickened. The fact that someone could taxidermy an animal while still keeping it alive was impressive, but also terrifying, as I couldn't imagine a reason why someone would. I couldn't imagine how it was possible. I called Jim. He answered the phone with a groggy, "Hello? Jim, I know it's late, but you gotta get over here. Why, what's going on?" I paused. "I don't know how to explain it. Meet me in my garage." I heard the phone hang up, and soon I heard a door squeak open and footsteps rustling through the grass. "All right, Bobby, what's up?" he asked. He had arrived in his bathrobe and slippers, not taking the time to dress before he came over. That was understandable. I walked him over to where I had the pig on the floor of my garage, and I attempted to explain without making myself a target for law enforcement. "That's not my pig," he tuttered, his country drawl adding a musical twang to the word pig. "What do you mean it's not your pig? I stole it from your yard." He placed his hands on his hips. "I know my pigs, Bobby. That ain't one." I simply looked at him, baffled. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what was going on. "Have fun with your science experiments," he shouted from the walkway as he made his way back across the street. I awoke the next morning and immediately went to the garage to check in on the status of the pig that I had stolen from my neighbour, that now supposedly didn't belong to him. It was gone. The mess was gone too. All of the blood that had spewed upon my incision had been cleaned up, as had the entirety of the corpse. Well, it wasn't entirely gone, as I had discovered when I went to check my mail. It was back in Jim's yard, repaired. Someone had closed my incision and mounted the pig back upright in the place it had initially stood, on the other side of my neighbour's fence. There was visible stitching, almost as if a person, a very skilled person, had done it. The line of 7 pigs was now accompanied by a few chickens. The next few days went by as normal. I'd get up in the morning, see a new taxidermy animal in Jim's yard, attempt to rouse his suspicion, be ignored, go to work, repeat. Then the day came when the entire farm ceased to function, and my neighbour still didn't notice. It was about a week after the initial incident, and now every animal on the farm stood stiff and still, trapped in their own bodies as Jim continued to tend to them, as if nothing was wrong. "Jim?" I had caught him in the process of milking his cows. "Hey, Bobby," he waved to me. "You're a little dry today, aren't you, girl?" he said to himself, patting the dairy's cow's side affectionately. I accidentally made eye contact with the animal, and my stomach surged with dread. I stopped myself. I had tried to convince Jim that something was wrong multiple times, but he didn't notice that anything had changed. He was a healthy man, and from my experience, he was pretty stable. But here he was, attempting to milk an animal that no longer had the ability to lactate. "Alright, this is getting really weird," I muttered to myself as I turned back to go home. I entered through my front door and ran to my kitchen, where the window above the sink offered me a clear view of Jim's yard. I took out my phone and dialed 911. The operator picked up, and I did my best to explain the situation. "Yeah, it's really strange. My neighbour, I don't think he's okay. He doesn't even notice it. What's the address?" I told the operator the address and she hung up. A few minutes later, the police arrived. I saw the flashing lights outside Jim's house, and I saw him explaining with his hands. After a few minutes, the officers climbed back into their cars and drove away. I went over to his yard where he stood with his hands on his hips. "Why'd you call the cops on me, Bobby?" "Jim, I'm really worried about you. This isn't normal. Your animals aren't alive." "Yes, they are, Bobby. This is normal. This is all normal. They still have a pulse, don't they?" Those words echoed through my head endlessly, and I will never forget Jim's eerie tone when he spoke them. "What did the police say?" I asked. "They didn't see anything wrong, Bobby. They saw my damn farm as it is." He put his hand on his. "They saw my damn farm as it is." I began to feel sick. "I've got to get going. I've got a big meeting tomorrow and I need to rest. I'll see you later, Jim. You too, neighbour, he smiled. I waved and walked back to my house, and the minute I stepped inside the door, I broke to a sprint to the bathroom and regurgitated the contents of my breakfast. Jim's farm today had done something to me. It struck within me that kind of sense of dread that you can't swallow. Something was seriously wrong. Why did no one see what I saw? I woke up the next morning and looked out my window as I usually do, and something was out of place. Jim's animal was there, but he wasn't. I went over to check on him, and when I knocked on the door, no one answered. I tried the knob, and it opened. Jim? I called out. No answer. I crept around the house, which was oddly empty. Everything was clean. Not a thing was out of place. That was strange for Jim. Everything changed when I rounded the corner of his den, and I found him staring blankly at the wall, frozen as his animals were. Dead. I called the police and reported that I'd found a body. I stood on Jim's porch as they investigated the scene and got medics to take away the body. The coroner approached me from behind. You're not going to believe this, but your friend isn't dead. We're taking him to the hospital. What? He has a pulse. All I did was look the coroner in the eyes in shock before walking away. I had no words. That night, I packed my things and left to stay in a hotel in the city. The next morning, I planned to sell my house and get an apartment as soon as I could. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer when on my way out of town. I saw what seemed to be a person dressed in all black hop the fence to Jim's farm, carrying the stiffened version of him, still dressed in a hospital gown, back to its proper place. In high school, I was friends with this guy named Peter. Peter was in most of my classes, and we used to talk in class all the time. He was pretty cool. One thing that set Peter apart from the other kids was one thing. He wore an eye patch. The doc said I have a lazy eye, so it'll be Peter the Pirate for the next few months, he chuckled. I never gave it a second thought. We continued being friends, and he became one of the most popular kids in our whole grade level. We used to hang out all the time. We'd go to parties, joke around, just do normal teenager things. He became quite notorious for his pranks on teachers and other students. Everything deteriorated on the night of Zach's party. Zach's parents were away for the weekend, so he invited me and all the rest of our little social group over for a small party. Nothing big, only we knew about it. Zach was a good kid. We were playing Truth or Dare, and it was Peter's turn. Dare, he chose. The boys snickered. Show us your lazy eye, Dad giggled. Nah, dude, it's embarrassing, he said sheepishly. That's the point, Dad laughed again. Something wasn't quite right. Is it the point of an eye patch for a lazy eye to cover the strong one? His lazy eye was the only one we saw. Peter should have known that. I turned to Peter and spoke up. Isn't the lazy eye the one that you use? The whole point is to strengthen it, I asked. Peter's face turned white. No, it's a different kind of case, he muttered. So then show us, I want to see, Dad yelled. Peter stood up. Gotta go to the bathroom, he said awkwardly. As soon as he turned around, Dad jumped up and grabbed his eye patch. Under the eye patch was not an eye. It was a tentacle. What the hell is that? Dad shouted, jumping away. Peter turned his face to us with a look of shock, the tentacles still hanging out of his face. Then it started to crawl out of him as he fell on the floor. A creature of some sort. All I could describe it as like an octopus, but with 4 tentacles instead of 8. At the end of each tentacle was a mouth with razor-sharp teeth. Peter collapsed to the ground unconscious. The creature started to make its way towards Dan, who was now screaming at the top of his lungs. What is that? What the hell? What is that thing? He whimpered as he backed away from it. Dan continued to panic as the creature started to climb up his legs. making its way towards his face. "Get that thing off of him," I yelled. Zach grabbed a baseball bat and started to hit the thing, but it was no use. We watched in shock as the creature's tentacle made its way towards Dan's left eye. Dan was crying as Zach and I frantically tried to get the creature off of him. "Please, get it off me, get it off!" Dan's screams echoed through the house as the creature's teeth latched onto his eyeball and pulled it straight out of the socket. I'll never forget the image. The nerves and viscera coming out of his head along with the eye as the monster ate it. Dan's screams were cut short when the creature began crawling into his eye socket and it disappeared into him, all except for the tentacle. Dan's face went blank and he stiffly walked over to where Peter's eye patch was on the floor. He picked it up, put it on, and walked out the door. Zach and I stood there, dumbfounded and in shock at what we had just witnessed. Then I remembered Peter. Zach and I turned around and knelt on the floor next to Peter, trying to wake him up. Peter, wake up!" His eyelashes fluttered as he slowly came to. Who are you guys?" he groaned. Zach and I exchanged a glance. "And why can't I... Where's my eye?" he said in a panicked tone, cupping his hand over the empty socket. When I was little, my cousins lived in this huge Victorian mansion, the kind that had secret passages and hidden rooms that you'd likely inherit from a dead great-grandparent. The estate was located in the middle of a desolate forest, with a total township population of 20 people, and every summer, my brother Jacob and I would be sent to stay with our cousins for the duration of the season. Andrew was my age, 1 year older than Jacob, and Naomi was 2 years my elder. Andrew and Naomi were our best friends. Every summer, we'd have a blast playing in the forest and coming up with our own games to keep ourselves occupied. The house in particular had more secret passages and rooms than one could even begin to imagine, and Naomi knew them all like the back of her hand. "Hey Ava, guess where I am?" Her voice emanated throughout our shared bedroom, always after bedtime. Where would she be this time? The wall? The ceiling? All I knew is that it would never be where I expected. I peeked up from the book I was reading. "I don't know, where are you?" I asked. She giggled from her hiding spot before popping out of the storage chest at the foot of her bed. "Naomi, how did you get in there?" I asked excitedly. She climbed out of the chest and gestured for me to come over. "Look," she said, as she pointed to a small trapdoor in the floor. The chest was bottomless, allowing for the door to be usable. I peeked into the chest with wide eyes, excited by the new secret passageway. "I found the door in the bathroom closet," she said excitedly, "so I followed it, and it led here." "Cool," I exclaimed. A troublemaker smirk appeared across Naomi's face. "You want to go scare the boys?" she asked, through a giggle. "Yeah," I said. She put a finger to her lips and hushed me as she pried up the panelling on the wall and led me into another crawl space. As soon as I stepped into the crawl space, I started to feel extremely uneasy. My body was trying to tell me that I shouldn't be there. We repressed our giggles as we crawled through the walls, eventually ending up in the closet of the bedroom that Andrew and Jacob were using. "Boo!" Naomi shouted, as she threw open the closet door and jumped into the bedroom. Both boys screamed in fear, but all of us began laughing once they realized it was just us. "Another secret passageway, Naomi?" Andrew asked. "Yeah," she said excitedly. "How do you keep finding them?" Jacob asked. Naomi shrugged. "I don't know," she replied. "Don't you feel scared when exploring?" I asked her. "Nah," she said. "Oh." Of course, with all the house's secrets, our favourite game was hide and seek. We'd play hide and seek whenever we got the chance to, and Naomi always won. Even if I found a spot that I was sure she wouldn't find, she always found it. Sometimes a single game would last hours, simply because no one could find Naomi. When we did find her, it was always in a secret passage or room that no one had seen before. The last time we played was the summer of '99. I was 8 and Naomi was 10. We were staying up past our bedtime to play another round of hide and seek, and I was the seeker. I walked around the house, and spare for the occasional four-ball creak, it was quiet. Naomi and Andrew's parents were in their living room watching TV, and Jacob, Andrew, and Naomi were hiding. The house was creepy at night, with dim lighting and an antique style to the furnishing. As an 8-year-old, I couldn't help but be creeped out. It always gave me a small twinge of paranoia, as if something was living in the house besides us. I remember creeping around the house until I found Jacob and Andrew. They were both in the mansion's dining hall, Andrew under the table and Jacob in one of the many cabinets that lined the walls. "Did you find Naomi yet?" Andrew asked me. I said no, and both boys joined me to help her. Only, we never did. We stayed up searching until the clock read 2 a.m. before we finally decided to forfeit. "Okay, Naomi, you win," I yelled out. No answer. I walked around the house yelling for her, but I never got an answer, which was weird because we usually ended up forfeiting to her and she would answer our calls when we did. After searching every last corner of the house, we couldn't find Naomi. Maybe she went outside. She wouldn't. She's afraid of the woods. Maybe she found a new crawl space. False. She would have still answered our shouts. We didn't want to bother her parents over a game, so we decided to just go to bed, thinking maybe she'd show herself in the morning. When breakfast was served, Naomi still didn't show up. "Where's Naomi?" my aunt asked, glancing towards the plate she'd set out for her. "I don't know," I said. "Is she still sleeping?" "No. She wasn't even in her room last night. We played hide and seek and she never came out of her hiding spot," I said. The statement sent my aunt into a panic, and she went to fetch my uncle. They searched for her all day, to no avail. It got to the point where they called the police to issue a missing person report. The police searched the house, and they didn't find her. What they did find, though, was a new passageway, behind a bookshelf in the library, a dark tunnel. No one knew where it led, but it looked like it had been used recently. As I looked into it, I felt a feeling of dread, as if something was telling me to get away. For the next few days, Andrew, Jacob, and I attempted a lot of eavesdropping, failing every time to make sense of the hushed whispers we heard among the adults. My aunt and uncle, along with Andrew, ended up selling that house and moving. My brother and I never spent another summer with them. I never found out what happened to her, and all of my family members just acted confused when I bring her up. All I know is that she must have found a pretty damn good hiding spot, because no one has seen her in 20 years. I've been having various things happen in my house over the years. I live and work in a small rural town. Some of the local kids told my stepdaughters the previous owner died in the hallway, in front of our front bathroom. But speaking with the EMTs at work, she was actually dead on the bed. The first instance I can think of was when I was out of town with my wife and youngest stepdaughter. The oldest stepdaughter was home alone and texted me asking if her mom was with me, because she had just heard her mom calling her into the living room. We just blew it off as her being scared since she was alone. A few weeks later, my wife, who worked nights, called me at work, freaked out. She said she heard kids laughing in the kitchen and she woke up to it. Thinking the kids were skipping school, she went into the kitchen, only to find it empty. The first event that really freaked me out was one morning after my wife came home from work. I decided to stay in bed with her and sleep in a little. My youngest stepdaughter had a habit of barely opening the door and going psst to get my attention without waking her mom. I swear I heard that, but didn't want to open my eyes, and I tried mumble whispering back. I swear I heard her footsteps come up to my bed and had her face over mine, like I could feel there above my face talking to me. I kept trying to mumble back to let me sleep, and then I realised I couldn't understand any of the words, and it didn't sound like my stepdaughter's voice. I then snapped awake and realised my wife was on her side, facing away from me, and no one else was in the room. There have been a few similar things happen where I would hear whispers of a female trying to talk to me. There was a funny one that happened, but I can blame it on the house shifting in the wind. The master bedroom has a door to the backyard in it. One night, while home alone, I heard scratching in the attic. Turned out to be a raccoon. I was laying there in the bed and the dog didn't seem to notice. So me being funny said, "Hey ghost, listen to this." I let out a big fart and then the door blew open. I was terrified and amused at the same time. I told my wife that I thought the ghost would be gone for a while because I grossed her out, and she ran out the back door. It wasn't long after that I found out the old woman had died in the bed. Shortly after that, we got rid of that bed and got a new one. Still have odd occurrences though. Most other things are the common seeing shadows out of the corner of your eyes move, and odd lights flickering, and things like that. Has anyone come across the Enochian calls? And if so, how are they introduced to you? This is a shorter version of how I was introduced to them. So one day in 2008, after my shitty studio apartment got broken into but nothing was taken, two websites mysteriously appeared as bookmarked sites on my computer. One was the Enochian calls, and the other was a link to the US Navy. Now that Navy thing was strange, as I had recently been re-evaluated by the VA for benefits. Now you don't have to believe me, but I had never heard the word Enochian before that website showed up on the computer. What struck me initially was that in the beginning, before the calls, there was a message that seemed to be aimed at me, or rather those like me. But the gist of it to me was not to get involved in the affairs of man, because they would weed themselves out. Also, to not stay in any one place for too long. After that, I read the call for the first time. The short of the calls is this. Basically, the best way I could describe it is that it's like a telephone book. Reciting the calls is like dialing, and then at the end you insert the name you want. Sort of like how you would dial an extension. After I got the bookmark, I did some research and found it was a type of magic. Most commonly known because of its use by one Aleister Crowley. However, what I think people don't understand is that these calls must be pronounced correctly for things to happen. Otherwise you could be saying abracadabra for half an hour and still be where you were when you started. Anyways, I became obsessed with learning everything I could about Enochian, and I found someone who in their forward seemed to have knowledge of things and an understanding of other things. They had also prepared a list with how to properly vocalize the words, giving examples of when something should sound like the A in bar, far, or car, or when it should sound like the A in rate, hate, or bait. So when I recited the calls using the ways written, all sorts of strange shit started happening. So impressed was I that even though I had the information I need, thanks to the computer, I still tracked down a copy of this person's book, which I still have to this day. In 2010, something happened that made me completely stop using the calls. So for me, it takes about 30 minutes to recite the calls. This particular time, I chose a random name to insert at the end. And then, at the end, it happened. A voice from nowhere and yet seemingly everywhere spoke. Just the two words. Ma-ek. But in those two words, I understood what power there was in the voice. When I heard those two words, my ears stung like nothing I'd ever felt before. Understood that this was a time in my life where I thought I had a decent grasp on supernatural shit. It was in those words I understood two things. The first was why the Lord doesn't speak to man. The vessel, or to put it more simply, the body, could not withstand it. The second was that even though that will's the vessel that is typing these words is not like other men's, the difference between spirits and souls, that doesn't change the fact that the vessels are the same, and as such, just as limited in certain aspects to any other. When I heard those words, it was like my ears tried to close the hole on its on. The pain was extreme and unexpected. Shaken to my core, I stopped reciting the cause. But the pain is not why I would tell people not to investigate or perform the calls. It's because one must understand what it is they are saying in these calls. One must understand that they are calling on spirits to help them, not as an individual, but as a fellow servant of the Lord. If one were to review the calls, I would urge them to see how many times that particular phrase is used. Now, unlike this world, where faith cannot be seen, in that world, the truth of a person is clearly visible. And that's where shit goes real bad, real fucking quick. Mankind is not loved by all spirits. It's only the desire to be near the Lord that keeps them from jumping man shit. So imagine what would happen if something you didn't like in the first place was found to not serve the Lord as they had claimed when they asked you to help them. The Lord doesn't always intervene on man's behalf. That's why I would advise against dabbling in Enochian. I moved away from my home state almost a year ago. Between then and now, I've gone back to visit once, and I stayed where my sister, Em, was staying at the time. I got involved with a friend, John, years prior. Em had been staying with him as per my recommendation. The rent was cheap, and she was allowed to do what she wanted. At this point in my life, I had just become religious. And I also felt as though my spiritual senses had become more refined after a baptism. I led my life with logic, so naturally, I was not a believer of the paranormal before this. It started out small. Whenever I was home, I'd hear knocking on the wall that separated my room from my sister's. They started soft, but would get louder as my stay unfolded. One night, they were loud enough to make me think someone was knocking at the door all the way downstairs. When I went to answer, nobody was there. I usually chalked this up to ding-dong ditches or someone being impatient. I began hearing shuffling or thumping in her room as well. There was a cat that enjoyed getting into her room, so after plenty of these noises, I decided to block off the door with something heavy. It didn't latch shut. As I was home alone again going into the night, I heard more noises and got up to see if the cat somehow got into the room. The barricade I had placed was not moved, and the door was tightly shut. One night, as I lay to sleep, I heard another loud knock. This time, it was in a very common rhythm that I heard all over the place. The beat was often used as a form of communication or as an attention getter for most people. There's usually a string of them, then a pause, waiting for the last two beats from the recipient of the first ones. This would tell someone you're there in response. I thought it was the door, but nobody was there. I came back upstairs to hear a loud thud come from my sister's room again. Nothing was in there, cat was asleep. One day, when John wasn't working, I came out of my room to speak to him. I couldn't find him anywhere, so I checked my sister's room and thought I saw his forearm wrapped around a giant teddy bear on her bed. The teddy bear blocked the rest of his body. His arms were pale with scars and veins, very easy to recognize for me. I decided to let him sleep. Later, I heard the door open and close. He had just come in from shopping. I asked him why he was sleeping on my sister's bed instead of the couch, and he gave me a strange look, assuring me he had never done that before. He had gone shopping before I woke up that morning and hadn't been home since. I went for a night walk, which I love, and later came back and hung out with John. He asked me if I knocked on the door to play a joke on him. He demonstrated the same beat that I had heard while I was alone, but I never told him about the knocking. Another day, he asked me why I stared at him through my sister's window when he was parked outside. He described me wearing a black bra and no top, but I didn't even pack a black bra with me, Any bras I did have were light in colour. Later, he told me of a figure hanging onto the side of a truck that was driving down the road next to the house. It was apparently adorned in black cloth, and he couldn't see any feet on it. It was hooded, and the cloth looked like silky see-through material. He said after the truck passed by a telephone pole, the figure had disappeared. After each occurrence in the home, we looked for intruders, but never found any. Going into that room alone gave me a strong sense of dread and threat at times, to the point where I'd lose focus and forget what I went into the room for. My sister was rarely ever there. The house was previously a drug house. Ever since, I've been experiencing things going missing. Putrid smells, cold gusts, noises, and even felt as though I was bitten on my stomach as I was trying to sleep. I feel as though someone is standing in my peripheral staring at me. I feel their eyes, but when I look, there's nobody there. Does anyone have advice, information, theories as to what's going on? I can't explain many of the things that went on, and I was bitten on the stomach last night. I'm getting uncomfortable.
So this happened a little over 10 years ago for me, but I still think about it occasionally. I wanted to share my experience of being at a concentration camp in Germany in 2011. So back in June of 2011, me and 20 other students from my high school got to travel from the US to Germany and study in Berlin for a month. The trip was fantastic, but a particular event stood out to me. During the trip, we were taken to visit Sachsenhausen concentration camp. The mood during the trip, as you would expect, was grim. It was almost as if there was a blanket of sadness cast over us when we stepped through the gates. Seeing the courtyard, the mess hall, the work areas, it was all a bit overwhelming. During the visit, we sat in the bunks area. Not actually on the bunks, they were behind a glass wall. We sat on benches made many years later. I remember sitting there looking down at the table, thinking about my day, when I felt an arm brush by my side. I didn't think anything of it, but I felt it again on my other side, and again, and again, and again. Finally, I looked up to see who was bumping into me, and to my shock, no one was there. No one to my left or right. I was alone at the table. Needless to say, I got up and left in a hurry. This was my first experience with anything paranormal. I'm not going to say I necessarily believe in ghosts, but I've always gone back to that day in my head and thought, just maybe, there is something out there. My girlfriend of over a year now has never mentioned anything like this or related to paranormal activity. Last night, while on the phone, she left to go get a drink, and I had heard the sound of heavy breathing and what sounded like someone smacking their lips. I paid it no mind as she has a dog and 2 cats. So when she returned, I asked what animals she was sleeping with. She had told me that they weren't there with her, and after talking a bit, she said it was the demons she had been seeing. I played it off as a joke, knowing what we like to make jokes to lighten tension, but she was serious and promised me it wasn't a joke. She said for the last few weeks she's seen a shadowy figure walking around her room, but it doesn't look human. She stated that she had heard stories from it, and it never sounded like real words, just random things. Obviously freaked out and concerned, I was asking what was happening and if she was okay and whatnot. She then said she could see it currently, but said she wasn't supposed to tell me about her, whatever was in her room. She then went silent and kept talking about it, and saying every time she would blink, it would get closer. Concerned for her, I suggested she turn the light on, as I know people usually react better with lights on. So she called out for her Alexa and did so. She said it disappeared, and that she was feeling better now and just wanted to head to sleep. She mentioned that whatever she would see, this figure that turning the lights on would make it leave her, so her plan was to turn the lights back off and head to bed. But as she did so, I heard her trembling and repeatedly keep commanding her Alexa to turn the lights back on, over and over, and the Alexa wasn't working. She eventually got the lights on and was freaked out but wouldn't talk about it. Just played it off and tried to sleep. I didn't argue or pressure her into talking and just said okay and let her know I was there, and she soon fell asleep. But does anyone know what we're dealing with or what's going on? I was 8 years old when we first moved into the house on the edge of the forest. My parents had their doubts about buying a house with a backyard bordered by forest. They had concerns about wild animals getting into our bins or hunting our dogs, and were worried one of us might go too far into the trees and get lost. But it was cheap. My dad liked the seclusion, my mom loved the house itself, and my siblings and I were excited about playing in the backyard and exploring the forest. Our first sign something wasn't right was that our dogs were absolutely terrified of the forest. They never went into the forest for any reason. If a toy they'd been playing with found its way past the tree line, they'd refuse to retrieve it. And when one of us went in, they would pace anxiously until we returned. On occasion, we'd notice the dogs staring at a spot in the forest in obvious distress, sometimes growling or barking, but we could never see anything there. My brother once carried one of the dogs into the trees to show her there was nothing scary about it, but she wriggled out of his grip and sprinted into the house in a panic. If we were in the backyard when it was getting dark, we sometimes heard noise like someone was walking through the forest, sticks crunching underfoot, branches being pushed aside. If we called out, there was no response. But if we shined a flashlight around, we would occasionally catch a glimpse for just a split second of something that we could swear looked like a person walking around in the dark. My parents quickly banned us from entering the forest at all after dark, and even during the day we weren't allowed to go out of sight of the house. My sister's bedroom window looked out at the backyard and the forest beyond, and she remembers looking out her window one night and seeing a shadowy figure standing right at the edge of the backyard. She says there was something wrong with it, like it wasn't quite standing on the ground, and it was a little too tall to be a person, and it was sort of distorted. And she was convinced it was staring at her. She called for our dad, saying there was a man in the yard staring through a window, and when he ran outside to chase off whoever it was, she continued to watch the figure. It didn't move away, but when the lights from our dad's flashlight passed over it, it suddenly just wasn't there anymore. We regularly heard knocking at the back door at night with no one there. Our parents thought it was teenagers playing pranks and stopped bothering even opening the door, until one rainy night when the knocking was persistent and agitated. My mom pointed out there might be someone needing shelter from the heavy rain outside, but when she opened the door, not only was there no one there, but there were no wet footprints on the porch. The knocking continued the whole time we lived there. It would happen several times in the span of a few weeks, then stop for months, and then start up again. My parents eventually installed a security camera, and there was never anyone at the door. The camera wasn't all useless, though. About 3 years into living there, my brother started having night terrors and sleepwalking. When he went sleepwalking, he would always go out to the back door and start walking towards the forest. My mom, being a light sleeper, would hear the door open and would run out to get him before he made it into the forest. After the third or fourth time it happened, my brother asked to see the camera footage because he wanted to see how he looked when sleepwalking. I guess thinking it'd look funny. The footage showed him walking out onto the porch, then pausing as if listening to something, and shaking his head, then reluctantly walking forward as if being pulled or forcefully guided by something. One evening, my dad was in the backyard, and he heard my sister calling him from the forest, seemingly in distress. Thinking she'd gone exploring in the forest and fallen over and hurt herself, he ran in and started calling to her, but quickly realized it was too dark to see her, and he couldn't pinpoint where her voice was coming from. He told her to wait where she was while he grabbed a flashlight. When he ran back into the house for the flashlight, he saw my sister inside, safe and completely unconcerned. At the time, my dad hadn't told us about hearing my sister's voice in the forest. So when I heard my mom's voice coming from the forest months later, while I was outside with the dogs one evening, I didn't question it,
despite the fact I'd seen my mom inside recently and hadn't noticed her walk past me. My mom was calling for me, saying she'd gotten her sweater caught in some branches and needed me to come in and help her. As I walked in, the dog started barking, alerting my dad, who saw me through the window wandering into the forest. He came outside and called to me, and I said I was just helping Mom. He yelled back that Mom was inside and I needed to run back to the house as fast as I could, which I did. After this, my parents had a fence built around the backyard and started looking for a new place. In the time between the fence being built and us moving out, it got way worse. We'd hear knocking at the door more regularly, as well as tapping on the windows, as if someone was walking the perimeter of the house and trying every window. We would often hear scratching and scraping sounds on the fence and voices beyond it. My brother's night terrors got more frequent, and one night, my mom didn't hear the door open when he went sleepwalking, and he woke up standing at the fence, staring into the forest, with the dogs barking at him. The last morning we spent there, less than 4 years after we moved in, we woke up to find the back door fully open, and the security camera footage showed it slowly swing open on its own. Since moving out, my brother's sleepwalking has stopped, though he still gets night terrors and he suffers from pretty severe anxiety. A few nights ago, he called me out of the blue, and after a bit of small talk, he asked me if I think the door being opened that final night means whatever was out there finally got in. He was trying to make light of it, saying he was getting into the spirit of Halloween, joking about how maybe we should all get exercised just in case something latched onto us all those years ago. But I think he's deeply bothered by everything that happened. I know I still am a little. I get nervous around dark wooded areas. I don't know what I think was out there, in the forest beyond our house at night, but I get the feeling that given the chance, it would have swallowed us whole. So for context, I live in Melbourne, Australia, and on the suburbs outside my city, there's a prison called Prison Pentridge that functioned up until the 80s. It's most famed for being the place where Ned Kelly was hanged and buried, but most of the original building has been lost to housing developments. The place is abandoned and only accessible by ghost tours, as the prison is famed for being ridden with paranormal activity, with the earliest paranormal sightings occurring in 1919. Early this year, I went on a ghost tour through the D division, and we were on the ground floor, and I was looking towards the back wall. The wall was around 15 meters away, and the closest cell towards the back belonged to a serial killer named Mark, nicknamed Chopper, Red. He's most notorious for cutting off his ears while he was in prison. He claimed to have killed 19 people, but he was never charged with murder. The specific cell he stayed in for the majority of his 25-year sentence was behind a gate where they kept prisoners who'd be bullied and beaten by other prisoners, such as rapists and paedophiles. But Chopper had a good reputation among the guards, who would often let him out of his cell and into the greater caged-off area. He was released from prison and became a novelist and author of children's books. He died of liver cancer in 2013 as a free man, but some people say his spirit is still trapped in Pentridge. So anyway, the guide was talking, but I was looking up towards the back wall where Chopper's cell was, and I see a shadowy black figure of a man leaning against the brick wall, with his arms folded and one foot up against the wall. Then, when we were going to move on, the figure pushes itself off the wall, stumbles a little, I blink, and it's gone. I couldn't stop thinking about it on the drive home. I had an unexplainable experience this summer. It took me many months to tell anyone about it. In an odd way, it felt like my brain was working hard to classify it as normal, and only open-close reflection did I realise how bizarre it was. My husband and I were visiting friends in Portland, and they took us to the Japanese garden, one of our favourite spots. The garden has a bonsai exhibit that's a short gravel path lined with bonsai on either side. Each tree sits on a pedestal and has a placard listing its name and age. I love bonsai, so I was excited to check out the trees. About halfway down the path,
I looked up to see where my husband had gotten to. I immediately spotted a little boy crouched on one of the pillars where a tree should have been. He was smiling at me and holding a rubber ball. The ball was white with a green and blue pattern of stars and lines on it. I can still see it clearly in my mind's eye. The boy was maybe 3 or 4 years old, Asian, and wearing little overalls that later struck me as 1930s in style. His eyes were absolutely glittering, and he gave me the most mischievous smile, like he knew he was getting away with something. I loved it. I was absolutely charmed. I smiled back at him and held eye contact for a second before looking away to see if I could spot his parents. I didn't see anyone who looked like they were missing a kid, so I turned back to the pedestal to ask the boy where his parents were. I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear that there was no boy there. There was just a bonsai tree in a vaguely similar crouched shape. On some level, I knew something was off, but what I felt was that the boy was playing a trick on me. I caught up with my husband to ask if he'd seen a kid running around, and he hadn't. I went back to the bonsai and noticed that there was a dust on the pedestal around the base of the tree. It clearly hadn't been moved in a long time. The placard told me it was a 500-year-old Rocky Mountain juniper. It took me months to digest what I'd seen, mostly because that little boy was real to me, completely. I love reading spooky stories, but this encounter was nothing like what I'd expected. It was so charming. The boy was happy and at peace. I felt like he was playing a game with me. After I initially came to terms with my experience, I tracked down the owner of the tree. He told me that he hadn't seen any ghosts attached to it, but that now he'd keep a closer eye. I don't know if I saw someone who had once lived, or something closer to the spirit of the tree itself. I do know I wasn't afraid, and I have no doubt about what I'd seen. So I've never actually really told anyone about this. The only one I've told about this experience is my girlfriend and a few close friends, but that's it. I figured I'd reach out to Paranormal Reddit to get your guys' thoughts on what might have been going on and if it was just all in my head. This was all back in 2016. I lost my grandfather that year, and a few weeks before, things started getting weird. Was when I found out he passed. He lived in Germany and I live in the States, so his ashes had to be transported to our house. They stayed in my grandma's room. Keep in mind, her room was downstairs, while the other 3 rooms were upstairs. The first paranormal experience was when I was home alone. The door to my grandma's room was open. I was downstairs on the couch when the door shut randomly and with what seemed like abnormal strength. It freaked me the fuck out, less to say. But that wasn't the only thing that has happened when I was home alone. I remember being home alone downstairs and hearing footsteps upstairs. However, these were all mild occurrences compared to the one that's still imprinted on my mind. I had a rough day at school and stayed up rather late, trying to reflect and process my day. It was around 2 or 3 a.m., and I finally got out of bed to brush my teeth. Now, the structure of my house is important. My room was down a narrow hallway. My mom's room was directly across, but the view of it is obstructed by a block of the wall, so it was almost like a zigzag floor. This long piece of the wall is important. I'm sorry if it's difficult to understand. It's honestly a strange architectural choice that it's hard to describe. Anyways, on this night, I could faintly see around the house, since the moonlight shone through these large windows we had near the ceiling. I remember going to brush my teeth when I saw this sickly, skinny-looking figure staring at me behind the block that obstructed the view to my mom's room. It was leaning against the piece of wall, and I could only see half of its body. The figure had what seemed to be a grey skin and had no hair whatsoever. It wasn't wearing any clothes. It also looked like it was smiling at me and had teeth, as far as I remember. It was this terrifying smile that didn't reach its eyes. The eyes showed no emotion, but the smile was wide and didn't falter. I also very distinctly remember it waving at me slightly. I ran back to my room as quickly as I could and shut the door. I remember hiding under the covers for what seemed like hours. Usually, memories from childhood are blocked out because of trauma. I hardly remember many things. However, this one memory is more distinct than most. I'm one of those people who eats, sleeps, and breathes horror. I love macabre ghost stories and especially historic locations known for their paranormal activity. I've only just begun my journey of staying at as many haunted hotels as possible, but this experience was different than the few I've had thus far. It wasn't my first, and although I have this deep sense of dread as I say it, it certainly won't be my last. My husband, who's on the rocks about most things paranormal and thinks I'm an absolute psychopath, respects and accepts my passion. To celebrate my 28th birthday, he let me know a week before the date that we would be travelling somewhere and staying there for 2 nights as a surprise. I had a feeling deep in my gut that we would be driving to Austin to stay at the Driscoll Hotel. With that in mind, I packed up my bags and made sure to include my camcorder and my tripod, just in case. The weeks slowly crawled by, but we finally found ourselves on the road headed down I-10. And once we hit Interstate 71, I knew we were headed to Austin. Once we made it to the city and we turned into Brazel Street, the rest was history. We had officially arrived to the infamous Driscoll Hotel. We entered into the grand lobby, and there, Colonel Jess Driscoll stood in darkness contained within an ornate golden frame. As we carried our suitcases past the lonely man, I could see the sadness in his eyes. We took the lift up to the 8th floor to find our room. The hallways were thoughtfully decorated with stunning artwork every 3 feet or so, and it was clear that the design throughout the structure would have delighted most, if not all, of their political and socialite guests. We stepped into our room, and to my surprise, it was light and airy. Nothing about this room made me feel uneasy. We changed our clothes, unpacked our belongings, and planned to go out for a light meal to kick off the evening. Before leaving the room, I plugged in my camcorder to charge in preparation for our first night. After eating a small meal, we made our way to Joe's coffee shop and watched the soft rain fall into the pavement around us as we patiently waited for the tour to begin. We thought we might be the only ones on the tour considering the weather wasn't ideal, and of course, the reality of the pandemic being the backdrop of everywhere we went. But to our surprise, it was a full house. There was a handful of other couples, 2 families with small children, and a pair of friends. We first discussed the Frost Tower, and then the Spaghetti Warehouse, the Speakeasy, and then a great story about the first heavily documented serial killer in America, who allegedly may have been Jack the Ripper, who may have resided in Austin, Texas as a butcher prior to moving to Europe. Just when I thought I couldn't wait any longer, we turned the corner, and there the Driscoll sat, waiting for her story to be told. Having done research on the hotel prior, I was expecting the guy to bring up the death of Samantha Houston and the creepy painting of her that's located in the building. However, I apparently hadn't done enough research because there were not 1, but 2 additional stories that I found particularly sinister that I hadn't heard about before. The suicide brides, he began. Long story short, it's believed that 2 young women who were in the hotel for their honeymoons had both committed suicide by gruesomely shooting themselves in the stomach and bleeding out in the bathtub. The craziest part is that they had both stayed in room number 525 and had both taken their lives in the bathtub exactly 20 years apart. I have a habit of getting really excited to stay at haunted hotels, and then after taking the ghost tour, I get pretty freaked out. It wouldn't stop me from staying the night, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ready for a drink or 6 as a precaution to sleep peacefully through the night. We headed to the Driscoll bar and enjoyed the busy atmosphere, discussing all of the new things we just learned. After I finally felt all warm and fuzzy, it was time to go and find the famous painting of Samantha Houston on the 5th floor. The floor level we were staying on was a straight hallway and nothing more. When we exited the elevator onto the 5th and saw the straight hall in front of us, I thought it must be pretty similar, and we would find the painting in no time. I looked to my right expecting to see a wall similar to the 8th level, but instead was met with yet another long hall. My curiosity pulled me down the mystery hall, so we veered right and began walking. About midway, I was met by another opening to the yet another long hallway. Wow. The 5th floor was like a maze. We wandered for a bit. I sang her name as we stepped quietly through. "Samantha," I giggled drunkenly. "Where are you?" My eyes
finally met with hers. She gazed at me as if she had heard me calling for her. Her eyes had no evil in them. She was pure innocence. Her eyes were big and beautiful, much like that of a deer. I filmed from afar and slowly walked up to the painting. We took a few photos that I've attached and then headed up to the room, completely forgetting about room 525, which I'm actually 100% okay with. We settled into our room and talked a bit about the night until we got too tired to stay up any longer. Before getting into bed, I pulled my camcorder off the charger, turned it on and confirmed it had 100% battery, and placed it on the tripod and began filming the night. It had to have been roughly 2 a.m. when I was awoken by a fly buzzing around my face. I watched him zoom back and forth, and then I finally snapped him down. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, where I then shined the light onto my hand and could see what was left of the fly in his blood. I don't remember a lot after that, but I must have fallen back to sleep. I must have been dreaming, because the next time I woke up, I was standing at the corner of my room, right about where my tripod was. I looked at the bed, and there I saw my husband and myself sleeping. I stood there frozen. My husband was sleeping in a normal position, but my head was halfway down the mattress, and my feet hanging off the bottom. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I can't even explain how. It didn't feel like a long time after that. I seemed to have woken up, now back in bed, and I began screaming and crying hysterically. My husband turned over and comforted me, and I laid there awake for quite some time, until I fell asleep again. Again, I'd find myself standing in the corner of the room, in the same spot as before, but this time was different. I could see my husband in bed, and to be quite honest, I don't recall whether I was in the bed with him or not, because my attention was on the other side of the room. From the corner I was standing in, I had a clear shot of the entrance into the powder room and bathroom, where I saw a woman dressed in housekeeper clothes. I've attached a photo that I found online that looked like the outfit she was wearing. I could tell at that moment that her outfit was not from our time. She crossed the door frame from the power room with the vacuum and went into the bathroom where I could no longer see her. She then took a step backwards into the door frame, as if she had perhaps seen something that caught her attention, and looked right at me. She had dark hair that was pulled back, and she stood there in silence. She was clearly there right in front of my eyes, but she had this washed-out presence about her. She wasn't bright, just illuminating some form of dim bluish low light that looked like she was fading. The exchange of looks had me feeling as though I was the one who was watching her, and she then carried on with her duties out of my sight. Finally, it was daylight the next time I woke up. Despite feeling as though I was hit by a bus and got absolutely no rest, I had never been so excited for morning, and the first thing I did was turn over to my husband, exhausted. I started by explaining the weird fly that woke me, and then proceeded to ask if he remembered me waking him up, crying. He said that he was 100% sure that he had not been woken up, nor did he hear me crying or screaming. After that, I realised maybe I had been dreaming when I thought I was awake. I was completely lost in my own reality. I then remembered that I had been recording the whole night, and I rushed to the camcorder and pulled it off the tripod to review the footage. Upon powering on the camcorder, I was greeted with a message, "Corrupt file." I was in disbelief about the events that took place the night before, and now I would never know if I had potentially caught something on video. I saw no blood anywhere, or any remains of the fly, and no evidence of the events that took place. I was defeated and terrified that I had to stay at this hotel for another night. The close of this story is this. I didn't record the second night because I felt as though maybe that provoked whatever I experienced the night prior. After more drinking and lots of lights on, I managed to sleep on night 2 with no disturbances. When we returned home, I was having trouble sleeping for about 4 days because I kept having this feeling I was being watched. It finally shook off in time, and I'm recharged and ready to go and check out another haunted location. But this was definitely something that I didn't expect. I will never forget. My first month on the job,
went without incident. I was hired as head chef, seeing how Ray, the previous chef, quit unexpectedly. The pub, which was originally built in the late 1700s and then rebuilt in 1823, is located in downtown Ancaster, a quiet village in southern Ontario. The pub seats roughly 60 people and boasts live music 4 nights a week. It's a cozy room and the food is fantastic, if I do say so myself. Sometime last week, as I was delivering a tray of steaming hot glasses to the bar, I saw my first ghost. It was a Sunday, I remember. The pub was dead. Only one table remained. The patrons were finishing their drinks and discussing how they would split the bill. Sitting alone at the end of a bar was a woman who may have been in her early 40s. She was well dressed and well postured, and wore a large, broad-brimmed hat and a thin, gauzy white dress. There was a sadness surrounding her, but I was busy working, so I paid her little notice. All I wanted to do was for the shift to end, and pronto, and so I could enjoy a cold, refreshing pint. Brenner, the bartender that evening, hurried past me, all the while ignoring the woman sitting at the bar who was without a drink. I think that woman needs a drink, I said to Brenner, or a bill. I regretted these words as soon as I'd spoken to her. Never tell a bartender how to do the job, right? That said, I couldn't figure out why Brenner, who's a wonderful barkeep, would allow a customer to sit unserved for so long. Brenner glanced toward the bar where the woman was seated and frowned. There's no one sitting at the bar, she said, sounding very much annoyed. I thought Brenner was teasing me, since I'm the new guy and all, but when I checked, the woman sitting at the bar was gone. I was stunned. I wanted to say something clever, but for the first time in my life, I was lost for words. Instead, I made a joking gesture, like I was kidding with her, then scampered back to the kitchen to finish my work. When the kitchen was closed and my work completed, I bounced back to the bar, anxiously awaiting my after-work pint. I sat tepidly at the bar, drinking my beer. My mind was racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman wearing the hat. Was she an hallucination? Probably she was. I chose to sit at the opposite of the bar, just in case. That said, it's a modest-sized bar, so I was still within spitting distance of where the woman was sitting. I finished my beer and soon forgot about the mysterious woman. I was ready for home. As I was putting on my coat and scarf, bracing for the icy weather waiting for me outside, I spotted the woman from the corner of my eye. Gotcha, I snapped, looking across the bar to where she was sitting. Only when I checked, she'd vanished. I rubbed my eyes and shook my head. I must be losing it, I thought to myself, unhappily. Maybe it was stress. Wearily, I left for home. I couldn't get the woman sitting at the bar out of my head. Was she real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe this was some elaborate prank the other staff members were playing on me. Could be, but that was highly unlikely. Maybe I really was losing it. I mean, with all the restrictions and distractions concerning the restaurant industry these days, I'd be right to lose my marbles. When I returned to work a couple nights later, I felt better. It was trivia night, which meant the pub would be packed, and it was. Work was beyond strenuous. The kitchen, which was hot enough to scald a loon, looked more like a war zone than a place to prepare food. Sometime after 8 o'clock, when it died down a bit, I took my dinner break. I sat at the edge of the bar and ate my burger in silence. I was famished. As I was dipping my french fries into a giant glob of ketchup, lost in my thoughts, I spotted the woman sitting at the bar. Beside her was a group of large men who were drinking and roaring and having a good time. This woman on the other end remained eerily quiet. It was like she wanted to go unnoticed. As Brenner whizzed past me, I motioned to the woman sitting at the bar. Brenner shot me a stern look. What now? She snapped. It was obvious she didn't like me. Maybe because I was filthy and I smelled like fish bait. You're pointing to the only spot no one's sitting in. You do know this, right? Huh? When I peeked past the men drinking at the bar, the mysterious woman was gone. I gasped. Brenner, on the other hand, muttered some choice words under her breath, then sauntered off to serve some drinks. I was too frightened to even so much as glance across the bar to where, up until a moment ago, the woman wearing the hat was seated. But if she wasn't really sitting there, then how come the bar stool remained vacant? This was peculiar because the bar was jam-packed. Every table and chair were filled except hers. It was as if some unknown force was preventing people from sitting there. Didn't make any sense. I was becoming unhinged. Nothing made sense to me at that moment. As I was heading back to the kitchen, I felt a pair of eyes following me. I knew who it was. It was the woman sitting at the bar. When I glanced over my shoulder, sure enough, she was back sitting at the bar. When I took a step toward her, however, she disappeared again. Puff! Just like that, she was gone. I resisted the urge to scream. Instead, I scooted back to the kitchen where I belonged. As impassively as possible, I asked Dave, the line cook, who was working with me that night, about the haunted history of the pub. I'd heard rumours of such, but chalked them up to folklore. Dave ignored me. Instead, he put 5 pounds of chicken wings into the deep fryer, then pulled out a tray of nachos from the oven. I asked him again. Dave remained silent for an uncomfortable length of time. Eventually, he looked up from the plate of nachos he was dressing and scrutinised me. Are you serious? He asked. Or are you just being a jerk? This wasn't the response I was expecting. When I mentioned the woman sitting at the bar, his eyes lit up. You've seen her? He asked. He was unable to contain his excitement. Wow, that's cool. I've only heard of her. We went back to work. Dave pulled the wings from the deep fryer, shook off the grease, and applied the appropriate sauces, then plated them. I rang the bell, and the server quickly came to retrieve them. The subject of the woman sitting at the bar didn't come up again until sometime after work. Sitting at the table closest to the bar, I bought Dave an after-work pint, to which he guzzled down with glee. Afterward, I ordered us another round. I wanted to loosen his lips. She was sitting right there, I pointed to the stool at the end of the bar, next to the warmly decorated fireplace with the rose-coloured stockings hanging from the mantel. Dave peeked over my shoulder. He smiled nervously, then he leaned in close to me and whispered, Have you ever been to the basement? I shook my head. The basement is where we store kegs and random cleaning supplies, but mostly it's where junk goes to die. The next round of drinks arrived. We cheersed. Dave took a generous gulp, wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his Metallica shirt, and then looked me dead in the eyes. The pub is definitely haunted, he said, just above a whisper. It has been for as long as anyone can remember. Personally, I haven't seen any ghosts, but Ray told me some stories. Creepy stories, which included this lady you're describing. Ray hated this place, especially the basement. Probably why he quit. Dave paused to drink. Do you know the history of this pub? This town, in fact? I didn't. The town of Ancaster is old. Well, old for this part of the world. Across the street is where they kept the gallows. That's where they hanged war criminals, traitors, and your run-of-the-mill ruffians. They hanged a lot of men during the War of 1812. They were ruthless about it too. Did you know that the bloodiest sentence ever handed down to this day happened here? They executed 15 men, all of whom were charged for treason. It gets better. These same prisoners resided right here in this very building, waiting for those nasty nooses to snap their necks like twigs. The most dangerous men were detained in the basement. When they were tortured and tormented and God knows what else. I've been down there. It's creepy as hell. The floor is grey dirt, the walls are dark and dingy. Plus, it smells musty and old. I hate it down there. Dave's words filled me with dread. More beer was required, I realised, so I ordered us another round. We sat in silence, waiting for the beer to arrive. I was trying to wrap my head around what Dave just told me. I honestly knew nothing of this town's twisted past. It was around this time that I spotted the woman sitting at the end of the bar, only now she was facing me. My stomach filled with butterflies. Fear was creeping into my body like an unwanted guest. The beer arrived, we drank, and then Dave continued where he'd left off, and I did my best to ignore the apparition staring at me. There must be a record somewhere that shows the total number of prisoners executed here, Dave said, in between sips of beer. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's a hell of a lot. Maybe that's why this place is haunted. I pondered this for a moment. Up until a few days ago, the idea of ghosts being real seemed ludicrous. I've made fun of people for believing such hogwash. Now look at me. I'm discussing the ghosts of dead prisoners while being surveyed by a woman sitting at the bar that apparently only I can see. I stole another glance over my shoulder. The woman was indeed watching me. Dave looked at me curiously. "She's back, isn't she?" he asked. I nodded. It took all of my energy to not completely freak out. This was all new to me. Dave turned to face the empty bar stool where the ghost woman was sitting and stared for an incredible length of time. He was squinting. "Damn it, I see nothing," he said, "but I do feel something strange coming over me. Probably my imagination." Dave finished his last swallow of ale, and then he started gathering his things. His face was pale. His eyes seemed far away. He thanked me for the beer, said goodbye to Brenna, and then left. He quit the next day. By now, I had a decent beer buzz, which under normal circumstances would have been great, but not on this particular evening. I was downright spooked. I could still feel the ghost woman scrutinizing me with her dour, dead eyes, which added to my misery. I needed to split, and fast, before I lost my mind altogether. I began organizing my belongings, doing my best to ignore the ashen lady staring at me from her seat at the bar. As I was about to leave the pub, Brenna came rushing over. "Tony, can you please go down to the basement and bring me up a keg of Coors Light?" She seemed flustered. She had been waiting on a large table, who seemed hell-bent on partying all night. Suddenly, I found myself trembling like an earthquake. My hands were cold and clammy, my legs as sturdy as a unicycle. The last thing I wanted to do was venture down into the basement, not after what Dave just told me, but I did it anyway. What choice did I have? The stairwell leading down to the basement was close-fitting. I'm tall, so I had to crouch to avoid knocking my head clean off. I descended slowly and cautiously down the wobbly wooden stairs, trying my best to be brave. It wasn't working. I was scared shitless. The basement was poorly lit. The air was thick and gross. I could smell mold, plus something else I can't quite describe. If haunted had an odour, this would be it. A discarded buzzwider sign lay in twisted ruins at the bottom of the stairs. Stacks of cardboard boxes lined the stone brick walls, which were the colour of dead fish. As I reached the bottom step, I tripped over a dead rat, causing me to whack my head on the edge of the ceiling. It hurt like hell. I kicked the rat's carcass across the room and rubbed my aching head. At the opposite end of the basement, soiled and silvery spiderwebs, was a mop bucket. It was filthy. Next to it was a rusted old meat slicer that looked to be 40 years old at least. Straight ahead of me, leaning haphazardly against the wall, were the kegs. I found the keg labelled Coors Light. I bent down and carefully picked it up, trying not to whack my head on the low ceiling again. As I was standing at the base of the stairs, ready to return to the main floor, I felt a cool breeze brush against my face. Then, the basement lights started flickering on and off in sudden flashes. I heard sobbing. The sound was close. Someone was down here with me. My anxiety level was skyrocketing. Then came a strange garbling noise which scared me stupid. I dropped the keg on my big toe, crushing it. The keg clanked and clacked and crawled along the grimy basement floor before coming to an abrupt halt. After dropping an inflammatory F-bomb, I scanned the vicinity, searching for whoever was down here with me. That's when I felt something touch the back of my neck. I spun around in surprise. No one was there. By now, my heart was threatening to explode from my chest. And even though the temperature in the basement was frigid, I was sweating buckets. Fear had stolen over me. The walls were closing in. I was becoming claustrophobic. I was scared out of my mind. I took a deep breath and held it for 6 seconds, trying to regain some composure. Then, I let out a nervous laugh and started ascending the stairs. That's when I heard a voice cry out for help. This put a jump to my step. I was halfway up the stairs before I realised I'd forgotten the keg. I scampered back down the stairs, trying to ignore the terror growing inside me and fetched the damn keg. That's when I heard the voice again. This time, I stopped to have a listen. I knew it was a bad idea, but I did it anyway. I couldn't help myself. Someone was sobbing. The sound was coming from behind the stairwell. I turned my attention to the spandrel behind the stairwell and saw the most extraordinary sight. I gazed, mouth ajar, petrified. What I saw has forever altered my perception of reality. I'm still trying to come to grips with it. Maybe that's what's compelling me to share the story, make it official, so to speak. As I crept toward the stairwell, I noticed a group of gaunt-looking men huddled together, hiding in the cubbyhole behind the stairs. They were chained to the wall, clad in wretched rags which matched their filthy, malnourished faces. I knew they weren't real because they were shimmering, like a mirage in the desert. Yet, there they were, right in front of me. The sight of these broken men broke my heart. I don't care what these men did, this was simply inhumane. I squinted, hoping to get a better look at them. The men were neck to neck, grunting and groaning, one man weeping profusely, his head buried in his bloodied, soiled hands. Then I heard bullwhips cracking, followed by a chorus of screams. I let out a pathetic whimper, and when I did, the men dissolved into thin air. By now, I was feeling sick to my stomach. I rushed to the bottom of the stairs and looked up at the speck of light peeking from behind the entrance. Sluggishly, I began my journey back up the slender stairwell. I heard bullwhips cracking again, followed by tortured, grief-stricken pleas for mercy, and I almost jumped out of my skin. This was getting ridiculous. I needed to leave this basement as quickly as possible. So with the keg snug in my arms, I scooted upstairs and slammed the basement door shut, once and for all. The urge to break down and cry was tremendous. I'd never been so scared in my life. When I delivered the keg to Brenna, she looked at me peculiarly. "Geez, you look like you've seen a ghost," she said. I let out one lowly laugh. Then I scrambled for my belongings and beelined for the exit. As I was leaving, something compelled me to stop and turn around. It was now past closing time. The pub was silent, the chairs sat on tops of tables, ready for their nightly slumber. The bar stools rested, empty and taciturn. All except one. The woman sitting at the bar reappeared. She was looking straight at me, the corners of her lips raised in what could have been a smile. For a moment, I simply regarded her. Her auburn hair spilled from her eloquent straw hat, her eyes like black pearls. I waved goodbye to her as I left and collapsed onto my bed the moment I got home. I slept like the dead. The following morning, I sent this email to Rachel, the owner of the Coach and Lantern. Dear Rachel, although my time at the Coach and Lantern has been short-lived, it's been both enjoyable and educational. You run a fine pub. That said, I hereby give you my 2 weeks' notice. Although I'm grateful for the opportunity you've provided me, I feel it's time for a career change. I want to write horror stories. Yes, it's time I write about ghosts and haunted houses and evil spirits and such. Sounds like fun, right? It was 6 a.m. when the stranger pulled into the gas station. He was driving a black Monte Carlo SS. A nice ride, although I'd never seen it around here these parts before. I'll admit, I was scrolling through cat videos, paying little to no attention when he pulled in. These days, I mostly sit on my butt and sell smokes and candy bars and lottery tickets. That's it. The high-tech pump does the rest. Yeah, it's an easy job, but it comes with its share of risks, especially on the graveyard shift. Now, this isn't a robbery story, although I wish it was. I've been robbed at gunpoint more times than Madonna sang about sex, but I've never actually been shot. I have killed a man, in self-defense of course, but you know, all part of the job. The stranger driving the black Monte Carlo SS wore a dark hoodie. At first glance he seemed ordinary. He simply filled his tank and then drove off into the waning darkness. It wasn't until the next customer arrived 20 minutes later that I noticed something peculiar. The stranger hadn't actually pumped any gas. Weird, I thought, but not out of the ordinary. Maybe the driver was high on drugs. Wouldn't be the first time. Then it happened again. I'll admit, when the black Monte Carlo SS pulled in a week later at exactly the same time, I still ignored him. By 6 a.m, I'm half asleep and ready for bed. I live in rural Colorado. Not much happens here at 6 a.m.
When the car pulled in the following week, now 3 weeks in a row, I snapped myself away from the cat videos and paid closer attention. By now, I was intrigued. What's this driver really up to? I mean, I presume he, wasn't causing me any harm, nor was he stealing anything. But why would someone pull into a gas station and pretend to pump gas? This made no sense, so this time I watched him closely. The first thing I noticed was the size of the driver. He was huge. This was no ordinary man. He stood 7 feet tall, easy. Again, he wore a black hoodie. No matter how hard I concentrated, I couldn't seem to get a clear view of him. The stranger seemed more like a shadow than an actual person. I must be losing it, I told myself aloud. The sound of my voice gave me a spook. I watched him put his card inside the machine. He pressed the appropriate buttons on the screen, waited, removed his card, put it in his pocket, released the pump and filled his tank. It took nearly 5 minutes to fill that beast of a car. He shook the nozzle, returned it to its pump, re-entered his vehicle and drove off. When I checked, no gas was actually pumped. I shook my head in disbelief. People sure are getting dumb and dumber these days, you know. Back when I was a boy, these things didn't happen. The moment the stranger sped off, I scurried to the back of the office and pulled up the video and watched it. I zoomed in. Right away, I knew something was wrong. The driver seemed erroneous. His arms were too long for his body, which was too large for his minuscule head. No wonder he wore a hoodie. His head was quite small in comparison to the rest of him. I zoomed in on his license plate and scribbled down the number. 666 DVL. You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly, I was scared, downright terrified to be honest. I'm all alone in this booth for 8 hours at a time, in the middle of the night, in the depths of nowhere, where the closest cop shop is 20 miles west. If someone wants to harm me, they will. Don't get me wrong, I'm armed to the teeth, but still, this guy was creepy. I went out to check the pump. Immediately, the wind slapped my face, as if to warn me against such boneheadedness. I shivered. It was brutally cold outside. Standing at the pump, I noticed a thin layer of residue covering the pump handle. It was jet black. Stupidly, I reached for it and got the stuff all over me. Calling this substance gross is like calling LeBron James a decent actor. It was downright repulsive. I tried rubbing the gunk off my hands, but my efforts were futile. Instead, I ended up smearing the stuff all over my pants, shirt and jacket. After cursing myself for quite some time, I noticed the residue was also smudged across the display screen at the pump, in what appeared to be a pentagram. None of this made sense to me. A thin speck of pale white light appeared in the distance. A car. Maybe it's that car, I thought. Maybe the stranger isn't finished with me just yet. Maybe the stranger is coming back to kill me. Panicking, I ran inside and fetched my 9mm. If that creep so much as entered this store, I'll blow his fucking brains to smithereens. I've no time for this. My hands were trembling. The residue had forced itself onto my Glock, and now its handle was sticky and gross. This was hideous stuff I was dealing with. I couldn't get rid of it. The smell was so putrid that the entire cubbyhole I worked in reeked to high heaven. And worse, the smell was intensifying with each passing second. A vehicle pulled in. To my relief, it wasn't the Monte Carlo SS. It was a hippie van covered in fish and dead stickers. I sighed. Talk about non-threatening. An attractive woman with blonde dreadlocks stepped out. She stretched, filled a tank, and then entered the shop. She smelled of cannabis and patchouli, a vast improvement from the foul odour perpetuating in the shop. To this, I was grateful. Got any soap in here? She asked upon entering. She was wearing a handmade dress underneath her brown suede jacket. I've got this stuff all over me from the pump. You really ought to do something about that, you know. She was clearly upset by the shit on her hands. I didn't blame her. I shook my head. Then I pointed to the restrooms, which smelled as bad as the gunk we were covered with. She frowned, ordered a pack of zigzag whites, and then split. I looked at the time, 6:45 a.m. Almost time to go. Casper Malik, the morning guy, also the owner of the JJ's gas station, should arrive any minute. This was a relief. I did a quick inventory, and then tried again to wash whatever it was from my hands. That's when I noticed the red spots. Both my hands were covered in large red welts. That's all I thought. I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed, and eventually removed the greasy substance from my hands. I'll have to toss my clothes straight into the washer when I get home. That is, if it's not too late to salvage them. They were nearly disintegrated. I didn't go near the pumps. The drive home was difficult at best. It took immeasurable effort to hold onto the steering wheel of my F-150. The pain was insufferable. Blood was leaking from my fingernails, staining the steering wheel, which made me furious. I loved my truck. Seeing how it's a 25-minute drive to the hospital on a good day, and I was too tired to bother, I simply retired to the comfort of my bed the moment I got home. Probably when I wake up, my hands will be fine. I slept. I arose sometime afternoon. Feeling miserable and underslept, I stumbled to the bathroom to pee. When I reached for my you-know-what, I almost leapt out of my skin. My hands were skeletons. Most of my flesh was gone, rendering them pink and useless. Only a thin layer of translucent skin remained. The rest was bone and blood. The pain was egregious. I ended up pissing all over my floor. Not a good way to start the day. I was hungry, ravenous, so I went to work making bacon and eggs. But I gave up soon thereafter. I was in too much discomfort. That's it, I said aloud. If I can't make bacon and eggs, then I must be in rough shape. Reluctantly, and with a million razor blades scratching at my flesh-fleeting fingers, I found my coat, my wallet, and my keys. Every moment hurt more than the last. The remaining skin continued to peel off my hands, leaving tiny skin flakes on whatever I touched as evidence. Since it was impossible for me to drive, I went for my whiskey. After painfully opening the bottle and tossing 3 good shots down my throat, I called 911. This was an all-time low. I pictured Charlene, my dead wife, rolling her eyes and pointing a finger at me as she gave me the appropriate advice. A wave of sorrow fell upon me. Truly, I could use her wisdom and patience right about now. I was a mess. The ambulance arrived. They took one look at me, recoiled, and then sped me straight to the emergency room, where I was immediately escorted inside a small white room, with cold steel instruments that I imagined would cause me more misery. I was correct. A male nurse rushed in. He put some cream on my disparaged hands and then applied a bandage. I screamed during the entire process. More nurses arrived. They dressed in what looked to me like spacesuits. I felt like a leaper. Maybe I was one. By the time a qualified doctor was able to see me, I had no skin left on either of my hands. I couldn't stop screaming. After being poked and prodded, tested and tormented, I passed out. They probably dosed me with something. I woke up sometime later in a hospital bed, wearing nothing but a skimpy blue gown. Both my hands were missing. This must be a mistake, I'd heard myself in a fit of panic. I flailed around, flapping my arms like a bird, trying to move my non-existent hands like an idiot. This, of course, did not return my hands, even though they still felt attached. This was a terrible and peculiar sensation, to say the least. Reluctantly, I stared at my mutated body in shock and belief. My hands were nothing more than 2 bloody stumps. My arms were inflamed and constantly itchy. The pain was unbearable. I started shrieking and convulsing and going into shock. They gave me drugs which worked to calm my mind, but I was still upset, as you can imagine. There goes my employment, I remember thinking. Then a more serious question arose. How the heck can I masturbate without my hands? Stupid question, I know, but still. If you were in my shoes, maybe you'd understand. After answering a plethora of questions by doctors and police officers alike, all of which I had no answer to, because I refused to speak of the stranger driving the Monte Carlo, I was released and was told to see a specialist the following day. As I was leaving the hospital, I bumped into the hippie chick. Both of her hands were bloody stumps. I was staring at my shoes as we passed. When she saw me, she freaked out and started shouting accusations at me. Blood was dripping from her bandages. I couldn't leave soon enough. 2 weeks have passed. The specialist prescribed strong painkillers, which don't work, and set up a series of in-home appointments, which have proven to be useless. I'm a shell of my former self. I no longer have a job, of course, but that's only a side note. Both my arms are gone. Worse, whatever I'm infected with is spreading faster than a bad idea. Soon, I'm told, it'll attack my neck and shoulders, along with my heart and lungs and other vital organs, and there'll be nothing left of me. I'm dissolving. I sure hope I die fast, because I'm in constant agony. I need 24-hour supervision, and my money is dwindling faster than you can say flesh-eating disease. You may have seen my story on the news. They've dubbed me the Incredible Shrinking Man. Cute, I know. I wish the press would leave me be, but you know what they say about wishes. I've received little to no encouragement from any of the doctors or specialists, but I have been trained to run my computer solely by the sound of my voice. That's how I'm dictating this story. What a time to be alive, right? Doesn't matter really, because they'll be moving me into an isolated government facility by the end of the week. They want to administer a series of tests on me. Lucky me, right? I was 20 when I almost drowned in a lake. I was with my college buddies when it happened. Stupidly, we overloaded Joe's small fishing boat with supplies, and the boat capsized. But something else happened on the lake that day which I've never spoken of. The monster living at the bottom of the lake tried to kill me. 25 years later, it's calling out to me again. We were up north when it happened. When I say up north, I'm talking 600 miles north of Toronto. So yeah, north. Me and Daniel were visiting our buddy Joe and his girlfriend Trina up in qxicdg that summer. We were looking to catch us some walleye and lake sturgeon and have ourselves a good time doing so. We spent the afternoon fishing along the qxicdg river with mild to adequate success. Joe knew of a secret camping spot out in a shiny lake where the fish were always biting. He convinced us to go. It's an hour drive further up north, he said, in the middle of Nowheresville. This was a new world for me and Daniel. We've never been this far north, and we were as green as the moss which seemed to be growing on everything we touched. We needed Joe's aluminium fishing boat to transport us to the small islet. Needless to say, we overpacked the boat. We had 3 tents, 2 acoustic cars, 2 coolers full of food, 4 cases of beer, fold-up chairs, and a plethora of fishing paraphernalia, not to mention bug spray, strong weed, and plenty of smokes. From all accounts, it started off a fun weekend. We partied and jammed on the guitars and sang drunkenly all night long, blanketed by the stars in the endless northern sky. When it was fully dark, we sat transfixed around the campfire while Joe regaled us of scary stories regarding the monster living at the bottom of the lake. These stories, it said, go back many generations. The monster, Joe told us, under the waning light of the crescent moon, has habituated at this lake for eons, long before any settlers dared to occupy this frigid northerly land. Sometimes the monster gets hungry. That's when people go missing. Every year, some poor fisherman goes missing at this lake, and no body is ever found. This is why the locals rarely, if ever, fish here. The lake may be small, Joe said, but it's deep. I thought he was telling tall tales, you know? Little did I know. The following day, after enjoying a delicious dinner of smoked pickerel, fried potatoes and corn, Joe decided it was time to pack up the boat and head home before it gets dark. Once again, the boat was bogged down with our supplies. We all knew it was dangerous, but we did it anyway. To make matters worse, nobody knew where we were. This was the 90s, before smartphones, so it wasn't uncommon for people to disappear on fishing trips. Just ask Bill Barilko. We'd only spotted one other boater on the lake that day, a fisherman, and that was early in the morning. As far as we knew, we had this body of water to ourselves. It was after 7 p.m. by the time we set our sad little vessel back into the water. Soon, the sun would set and things would go wonky. I remember it clearly. Joe and Trina were situated at the back of the boat. Joe was struggling to guide the vessel across the bumpy lake. The boat wanted none of it. We were constantly being knocked back and forth as if on a wooden roller coaster. And I could tell Joe was nervous, from something I'd never seen before. Daniel sat at the bow. His job was to monitor the water level getting into the boat.
It was an important job. He was in full panic mode from the get-go. We should never have put so much stuff in the boat, he complained over and over, while spooning the water out on the boat. Of course, he was correct, but we were young, carefree, and hopelessly naive. The lake was furious. Whitecaps rolled angrily across the entire bowl of water. Water was seeping into the boat at an alarming rate. I was sitting in the middle of the boat, doing nothing of value, watching as the anxiety on Daniel's face intensified. We were now in the middle of the lake. The water was a foot deep inside the boat, and the lake continued to pound us into submission. To make matters worse, only a speckle of sunlight remained. Time, as they say, was of the essence. Joe boated us laboriously across the water as best he could. Our vessel was teetering dangerously low due to our negligence, and the whitecaps continued to submerge the boat. Daniel was having a panic attack. I'll never forget the look of pure, unadulterated terror on his long, pale face, that final moment before we sank the boat. "Joe," he said, "Joe, help!" Those were his final words. His eyes were big and round and full of fear. He was frantically scooping the water out of the boat using a discarded tin can, but his efforts were futile. One minute we were floating haphazardly across the drink, the next we were underwater. The boat capsized. Our belongings either sank to the bottom of the lake or floated away. First, we removed our footwear. I was sad to see my Doc Martens fall to the bottom of the lake. Then we scrounged up the life preservers and put them on nice and snug. We then spent a good 15 minutes trying to flip the boat over, right side up, but failed. Instead, we wasted precious time and energy. Daniel, who was more scared than anyone I'd ever seen up to then, was quickly becoming unnerved. It was sad to see. Trina, on the other hand, swam Olympian style across the lake and reached to shore 20 minutes later. Joe trailed close behind her. Neither of them hesitated. They just went for it. It was now me and Daniel stuck out in the middle of the lake, the city slickers. Neither of us were sufficient swimmers. Daniel was going into shock. "Just swim," I told him. I was trying to sound brave. Truth is, I can't swim to save my life. I never could. But with the life jacket on, I was willing to at least give it a shot. I could see Joe and Trina waving to us from the shore, but barely. The sun was sinking fast. In 20 minutes or so, we'll be covered in a shroud of darkness. Then what? I feared the worst. I swam. I swam like my life depended on it. If Trina and Joe can do it, I can too. Yeah, I'm a lousy swimmer, but I swam, goddammit, I swam. At some point, I looked behind me to check on Daniel, and to my horror, he was swimming backstroke, going the wrong way. "Dan," I called out, "you're going the wrong way." He didn't hear me. I was growing weak and weary. My arms and legs were dead tired. I was frightfully cold. My time was coming to an end. I realized this joylessly. I strained to see the speck of land off in the distance, where Trina and Joe were waiting for us. Soon, the shore would disappear completely, and they would too. Something nudged my foot. Must be a fish, I told myself, a big one. I shook my leg, hoping to shoo it away. Then it happened again, only more forcibly. I started kicking my legs, looking to scare off whatever it was. It didn't work. Suddenly, I was scared. Something was underneath me. Something big. It latched onto my leg. It didn't let go. It forced me underwater. Frantically, I fought to free myself from whatever it was. I had no idea what was happening. Moments later, I come up coughing and wheezing, gasping for air. By this point, I was out of my mind, terrified. "Dan!" I shouted. My voice sank like a stone. "Dan, you're going the wrong way!" I swam to him, which took all my strength to do so. He was crying. Something snatched my foot again. Something brittle like sandpaper. My leg was getting torn to shreds. The pain was uncompromising. What the hell is that?" I asked through chattering teeth. The look stamped across Daniel's face said everything I needed to know. He'd felt it too. "There's something down there," I said. "We got to keep moving." We swam, but unfortunately the lake was non-compliant and our efforts were futile. There was no use. We were both incompetent swimmers. The lake had us all for itself. Us and the monster. Daniel straightened out, and for a moment, I thought we had a fighting chance at reaching shore. Then he got pulled over. Dan! He was gone. I began splashing and making an abundance of noise. Dan! Something grabbed my leg and forced me under. For a moment I was dead, I'm sure of this. I saw the bright light tunneling toward me. I went toward the light, and for a moment I was at peace. Then everything came rushing in. My lungs were filled with water, and my body was thrashing about. I was being dragged down to the bottom of the lake. I opened my eyes. For a moment, all I could see was the murkiness of lake water. And then I saw it. The monster. It took a moment to comprehend what I was witnessing. It was huge. It looked like a giant otter, only uglier. It had beady eyes, elongated whiskers, and long, muscular arms with claws for hands. And teeth. I remember its teeth. Sharp, white, crooked, and cruel. Beside me, netted in the monster's claws, was Daniel, who was missing his left arm. Blood was pouring out of him like paint from a can. His eyes were open and lifeless. I fought back as best as I could. Unfortunately, my strength was at 0. I towed to the bottom of the lake. The monster, easily twice my size and weight, had me in a bear hug. I could feel my vertebrae being crushed. Resistance seemed futile by this point. This is how I was going to die. Then I snapped out of it. I became alert. Just as my lungs were about to burst, I fought the monster with everything I had. I went ballistic. I jerked and lurched and scratched and flailed about. I had no shame. Without warning, it released me, and I shot back up to the surface like a torpedo. The fresh air was better than sex. I took a moment to marvel in its wonder. Then I began searching for Daniel. I couldn't see him anywhere. By this point, I'm still struggling to catch my breath. Plus, I'm terrified at whatever is at the bottom of the lake. I was expecting to be hauled back down at any moment. My life jacket was torn to shreds, rendering it impotent. And I was going to drown. Then I heard a noise and my heart almost explodes. I look up and see the thin speck of light from another boat. It's the fisherman from earlier this morning. I was saved. Within minutes I'm discovered, and the fisherman hauled me into his boat. He offered me some hot coffee from his cooler. It tasted delicious. By this time, the darkness had arrived, along with the bugs, which were ravenous. But I didn't care. I was alive. I told him about Daniel. The look on the fisherman's face wasn't encouraging. But to his credit, we combed the lake for over an hour, only to come up empty-handed. My mind was still grappling with what just happened. Should I tell this man about the monster at the bottom of the lake? Would he believe me? Would anyone believe me, for that matter? Or would they think I'm crazy? Ultimately, I didn't mention the monster. I mean, who would? It's been many years since the summer on the lake, and I haven't spoken about this to a single soul. Although we did manage to fish my acoustic guitar from the lake, it never played the same since. Daniel's body was never found. He never did get the chance at finishing med school and becoming a family doctor, as was his plan. It was tragic. As you can imagine, his family was overwhelmed with grief. Recently, I received an email from Joe. He wants me to visit him and Gina up in Kappa's Casing. It's been too long. Joe, who still loves the great outdoors, is as jaunty as ever. We should go camping at the lake, Joe said in his email. We'll take the kids and the guitars and the fishing rods, and we'll have ourselves a blast. Catch us some dinner while we're at it. Reluctantly, I agreed. As I venture up the attic of Ontario, I'm reminded again of the monster at the bottom of the lake. I hadn't thought about that lake-bound beast in many years, except in my dreams. Only in my dreams I always end up as monster food. Now, I can't get the water ogre out of my mind. There's a monster living at the bottom of the lake, the locals say, but of course it can't be real. I'm a fully grown adult now. I don't believe in such folklore. This is my mantra. Apparently, the locals have since made t-shirts celebrating the monster at the bottom of the lake. We don't feed the monster. That's what city slickers do. Classy. I'll be sure to wear mine as we drop up Joe's dinghy into that frigid northern lake. Winter's fast approaching, so we'll need to dress extra warm. Legend has it, this monster gets extra hungry this time of year. Lucky me, I still can't swim. So a few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtime, sleep time, between the shift. One half stays awake, the other half sleeps, and switches halfway through the night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive and healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at night time, the cells are never truly black, so we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favourite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside the cell and sleep. One day, we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood from them to draw symbols all over his cell wall. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother, and a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was over his drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and dark one over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through these drawings, he looked at me and said, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by inmates and it never bothers any seasoned officer, except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks, it's probably around 2 a.m. and I'm awake while my partner is asleep. During my every 15-minute check, I noticed every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I would have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell we use for our food for the day eating, when all of a sudden I heard this extremely loud screaming. I couldn't make out what the screaming was or even what language it was, but my arm hairs raised again and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was that the strange inmate's security light was out. There's no way they'd be able to mess with the lights the way they were installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they had heard that screaming, thinking maybe it had come from one of their bays. Not one of the officers heard screaming. I was the only one that did. Since that day, I've requested to never be posted in there again, even though it's one of the most sought after spots.